I know.
Oh, not live. Oh, okay. Hey.
I didn't know. Hello.
Oh,
Sorry.
hello.
I did that on purpose. Hello. Check, check. 1, 2, 3.
Check.
What's up, Podfest Expo? We are kicking off the Owwll Interactive Podcast Booth with Podfest, of course, our sponsor. So if you want to be on the show today or tomorrow, come on down, sign, and you will get crystal clear footage of your podcast. Okay, we're going to kick off. We're about to go live.
Oh, yeah.
Good morning. We are here with Owwll at the Podfest convention in Orlando, Florida. And I am here with Autumn this morning. And I want Autumn to tell us a little bit about what you do.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. So I have two things. I have a podcast that's called A Motive Mind, and that is a mental health and faith podcast where I basically merge between learning therapy tips and mental health tips to do that inner shadow work, but then also combining a faith perspective and God and Jesus and the Bible to give you two different outlooks. And then I also have a small business that is Owwll Collective, and it's hand-poured coconut soy candles.
Coconut soy candles. I love that. I love to burn candles, but I know they're not very good for you. So I've heard that you must burn soy candles now, right?
100%. There's so many candles out there that are very toxic. Mine aren't. They're all natural, and that's what I pride myself on.
Very cool. Tell me a little bit more about your podcast.
Yeah, so my podcast is something that means so much to me. It's also dedicated to my brother that passed away from a drug addiction. So I'm just really here, very passionate about helping others and wanting to lead them to do that inner shadow work. I've struggled with anxiety myself, and I've done the healing. So I'm just here to help other people.
Good. Well, great. Thank you so much for coming. Anything else you want to tell us that would be really interesting to the audience?
I'm just so happy to be here, and definitely check me out. I'm relaunching my podcast here in a couple months. I'm going to have some extras coming with that I'll be releasing soon. So just check me out on A Motive Mind podcast and Owwll Collective. Thank you, guys.
I'm so grateful for your faith base. I think there needs to be more of that in the world these days, with where we're going, it's not looking too good. So I'm glad that you're getting the word out there for us.
100%. I'm just here to spread the message and bring more people to God and Jesus, and that's the most important thing.
You're doing a wonderful job. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Oh, we have Colton down here. Hi, good morning.
Corey, you're good.
Corey, sorry about that.
Yeah, we're chilling. It's fine.
Good morning.
Good morning, Kelly. How are you?
Tell us a little bit about you.
Me. So I am Greg Akitas. I'm active duty military. I do the Joe Show podcast. Kind of like connect the civilian world and the military world together. Talk about like the regular guys, not the special forces. Like we're not in high speed. Just like, hey, my barracks fell apart today. We buy Dodge Chargers. We marry strippers. I didn't. I promise. I'm a good guy. All right. But no, we talk about like, all like the regular day stuff, and we talk about like financial benefits, college benefits, retirement benefits, like things that people don't think about. That's kind of like it. I just kind of connect. Hopefully most guys join the military and what they can learn about.
Right. So you're really trying to influence people to join the military.
Not necessarily join, but like at least have awareness.
Yeah.
So when I say awareness, as in like, hey, if I think about joining, what can I get out of it? Like, can I go to college still?
Right.
Can I have a job even if I retire in 20 years,
Right.
if I retire in 4 years? And then like for guys in, like, hey, what are some options I have if I want to change, if I want to move? What can I do for my family? What can I do for my parents? There's like so many, there's like hundreds of things you can do that people don't even think about.
And great. And you're on the Owwll app, Corey, right?
Yeah, I am on the Owwll app. I just did the premium member thing. So like,
good.
I want that t-shirt. It's a great marketing thing you guys are doing. Like,
it is.
That was hype.
It's a great app. So, all right. Well, thank you. Is there anything else you want to tell us about it?
Well, I'm on Spotify. I'm on Owwll. Let's see. We got it's like all like the other list indexes you get on. So like I've done it in like 3 months because I was deployed. So I did it right after I got deployed. I came back. I dropped 15 episodes. We get about 3,000 streams an episode.
Wow.
Like, I have like no marketing. I have no ads. I'm just like, hey, share this. We're for the boys. I use a lot of the Army media pages that are more for humor, if you will. I can't really say some of the names, but they help me out on Instagram. You know what I mean?
Great. Awesome. That's great. Get the word out there.
Absolutely.
You'll have ads before you know it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I got the character. So.
Great. Okay. Well, thank you for interviewing with us.
Oh, yeah. No problem.
Good luck.
Thank
I
you.
look forward to hearing more from you.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I'll share the podcast with Jason up there, and then
All
we'll
right.
get talking. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hell yeah.
Thank you guys.
Are we good?
Yep.
Awesome. Thanks, Kelly.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Short and sweet. You want to come next? He wants to come, but he didn't get a video. Oh, okay.
Gotta go to this other thing. I hope
Okay,
I did a
all
good
right.
job, though.
Oh, thank
All
you.
right?
I'm sure
I
it
can find
is.
out more
I
about
really
that.
appreciate that. Thank you.
It's right over there. Hey, girl, how are you?
How are you?
Good. Let me move my shit out of the way.
All right. What is your name?
I'm Marty.
Marty. We met. Did we meet yesterday?
No, we
Oh,
didn't.
oh, okay. Okay. I thought you were up here today. Okay. Ooh.
Speak right in.
Marty, and what is your name?
Paul.
Paul. Okay.
What's the
Hey.
top?
I don't know.
Your
We're
business.
going. We're on.
Your business. I'm just going to learn about what you
Yeah.
do and where.
Let's go.
All right. All right. All right. Good morning. Okay. We're back with Marty and Paul from podcast, Podfest 2024. And I am here to find out what you do.
Okay.
So
Hey,
what
Kelly,
you do.
right?
Yes.
Kelly. So I am a book publisher. I've been publishing for 15 years. I
Okay.
started my company 5 years ago. Started my podcast, The Rebel Maker, at the end of September, where I talk all things publishing.
All things publishing. Awesome. I've wanted to write a book for so long now.
Oh, great. Good
But
thing
I
we
mean,
met.
it's intimidating to me. I have a lot to say.
Okay, good.
And also, I mean, like, I need a ghostwriter or something like
No,
that.
no,
you
no,
know?
no, no. Listen, yes, I can help you with that. But
Yeah.
I have got like the best way to make writing so non-intimidating
Yeah?
and so easy.
Okay, well, I
Yes.
really need you to. I mean, so if I were to look you up, I mean, you actually coach me through, like in person, you would coach me through and tell me what to do, or how's that
Yeah,
work?
absolutely. I'm going to walk you through the process. We're going to clarify your message. We're going to create the table of contents. We're going to come up with the stories you need to solidify. No, it's easy. Super
And
easy.
how long do you, from start to finish, would that take someone if they're writing like,
Oh, for the actual writing?
yeah.
Girl, that's totally up to you. Like,
mean-
you want to write once a week or 7 times a week. Like,
Okay,
either way
okay,
is
okay.
fine.
All right, thank you. I
Welcome.
might look you up. I'm not kidding.
Yes.
I have been wanting to write a book, a certain book, for
Oh,
maybe 3-4 years. Maybe
I'm your
5.
girl.
Okay,
We'll
and
connect later.
seriously,
Yeah,
I'm
no,
not. I'm
seriously,
not.
we'll
I'm not
connect
joking. Okay,
later. Yeah.
okay, cool. Reach out to me on Owwll. I'm on Owwll too. I'm
Yes.
a hypnotherapist. I'm Kelly.
Oh,
yeah.
yes.
And I'm also Shroom Barbie, so you'll see me in 2
Oh,
different places.
Yes. Okay. I'm in. I'm in.
So yes, hi. Okay.
Hello, Kelly.
Good
I'm
morning.
Paul Renfro,
Oh yes.
and my podcast is The Unseen Realm with Paul Renfro and Friends.
Okay, tell us
And
about
it's
it.
a group of 10 friends and I with a recorded Zoom discussion of the unseen realm and what it means to be a spirit among spirits that you can't see, and how to do that practically.
Oh, I love
Do that according to the Bible, which people don't usually associate the Bible with being a spirit among spirits.
Oh, you sure can ask questions.
Okay, great. Paul, I have a question.
Yes.
So you see into the spirit realm.
In a manner of speaking,
Yes. And you teach other people to do the same, to
I
connect
do.
with spirit,
That is
right?
correct. Yes.
And how long have you been doing this?
45 years.
And you're only like 48.
I'm 67.
Awesome.
Would you
awesome.
consider yourself a medium?
By no means.
No.
When using the Bible as a foundation,
Okay.
there are many sources of revelation about the unseen realm.
Yes.
So the key question is trustworthiness. And the Bible, the scripture, has been tested for generations
I'm
in
I'm
every
in.
culture.
I'm in 100%.
And so, but it's kind of the way people read it these days is bound up in religion. Well, people forget, everybody knows the story of Cain and Abel.
Yeah.
People forget the reason Cain killed Abel is because of religion.
Right. Religion. Jesus. They killed Jesus because of religion.
Exactly.
I'm not a big religion fan, but I'm a Jesus fan. I'm
That's
a
right.
Christian. I'm a God
Word.
person. But
Word.
I think that religion separates us
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
makes people feel bad. You know, if you go back to
Right.
the original word, and I mean, I like I mean, have you read the Book of Enoch?
Yes.
Really, give me a high five. You're one in not
Right.
even 1% of the world.
Right.
But I mean, I've actually read that twice. I'm lost.
Yeah.
But my grandfather was a Southern Baptist preacher.
Yeah.
But I consider myself a Christian,
Yes.
but I'm a mystic Christian. So that's something like
Yeah.
that,
Oh,
maybe.
You're
you.
going to love it. I'm going to give you a set of posters when we finish, Kelly, because I'm an author.
Okay.
And
Here you go.
well, self-published, and
Yes.
also work for a publisher.
Yeah.
But the
No wonder we connected.
yeah, and so I've got a 9-book series entitled Unseen Series,
I love that.
and if I had my wits about me, I would have brought up some show and tell, which is right over here. But point being, you know what people need to know, and
They
people
do.
know something is going on.
Yes.
And they don't look to church or the Bible for answers. But when you meet actual people like you who are living out what is possible, then you think, oh
Well,
gosh,
I think the problem too a lot today in this world is that most of our generation, I don't know how old you guys are. I was church. I mean, you had some type of religion back in your
Yeah.
day, right? That got a little, and you're younger, it's kind of branded in your head. You might not believe it. When you get older, you sort of come back to it, right?
and that's the
But I
truth.
think the problem now is that nobody has that when they're younger because
Uh-huh.
it sort of just kind of disappeared. And
Yeah.
we've taken the prayer out of school and all of that. And so now, our kids, you can try to teach them later on in life, but there's no foundation. It's a really hard
Yeah.
buy-in.
Hard to
right?
prosper as a
That-
human being without an exoskeleton of structure.
Yeah.
And there's going to be one. So which one is it?
Right.
And the generation that you're describing, the younger generation, such a high incidence of anxiety
Oh,
because
terrible.
people in
Yeah.
my generation, the boomers, said, well, I'm not going to subject my kids to all that. And they grew up without this structure or
That's what I'm
exoskeleton.
saying, right?
And that doesn't limit people, but it gives them a foundation for evaluating the world, gives them a grid of interpreting what's going on.
Well, you hope things don't get so bad in the world that they actually are,
Yeah.
digging to find the answer. Then
Right. Well, and that's why my
podcast.
podcast is
Yeah, I love that.
very passionate, because people are looking for answers in all wrong places.
Exactly.
I'm trying to give them some
Exactly.
right place.
So good. Great. Well, I'm glad that
Thank
you're
you,
out
Kelly.
there. Keep it
And
going.
thank you, Marty, here on the
And you
interview
can
with
find-
me.
You can find Paul on Owwll.
Yes,
Right?
Owwll.
Yeah.
You can find Paul on Owwll.
Right, great. And we have over 7,000 members now. So
Very
Nice,
good.
right.
Oh, so when did Owwll get started? Can I ask a
I
question
think
here?
it's been going for 2 years. Danielle. I think it started 2 years. Danielle, how old are we? 2 years? 3 years? How old is Owwll?
That's awesome.
Official for a year. There we go.
Live in the App Store for about a year and a half,
Okay.
and a year and a half before that, developing it.
Yeah, I love
So-
this.
so
I
we're-
love this.
And it really, in the beginning when I first heard about it, when Danielle got me involved,
Yeah.
and I didn't understand. It was very confusing to me, but it is jammed up. Amazing.
Okay,
Really. I
listen.
mean,
So I'm posting this on my page. So
Right.
can we give like a 30-second version of
okay, let me give
What's
my
Owwll?
30-second
Okay,
version.
do it.
I'm a hypnotherapist.
Yes.
Right. So I'm a member of Owwll. I'm signed up. You can
Yes.
go in and type in hypnotherapist, and my face will come up with my rate for the 10 minutes. Right. So if you have information, like I've been thinking about doing hypnotherapy, I need to ask this girl a question. So you call me and say, hey, do you think hypnotherapy would help my issue? And blah, blah, blah. And then you can either do the session on the page, or I can lead them to my website where
And
I'll
book
do
them
my
out.
yeah.
Okay,
it's
so
kinda-
then
you can qualify it. You can actually do your work on the app. It just depends, but it's a way to pick up the phone and speak to someone one-on-one.
okay, so
So-
a couple things I'm thinking about is one, people don't talk on the phone anymore. Like we email and we text,
That's right.
right?
It's
Like
very impersonal.
it's very
Exactly. Some
so
people like to talk to people.
yeah,
I
sometimes
do.
like to talk to people.
Right. And
Not
sometimes
all
you
the
don't.
time.
Right, exactly.
That's why we're
Not all-
sitting
and then
here.
Also,
Yeah.
if you're on, if I'm working, I can mark myself available from 10 to 2 p.m. or whatever, so that's when they're available. I'm available to be reached. It's not all the time that they can call you all the time. You set your hours.
Okay, so I'm just going to repeat back to you what I think Owwll is because listen, I just found out about Owwll yesterday. Okay? So Owwll is kind of like social media for professionals, except you're not giving free advice. You're getting paid
It
for
is
what you
social
know.
media for professionals.
Yes.
100% correct.
Yes. I mean, because everybody wants something for free, right?
Everybody wants something for free. That's
Yeah.
right.
I like it. I like it.
So,
I've actually been my profession, the way I earn my living is as I'm an insurance agent,
what
and
type of insurance?
uh, predominantly savings in annuities.
Okay.
Yes.
And people are very mystified about annuities, and customers call me the great explainer. So I've been thinking about looking for an outlet where I could consult people who have an annuity but can't get an explanation of what it is,
Hmm.
That's
which is
great.
a vast population of
Majority,
annuity owners.
Right.
And I think they're the greatest thing for some people, but not everybody.
Right.
And some people end up with
Well,
it.
you get on that.
And
the
so that
Owwll
would be
app
my
is-
that'd
Yeah.
probably be what I do on Owwll,
Right.
because I could consult people about the unseen realm,
Yes.
Mm.
but that's a little different.
Okay, well, listen, no, actually, can we talk about that for
Yeah,
a second?
that-
Because I'm so interested.
Okay.
Like, because there's no one on deck here, so we're just gonna
Yeah.
keep talking.
Okay.
So give us like the 30-second, the 60-second version of what you do. Like, break it down for us.
I help seniors protect their money against loss and still have a good interest rate, while also minimizing the tax cost.
Okay, well, that was really great. I was talking about the Spirit podcast.
So on the unseen realm, we
Yeah.
discuss from the Bible what it means when Jesus said flesh gives birth to flesh, but spirit gives birth to spirit. And so
Yeah.
because the Bible is not in outline form,
Right.
there's a lot of mysteries in it, and that require thought and meditation. And people who want it easy will be turned away.
Yeah.
But people who have a hunger for a relationship with God,
Mm-hmm.
to make sense of their life or to solve their problems, anybody with passion, hunger, desire,
Yeah.
they want to think these things through, and that's the key ingredient.
All right. So then the people who are listening to your podcast,
Mm-hmm.
are they people who are seeking, or are you that choke that you are taking this very complex, I don't know what the hell this means, and let me break it down for you?
I think people can come away feeling like, oh, now I understand.
Gotcha.
But I'm targeting people with questions. In fact, in the introduction, I say we're not like some religious scoops you may have known, because we're not answer people.
Yeah.
We're question people and exploration people. The Bible is our authority, but we don't pretend to understand it all.
Right.
We're just talking about it, and you're welcome to join in. And that's
Like,
my little
here I am,
introduction.
I know nothing.
Yeah.
Let me show what I do know.
I don't say I know nothing.
Yes, got it.
Okay.
All right. Well, guys, that's all the time we
Yes.
have. Unfortunately, this has been a really amazing interview. Thank you so much.
Great. Okay.
Thank
great.
you, Kelly.
Okay, great.
I think we
So
got
I'll
that.
look for you on that. We're
Listen, I just kept talking because no one was here. I'm like, okay,
great.
okay.
No,
thanks.
usually
I'm like, can I
there's
keep
nobody
talking?
Here, so they
Yeah.
make it look. Usually it's 3 minutes, but
Yeah.
yeah.
No,
But
this was
Jason looked, he
really
was like,
awesome.
okay.
Do you got a card?
I do actually.
Yes.
I brought a card.
Yeah.
I have to go get
Hey,
it.
Kelly.
No, it's fine.
Thank you.
There you go, Marty.
Thanks. You've given me 3 of these now. I only need 2.
Okay. Kelly, I have something else you might
you
like,
do?
and you're welcome to one if you want. With my books, I have posters,
Okay.
and that's a free set of the posters.
Thank you. Thank
And
you.
so, if you don't like them when you see them, give them to somebody.
I'm
who
sure
might.
I will. I like.
Watch out, she's sweet.
The most dangerous ones.
All right. Am I a good distance?
Good
Howdy, man.
morning.
Morning.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you this morning?
Pretty good so far, so good. I'm
Eh,
glad to be here.
What is your name? You don't have a name tag
Here's-
on,
here's
so I
your whiskey.
Mr. Whiskey. We are here at Podfest 2024 with Mr. Whiskey.
Mr. Whiskey.
Mr.
This is the Mr. Whiskey.
All right, let's
Right.
hear about this. Why are you Mr. Whiskey?
Right. So I get asked that a lot. And I started my podcast when I was still active duty military. And so anyone who's active duty, we tend to use code names, right? And it's just stuck. I recently transitioned. I just got out a few months ago. And it's just stuck around. A lot of people like it. A lot of people buy me free shots of whiskey. And,
Okay.
you know, I
Hey,
have
that
other
works,
people.
That works. That works.
Yeah.
I like whiskey. I like whiskey sours, actually.
All right.
I
I'm more
might
of
call you whiskey sour. So like
Uh,
Maverick, right? Like Maverick and Top Gun, you're like whiskey sour.
Whiskey
Gotcha,
sour.
gotcha, I
Yeah.
gotcha. Okay, so what do you talk about on your podcast?
Right. So my show is called Couple of Nukes. And it's because I was a nuclear operator in the United States Navy.
Wow.
And
That's
it's
serious.
pretty amazing. It is. It's very dangerous work. It's very serious work.
Yeah. How long were you in for?
3 years. I got cut short due to medical issues, and I could have stayed in or couldn't have stayed in. It kind of my choice, and there was a lot of factors that went into it. And I respect everyone out there, and I was gonna do 20 years
More
at
so
some.
now you really know what
Right.
they're going through, right?
Right. And I have shipmates right now who just got
Grateful.
sent to the Middle East. And
I'm
Thank you
grateful
for their
you.
service.
Yeah, thank you
What
so
kind of
much.
training went into doing what you do? Because it's with nuclear missiles, you said, or something like, or nuclear.
so, for
I just
those,
heard nuclear.
right.
Yeah,
And so
nuclear
for people
power?
who don't know, the United States Navy, the largest, most powerful Navy in the world, by the way, we have nuclear powered submarines, nuclear powered aircraft carriers. And so we need operators to run that, generate electricity for the ship, and make sure that our ships are running.
It's a little over my head, I'm not gonna
Yeah.
lie.
Right.
Are you gonna do anything with that information that you learned? Are you gonna do anything in nuclear now?
Yes, ma'am. I'm currently pursuing a bachelor's degree in nuclear engineering technology.
Wow.
So,
For you.
Yeah.
I'm so proud of you.
right. And
Right,
so
Mr. Whiskey.
most people don't know this, but the military has a lot of requirements, and only about 5% of Americans can actually be in the military. Of that 5%, only 1% are smart enough to qualify to be a nuclear operator.
Oh my God.
So you have the best of the best,
Mr. Whiskey.
right? But
That's why you have the sunglasses on,
Right,
because
yeah.
you gotta
Right,
stay low key.
right.
I don't want to get you too famous.
Yeah, thank you.
No
And
problem.
the issue with that is you have the best of the best in America, but these geniuses are weird, strange people.
Yeah, well,
And-
God don't give it all to you.
Right, yeah. We can't be perfect, so we gotta have
That's
one
right.
flaw.
That's right.
And I mean, I'm talking about some crazy stuff. My podcast is explicit because there are crude things you can do with animals and people that I should have never heard before. So trust me.
I have a feeling this just took a turn left or right. Let's go back to the nuclear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but they're great people. So it started off as comedy, talking about all this weird nuke stuff,
Okay.
nuke power.
Starts
that's
off
what
as
I'm
comedy
saying,
and you go
right?
into
And then I started branching into life advice. On my ship, we lost 15 people to suicide. We had 1 in 3
God,
suicides a month
wow.
minimum at the base beforehand.
Wow.
And so I've stayed up sleepless nights preventing people from committing suicide.
I love that. I have a personal experience in my inner circle as well,
Right.
and I'd like to get more involved in that. So thank you. That's great.
Yeah, and it's beautiful. I had nights where I've got, and the exams were 6 to 8 hours long, and I got to study. But I've had shipmates that are like, "Hey, Mr. Whiskey, can we just go out for a drive? No destination. Just I need to talk." And driving makes me more comfortable. It's a comfortable setting. They're not making eye contact. They're sitting. They're kind of
Right.
in this zone, and so it's very beautiful.
Sure.
And when I got out, I actually had a bunch of people reach out to me who felt more comfortable once I was out, because you're supposed to be a mandatory reporter, right? If someone's feeling bad, you're supposed to report them. So once I was out, I'm
You
no
didn't have to do
longer
that anymore.
military wise, right? And so they shared with me a lot of stuff. And again, ladies and gentlemen, people you would never expect, people who were great people, did everything, looked like they had everything together. And again, we always talk
And
about
you
this.
never
You don't know what's going on in their mind.
inside the head,
Never
right?
know.
That's
Right.
true. That's true.
And so on my show, we have active duty, veterans, firefighters, EMTs, paramedics, private investigators, detectives, all of that, because first responders also have a huge mortality rate, huge suicide epidemic. Most of them die within 2 years of retiring if they do not get help,
Right.
if they
We
don't
lot
have a
of
hobby.
PTSD and
right? And it's
what do you think about all of that new psychedelic medicine for PTSD? What's your thoughts on that?
So we've had a lot of people come on and talk about how the initial VA response to PTSD right before 9/11 with, Vietnam veterans coming back, and then everything with the Middle East was just to get people addicted to pills and medicine. And it's interesting. I had a guy come on my show. The same year Big Pharma started pushing medicine for mental health was the same year they took God out of school.
Right.
They took away and
I
they
wasn't
started
happy about that at all.
right.
Right.
And not even God, they stopped talking about therapy, about mental health and having support groups talking to each other. It was you need a doctor, you need
Yeah.
professional help, and
Yeah.
you need all this medication. There was a point I had a guy on my show, a Marine. He walked into the VA, any pills he wanted. He could just point and pick like a kid in a candy store with rich parents. I mean,
It's unfortunate.
a lot of them, people are like, how are veterans homeless, right?
Right.
They once they get addicted to these medications and they had to branch out of the VA's pockets into their own, they get addicted.
You need to get this word out. Get it out
Yeah,
there.
and
'Cause
it's
we have
important.
a big problem, and we need to stop having that fentanyl come over the border.
It's
Right,
terrible.
right.
And that's the thing. They're writing prescriptions for all kinds of
Yeah.
stuff after. Because
Oh,
with
yeah.
the military, when you get out, and this also applies to civilian life too, a lot of corporate executives, a lot of entrepreneurs, people that I work with and coach, once they leave their business and they exit, they've been doing it for so many years. Depression is extremely real. And here's the thing. What do? What are their answers for most of them? Not everyone, but most of them. They self-medicate. They overindulge in vices.
Yes.
And they go see counseling or something, and maybe they
Right.
do get written a prescription.
Right.
But the thing is a lot of counselors and a lot of people out there aren't trained in dealing with people who have come out of 20, 30 years of their entire life focused
Right.
on one thing. That's their identity.
Right. It
And
is.
when you have
They
someone's
don't know what to do.
you don't
They're
know what to do.
lost.
That's where like a
Yeah.
lot of even what you do with hypnosis and
I'm a hypnotherapist.
oh no, you can that
Right.
I'm a huge proponent of the world
Right.
of hypnosis.
Yes.
And you can really help reshape someone's identity and help move them into
Well,
their better version
they
of
say
themselves.
emotions buried alive are still
Yeah.
alive. And hypnosis, what I do, the clinical regression therapy, goes back down and digs into that emotion that you remember that's causing you stress. You don't even know that that emotion is causing you stress.
Yeah.
But when you go back and you open it up and we play it out as an adult and you see it from a different perspective,
Yeah.
it changes everything.
It,
So,
it- it's huge.
Right.
hypnosis is a great route for you to recommend for your listeners.
Right.
Okay.
And
Well, and I think I just want to add to what you're saying is like on the hypnosis front too, keep this in mind. Like a lot of your modern day modalities for helping people, including drugs, they're superficial. They mask the problem. Where you have to go deep, and this even gets into what I do with my clients as a performance specialist,
Yeah.
is when you go deep, you're going into people's behaviors. What's triggering the behaviors? Until you get deep into the
That's
behaviors,
exactly right.
you're going to keep throwing band-aids on top of the
And
wound.
all of these, opioids and medications are just desensitizing,
That's it.
Right.
and it comes back. You're not getting rid of it. The new, I'm sure in Barbie too, right? So the new medicines like ayahuasca, naboga, and psilocybin actually go into your brain and reprogram your brain so that you don't come out with these issues anymore. And they're working. So I'm
They're
hoping that
therapies. They're real. They're real. Like they're cures.
they're curing.
They're not
just
necessarily just
temporarily
yeah. It's not
fix.
like taking an
Actually,
aspirin.
the temporary part is not usually so much fun, So it's not like
Right.
you're gonna get addicted and want to do that again and again and again. So
right. And
anyway,
like,
well, thank you for talking to us, Mr.
Yes, ma'am.
Whiskey. I wish you all the best. Well, I
Yeah.
won't
Thank you,
forget
ma'am.
your name.
yes, ma'am.
Right.
And thank you
can
for your
find Mr.
service, too.
Whiskey on Owwll.
Appreciate that.
Yeah. Thank you. calling anything. Sorry, you can't.
They should have asked you. You would have told them.
Well, I want to charge it. Okay, let's see. What do we got here? Butterfly.
Yes.
What's the name?
We're live.
Yes, I'll tell you.
Aldina.
Adina.
All
Good
right.
morning. We are here at Podfest 2024 with Adina.
Welcome,
And
Adina.
Thank you.
Adina, you're holding a book that says Butterfly Blue. Tell us about that.
Yes, my name is Adina Johnson. I'm a retired psychology professor. And this is my book, Butterfly Blue, The Pain of Infertility and the Power of Forgiveness. And I was published in 2019 with this. And my podcast is Black Butterfly, Black Pearls. And that is on Spotify. And that's with my good friend. We've been friends for over 4 or 5 years. And when I retired as a psychology professor after 20 years, I said, I'm going to do a podcast. She said, I'm going to do it with you. So we became Black Butterfly, Black Pearls podcast. And a little bit about our podcast, the difference is we talk about pop culture, but we also bring in psychology aspect and we bring in different research. So say, for instance, we're looking at dating red flags. We're looking at self-care for women. We look at women's empowerment. So we bring in the research to talk about a little bit of extra. It's not just pop culture and everything that's going on. I bring in my psychology background.
All right. Very cool.
Sounds
So
very
tell us
interesting.
A little bit about this book right here. What does it talk about inside?
This talks about, well, my husband and I, we've been together for 27 years.
Wow.
Wow.
Good for you.
And
Yeah, that's an accomplishment.
when we're both marriage coaches, he's around here somewhere. We had our YouTube channel, Nick and Adina, on YouTube. And so after I retired, he couldn't do it anymore. So I got my good friend to do the podcast. But what it is right before my 36th birthday, like 4 months before, he says, oh, I think I want to have children.
All right.
So we announced at our 10-year wedding anniversary party that we were pregnant for the first time with our first biological child.
Wow.
That's amazing.
So
I think if you wait like that, then you're more patient as a parent. I don't know. I was too young. I was impatient. I could have done better, No, it's not easy.
No, I say older parents have the finances, younger parents have the patience. So we have the finances.
I don't know.
I'm of the belief that any time is the right time, every time is the wrong time.
If you
So,
wait,
it's there, you know.
until everything's perfect or you can afford it, then you'll never have children.
Exactly.
So
Yeah.
congratulations. And
So-
how old is your child now?
Well, I have a 27-year-old.
Wow.
I
It was
have-
like a couple of years ago.
No,
It's
no,
like a
I have-
2-year-old, a 1-year-old.
No, I have a
looking
27-year-old, 10-year-old, and a 13-year-old.
Okay.
So we had 4 miscarriages in the process,
Yes.
which is
And
why I
that's
wrote
what
the
it's
book.
talking about.
That's what it's talking about in my
Beautiful.
forgiveness process.
That
I
is
had to go
amazing.
through.
I'm not going to throw it out there on my sister, but she had 5. And it was the hardest thing she's ever gone through in her
Yeah.
life. And she felt something was wrong with her. She did something wrong. Now, fast forward, she has 3 beautiful children. And but that was the hardest time in her life.
Yeah.
So I think there needs to be more that addresses that subject. you
Yeah,
know?
I talked to one about how I got through that because that is a very difficult time because you think, oh, when we want to have kids, it'll just happen because other
You're ready
people
for it to
around
go.
you.
And yeah.
So
I think it's a lot of God's timing.
What's
Yeah,
that
you
saying
can't
go?
really
when
control.
when a human makes a plan, God smiles or
That's
something
right.
like that. Yeah,
That's right.
yeah,
I believe in that.
I do
So-
too.
You just gotta let go and let God
yeah.
sometimes.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So that's what this book is about. I talk about that. It's on Amazon. It's been on Amazon since 2019.
Oh, great. You can find it on Amazon. Butterfly Blue on Amazon.
Butterfly.
Thank you so much for sharing with us today. And you can find her on the Owwll app.
Yes, I'm on the Owwll app. We're doing a lot of interviews. And again, Black Butterfly, Black Pearls podcast.
Great. Thank you.
I love the
so much.
subtitle: "The Pain of Infertility and the Power of Forgiveness."
Yeah.
Love that.
That's huge.
Yeah.
Amazing.
That's huge, and that's about forgiving yourself, of course.
No, it
Forgiving
was
the world.
no, it was about forgiving my dad.
Uh,
It's a big deal. It's a lot going on. When I was 3, his wife wrote me out of their will.
okay.
Cleared for you some negative energy? No. Well, I'm a hypnotherapist. And I specialize in that.
Gee, you're really
Childhood regression.
Yeah.
Where I would take you back to childhood trauma and we would open it up because emotions buried alive are still alive.
Yeah.
And when you get rid of that, when we open it up and we do some therapy on it,
Mhm.
you come out and nobody really knows why, but it will reprogram your brain and you don't have the problems that you
beliefs, right?
110%. 100%.
Yeah, because we all come with our own baggage.
Yeah.
And when we get in the in the proximity of people that are changing their beliefs and there's a vulnerability, there's an openness, it just shifts everything.
Big time. And
change your story, change your life.
And what I've done is I've been a professional comedian for 40 years, and there's been talking about getting out of the comfort zone. I teach people how to do stand-up comedy, and you have to tap into all your vulnerabilities, your insecurities, all your negativities, because that's where a lot of the material is. And I find that there's a challenge in even doing that. For you, what has been some of your biggest challenge in getting people to overcome their challenges?
Yeah, let's hear about that. Yeah.
Well, so one of the things is that when people think that their story that they're living right now, that their surroundings right now is actually their story, that's their old story. And so when I show them that, look, there's a potential for you to become, all that you can be, and you don't have to hold on to this, that you've held on to all these conditioning that you've had that's been from the media, from
Social conditioning.
The five closest people to you, that's like Jim Rohn talks about, like you're the makeup of the five closest people to you.
Show me your
right?
friends, I'll show you your future.
Exactly, right? So it's like when you take that and you show them that, then there's that little bit of like, oh, you know what? You might be right. And then it opens the door to possibility for them to believe that they can change. And just that like opening can create a whole new way of experiencing that conditioned response every single time. And so we snap them out of it. And then all of a sudden they're like, oh, I thought I couldn't make a fire by rubbing sticks together, but now I see that I can, and it is possible, and I just did it. That becomes a reference point for the rest of their life.
Yeah, 100%.
Self-esteem builder.
No, but
You can only build self-esteem by doing something on your own by yourself with a
Yeah.
coach or with an assistant and letting you know how to do it.
Well,
But you have to execute it.
what I love about that so much is this is something like, it's not said as eloquently as he just put it, but like, for example, in the surfing world, or let's just say sports in general, when somebody does a move or they do a trick or a technique or whatever it is, if they do it once, guess what? You can do it again. You just
Right.
have to figure out how to bring those conditions together.
Mhm.
And that's where you know where your potential threshold is. So if you have a place that you're reaching that you got there once or twice before, it's there waiting for you, baby. You just got to figure out how to get your brain wired so that you can see those opportunities and just keep hitting it and figure out what the next level is above that.
That's
So,
like with my stand-up. That's why I tape all my shows, because there's some spontaneous moments that happen that get you laughs, and you forget them by the time. If you're doing an hour set and you got 5 or 6 spontaneous moments and you're trying to think, what did I say that got that laugh? And it never comes back. So if you videotape it, you can come back and see and insert it. Now it becomes an additional laugh in your LPMs, laugh per minute, because you always want to increase your laughs per minute. And those spontaneous moments, you can capture that. And like you say with the surfing, it happens in the moment on the fly. And like, you got to reverse engineer. How did I do that?
yeah, yeah.
And
Get at that
success
flow
leaves
state.
clues, right?
Right.
So you're like saying, okay, the audience is responding. I like how they're responding. I'm going to keep doing more of that. And then you get that kind of like buildup of like, okay, there's the momentum. There's the momentum. Like, how do I work with that? So
Well,
I love that laugh per minute.
Yeah.
And to what you just said too, the more repetition you have, the more experiences you have for what we're talking about, your brain literally starts to create new neurological pathways,
Right.
and that becomes your new standard. Because let's face it, stand-up comedy, and for what you do and even what I do, first time, I try to tell people, even when I do speaking engagements, when I go on the stage every single time, I'm still nervous. I'm not gonna lie.
And you're supposed to be.
Yeah.
You want those butterflies. And for comedy, it's more like dragonflies. But
I can lie.
speakers have butterflies, comedians have dragonflies.
love it.
But you want that.
Yeah.
That nervousness, that edge, that adrenaline, that all those endorphins are kicking, so that your brain is like snapping.
Yeah.
You are alive. You, in that moment, you are the definition of life.
Yes. 100%.
What fires together wires together, right?
Yes.
So all these things, all these butterflies flying in this chaotic, way, you get them to all kind of fly in unison. You've got that collective consciousness within those butterflies, and all of a sudden, that's your confidence. That's like the power that you have. So
Yeah.
But just to know that you will survive a moment that is more fearful than death
Yeah.
is also
Yeah.
one of the biggest payoffs. You're like, wow, I got through that.
Yeah.
Now you're Kevlar. You can It's like, okay, like you said, you do it once, you can do it again. It's like, okay,
Yeah.
and you're like out in the wilderness. Okay, if I can survive this, I
Right.
can survive anything in the boardroom.
Well, and that's the thing to understand is like where these feelings come from. Like this is one of the things I share with my clients all the time is when you feel fear, that's a healthy emotion. That just
Yeah.
means, pardon my French, pay effing attention.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
it's like we're 2 million-year-old, you know, we're products of 2 million years of evolution. So we have a lot of old programming inside of us. Everything thinks we're going to die. We're going to get on stage and talk to people. We're going to die. No, we're not. So we learn to consciously override this stuff. So yeah, we're still going to feel the feeling, but we're like, sorry, I'm going on the stage anyways. And by the way, everyone's time comes at some point.
Right.
So if they're going to
Yeah.
throw tomatoes and I don't know, potatoes at me, then so be it.
Yeah. Well, now you learn how to survive tomatoes and potatoes. And you go into it going, you know what? I'm doing these jokes anyway, but just in case some tomatoes and potatoes fly at me, I know how to stick and move in between my setups and punchlines.
And when you're done, you have a salad on the floor.
You got a salad. You got to stew, buddy. You got to stew.
Right. And when you really break down the word fear, right, into the acronym of like false evidence appearing real,
Yup.
right?
100%.
And it's just like, that's not true at all. That's that moment. And as soon as you're able to shift that moment, like you said, you know, as far as like neurologically, right? The
Mhm.
neuroscience says that we can literally change our brain to not have that same conditioned response or that addiction that we're having as far as that emotion that we have every week, every day sometimes. And we take that emotion and we need to stop being addicted to the emotion and move towards what we really want.
Correct.
So,
See,
yeah.
in comedy, fears is fun errors, asshole, because it's a fail forward. You know, these jokes aren't going to land. So, you know, it's have that fear, have fun with those errors, and you're going to fail forward.
Yeah. Yeah.
I love it.
Well, this has been a really great experience with you
Yeah.
guys. And I'd love to talk to you more about what you're doing and maybe we can collaborate.
100%. Yeah. Totally.
So
You read my mind.
all right. Thanks so much.
Awesome.
Appreciate
Awesome,
it,
awesome.
guys. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right. All right. That was
You
oh,
got a
get the
card on
card.
Check.
I have
Check.
well, my
Check.
phone's there. I have a QR code.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Oh, we got to
I think my mic is dead.
Give me a text. That's my cell
Okay.
phone number.
and
Chef.
okay, I was gonna. Okay, great. Are you gonna be here for the
Yeah.
whole thing? All right, I'll catch up with you.
All right. You got it.
Good to meet you, man.
Yeah, you too.
Kindred spirits.
Everything happens for a reason.
Great.
Good stuff, man.
Yeah.
Hey guys. Hi, I'm Marilyn.
I was going to give you a high five, but I'll do a
Jeffrey,
shake.
whatever.
Whatever happens to Orlando.
We're all good, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh,
Go, go,
right,
go,
all right.
go, go. Okay,
We're not allowed to have fun.
Jonathan, you want to slide in?
let's do it. What's your name?
Kimbro.
Kimbro.
All right, Marilyn, tell us
All
about
right.
yourself.
All right, my name is Marilyn Ball. I live in Asheville, North Carolina. Ever been there?
No, I have not.
Heard about it.
Where the Appalachian, the Blue Ridge, and the Great Smokies converge? Quite a little vortex going on. Do I
What
need
we
to
call a
speak
holla?
closer to the mic? Perfect.
Mine
All
working?
right, I'm going.
Jason, I'm dead.
All right. So I have a podcast.
I think I'm dead too.
Are you good? I have. I think we're
I'm
good.
dead.
What?
My mic is dead. So
Oh, Jason.
Jason, the
His
mic
mic is dead. Let's start over.
check,
all right.
1 2 1 2.
All right.
Okay, there we go.
Jason,
All right.
can you hear me?
Jason.
Okay,
One, two.
so
Can you hear
mic
me?
check. There we
Good.
go.
We're
Okay.
good. We're
All
gonna
right, we're
go.
good.
How are you? Answer your question. Yes, I'm
Yes.
Kimbro, and my podcast is The Pod Brother. How are you?
I'm great.
And I do a podcast called The Pod Owl because I am an owl ambassador.
Awesome. And what about you?
My name is Jeff, and I'm a mindset and performance specialist.
No.
I'm not as cool as everyone. I don't have a podcast, but I am getting inspired, especially by Kimbro over here. Oh,
Into the mic.
I'm gonna like end up eating this mic. I think.
All right.
Yeah, you got to get
a
into it.
podcast may come in the future. That's what
Awesome.
I'm considering. Yeah.
You can be a
Yay.
guest on my podcast anytime, Jeff.
You can always
I
be a guest on
appreciate
my
that. Hi, brother.
podcast. So my podcast is called Speaking of Travel. I have 10 years every week doing this show. I interview people from all over the world. They talk about travel. They talk about bridging cultural differences. They talk about ecotourism, conservation, saving the planet.
So much we can talk about.
There's
That's cool.
so much that we can talk about. Going on inner journeys. Travel is so many things. It's not just going to a destination. It's
Right.
about breaking out of your comfort zone, trying
I'm
new
getting goosebumps.
things. I want people to hear my show and listen to my guests who are so inspiring. Who I just interviewed a man who had been born with spina bifida, completely handicapped, disabled in a wheelchair. He climbed El Capitan. He's got a crew of people. Whatever he puts his mind to, he does it.
That's
we all
awesome.
need to
I
hear
love it.
these stories right now, right?
Right.
I love it.
That is
Do
awesome.
you travel?
I do. I'm a stand-up comedian. I've been in every state in the union except Hawaii. I've been through Europe. I've been on probably 40 different cruise ships. So I have traveled. So I know I'm feeling your show, your podcast.
I would love to
I would
have
love
you
to be
on my show.
I'd love to be on your show, and I
We'll
want to have you on mine.
connect. Yes. And also, I do stand-up comedy myself
Really?
and improv.
Did you sign up for the open mic we're doing on Saturday?
Oh, you
Do
should.
you want to?
I might.
Okay, I'll send you the link. I'll
All
send you
right,
the link.
send me the link.
With your travel, there's something I want to share with you super fast. It's like about 20 years ago on one of my trips to Indonesia. This was right after like the bombings and everything had taken place. I get a phone call from the State Department of the United States telling me not to go to Indonesia because it's the largest Muslim country. They were worried about U.S. citizens. I'm like, listen, if it makes you feel better, I'm going to go to the gift shop and buy a maple leaf and put it on my backpack, and I'll be a Canadian. And they're like, that's still not going to solve the problem. But I'm going to fast forward this. It's the whole point I want to get at is when I got to Indonesia, the people were lovely. I felt safer in Indonesia around the Indonesians than I do in parts of Miami. Okay.
Right.
And I live in South Florida. So here's the thing. One thing you learn from traveling the world is I don't care where you go, what country, what culture, people are the same. We all want love. We all want to be appreciated. We all, communicate the same way. It's just, I could go days for this. Governments build up division. Human beings, we're connected from the source. We're all connected, and it doesn't matter where you visit. So.
Well, that is a perfect dialogue for my Speaking of Travel show because every week people tell me these stories being in Iran, being in Iraq, being in Indonesia, where we have been given so much noise and people are going and saying, the people were so nice. They love us. And they want us to understand they are the people. They are not the government.
Right.
And at the same time, you have to respect the reality of what's going on with some of those people that are experiencing those unfortunate situations. Are you getting advice from the people that you talk to on how to navigate some, because they live there, they see it, they're also in fear of it, but they also want us to come to their country, but they want us to come safely. So they might have a blueprint for us. Have you gotten some tips?
Oh, absolutely. Every show, my intention is to be able to contribute solutions. What can we do? How can we make sure that we are mindful travelers, that when we go to another culture, that we are tuned in, and the people in these other cultures are feeding us information so we can recognize how we can be mindful, how we can support their local economy, how we can support areas that are affected by climate change without getting into any political discussion. We are able to create solutions one person at a time. We don't need everybody trying to create solution. One person at a time can make a difference.
Mhm.
And that's what my show is all about. And that's what people are giving to my listeners. Information and solutions.
You see, here's the thing. The world is in real trouble when people's eyes start opening up and realizing that there's more that connects us than divides us. And at the end of the day, I've always had a little simple ethos in life. either you're a jerk or you're not. That's it for people. That's it. It's either A or B. It doesn't matter where you come from, what your religion, none of that matters. None of it. We're people. People are people.
And these are the stories that people need to hear right now, because there is so much noise and there's so much propaganda. And the only way that we are going to move forward as a world, as a global community, is to be able to listen to the stories from the people who are there.
Right.
Yeah.
And there are a lot of the people right here at this conference today. I received a message from a woman from Ukraine. She'd heard about my show. She lost everything. She lost her family. She lost her home. She now lives in the United States. She has a podcast and she's a motivational speaker.
Wow.
She's telling her story of success.
Wow.
Those are the people that I have on my show. So that's what I'm here, is to bring people together so that we can all become one.
That's beautiful. Beautiful. Well, it's been an honor and a pleasure to have you stop by.
I'm going to give you my card right now.
Yes, and I'm going to send you that link.
To have both of you on Speaking of Travel.
I would love that.
That's beautiful. Are you on Instagram as well?
I am. Speaking of Travel. It's
Speaking of
at
Travel.
Speaking of Travel.
I'm Pod Brother on Instagram. P Brother, one word. Jeff, you on Instagram?
I'm on Instagram. Arrow Mindset, AYRO.
All right. Let me give you my card. It's over here. In fact, can you grab it for me? My bag right there? Well, I am
All right.
really loving chatting with you. Oh, great. Hold on. I'm going to leave in a second.
Kimbro, do you have a card on you too?
In my bag. I'll see you.
Don't forget, Kimbro.
Yes. I will send you the link.
And then I'll be on your show too. Okay, we'll get together. And you, so nice to meet you. And thank you.
Celsiuses are doing their job,
Yeah,
brother.
man. Yeah.
I'm out of Boca Raton.
Boca Raton. Okay. Cool. You ever get out to California for your surf? You ever get out to California for your surf?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So call me up.
Where in Cali are you?
I'm in Bel Air.
Bel Air. Oh, so you're just south of you're by LA. Yeah. I love it. Some of my favorite. Well, do you know La Jolla, Manhattan Beach, South? Yeah, those are some of my favorite spots. And then Malibu used to be a spot that I liked, but yeah, it got expensive.
Hi there. How you doing?
Good. How you doing?
I'm doing.
Welcome to the show.
Thank you. I got a double header here, huh?
Yeah.
Got us on each side here.
So tell us your name and what your podcast is.
Hi there. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you? I'm fantastic.
Great show.
This is a great show. That's because the three of us are on it now.
And this is a great thing that you've got going, because I've been a radio talk show host and TV at 40 years, something like that. And I've interviewed 4,000 people, maybe or more. And I had to get my own guests. So here you guys are. You got it all set up. I don't have to really work too hard.
No, you just sit in and be you.
Makes my life a lot easier.
Yeah. Well, we want to make it easy for you. You got like 4,000 interviews in. You know, you're like a legend. You're a legend.
You're gonna have to let us know how we do here.
Well, my problem is I started out 100 years ago as a rock and roll disc jockey, one of the first. So my hearing got blown out by concerts with James Brown and you name them. And I'm sitting on the stage next to speakers that are 20 feet tall. And they blew my hearing out pretty good. So I got hearing aids in. Hopefully that'll help. So there. What can I do for you?
So tell us about some of your experiences in being like an announcer and an interviewer for that long. Like,
Well,
what are like some key tips you can give the new jacks on the mic?
Yeah.
Well, interviewing people it can be very difficult. I've been on the air every shift, morning news, nights, midday, you name it. And my morning show, we had like probably 7 interviews every morning that you had to get ready for. And it could be former president of the United States. It could be a rock star. It could be anybody who's well known, obviously. So that's a challenge. And thank God for the internet because, and I've done radio shows, fill-in shows all over the world. So all of a sudden you got to do an interview here in Dubai. Oh, okay, that's fun. What do I know about Dubai? Not a whole lot, but give me 5 minutes and that computer is going to tell me all I need.
Yeah, you got to do that quick homework.
So when you're doing a podcast, that would help too. And not everybody does guests. A lot of folks just talk. I love to interview. I love to meet different people, and to me, that's the fun of what I do.
Right.
And I have focused mostly on politics because I love beating the crap out of the government. That's so goddamn incompetent and stupid now. It's painful. I mean, you got a bunch of morons running this country. Well, I shouldn't say morons. They're after money.
Right.
Everything about money.
They have agenda.
And the people, they don't matter. I mean, you are just a vehicle to make more money for somebody. And everybody who is, running for office, I mean, they're bought and paid for because they need a lot of money to do it.
Right.
I mean, it's big money, $1 billion maybe. That's crazy.
How do we change the system where money is no issue in candidates running for politics?
If I had the answer to that question, I mean, if you manufacture something and you lie about it on TV or radio, you go to jail. If I'm running for office and I tell you I'm going to do this, that, and the other thing, one person can't do that anyway. There's a thing called Congress. Yeah. And if Congress doesn't want to do it, you're screwed.
Right.
They make all these statements. They're going to answer your question. Oh, we'll solve everything. Really? You can't, Trump said we're going to get rid of, all the problems. He's going to solve everything. And he didn't solve a damn thing. And yet people love him and he's convicted of 80 or 90 crimes. And he could very well be the next president again. And what's that message that we send as a country to the world?
Right.
That we're nuts. He's a nice guy. I've met him. He's charming.
Well, we are kind of nuts.
But it's a cult. We got somebody else over here too. It's tough doing this one. I like it right there. My wife and co-host.
She's supporting you all the way. She's
she's a star in her own right. She's on TV. She's advertising executive. She's everything.
Now, are you local to Florida?
No, I have a house in Sebastian.
Oh, all right. I know Sebastian. I know Sebastian Inlet. I used to surf there.
I have a house there. We come down every now and then, but I wish I could live down here, but she hates old people. So there's just too many of them down here.
Hanging out with the young crowd.
Well,
keep up with her.
She's not that young, actually. She looks 40, and she's looking at Social Security, so you would never know it.
Shit, yeah. Don't out your eye candy. I mean, it's like she's the reason why you're cool. Without her, you would just be another dude on the microphone talking politics. But
I'm in the radio.
Makes you cool.
I'm in the Radio Hall of Fame. How could I do it before I ever knew her?
Yeah, and that still doesn't make you cool. She
but you
what
just
makes you cool.
You just made me cool.
Now that you're in the Hall of Fame and you have her, now it's cool that you're in the Hall of Fame because she made you cool.
Okay, I'll buy that.
Does she ride on the back of your Harley?
She's no, I have Yamaha. The Harley wouldn't stop very often.
That is awesome.
She's been a wonderful wife, really. 30 years of her.
How long? 30 years?
Almost 30 years.
What do you contribute to success of that 30 years?
Every man needs a woman like her.
Really? Like her?
I had a couple before that were not so much fun.
Nice.
By the time I finally got to this lovely woman, my life is heaven.
Birds of a feather flock together. Maybe she's got some friends exactly like her that I could hook up with and have a nice 30 years.
Don't leave me hanging,
me and Jeff, yeah. Maybe your wife has two friends.
Maybe.
6 years of happiness we could get right here at this table.
60 years
Well,
of happiness.
90,
30.
30, 60, 90. That's, I mean, I went
Almost.
to a public school, but I still
Almost
can
30.
count.
You went to a public school. That's a problem today, too, that I'm upset about.
That is a problem.
Yeah, it's a big
That's a
problem,
problem.
especially with the minority community. It's
Yeah.
a terrible problem.
Yeah, it's a big problem.
You had to say plumbing school. Now my joke started.
We live in Rhode Island where we have a union that runs the state, teachers union. And they run the state, and nobody does anything that challenges the union.
Yeah, well, you know, I mean,
I'm loving this.
everybody wants to dumb it down so that we can all be in the dark, so that everybody can just run amok and we not know anything about it. That's the whole game.
Crazy. I really am getting very upset with my government to the point where I'm just so negative. I feel like a garbage collector, you know. Every day you do a show and all you do is hear people call and complain and need help to deal with this monster that doesn't give a damn about you anyway. So how do you...
Let's start a podcast protest. It could be Crockett and Tubbs and the Sesame Street.
That's that, man. We got it.
All right. So
He's
what?
saying-
Give us a
he's
closing
saying get rid of
statement.
me.
We got
final
30
thoughts.
seconds. What's the closing
Final
statement?
thoughts. I love you guys, and I'm going to use your service. And $10 a month, that's a steal. That's a steal.
That's awesome. Well, I'm an ambassador. I'm going to call you.
You got to raise your price. Tell him to raise the price. Make more money. He's got a
Take
great.
cash. Pull out your wallet. Don't worry, I'll make sure that's to the right place.
Thank you, brother.
Steve, thank you.
Man, behave.
Thank you.
Did you ever listen to Jackie Wilson?
Yes.
He was my best friend.
That's awesome.
I miss him.
That's awesome.
I got to know about people who are darker skinned than me. It was amazing.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
Hello, Sandra. Nice to meet you.
Anatoly, nice to meet you.
Okay. So, how are you? Step into the mic and give us your name and tell us what your podcast is.
Hi, thank you for having me. My name is Sandra Barker McIntosh, and my show is 90 Day Wins.
90 Day Wins. I like that.
Yes.
And your name and show.
Yeah, my name is Anatoly Labinsky, and I'm owner and CEO of the GSM Growth Agency. It's e-commerce industry where we scale in Shopify stores to the 7-figure marks.
That's cool. And you both have podcasts, I take it, or?
Yeah, I have e-com business stream podcast where we record over 35 episodes where we interviewing the guys who achieve 7, 8, and even 9 figures their businesses, how they make an exit, how they scale in their businesses, and how they operate a team of 30, 50, 100 people plus.
That is awesome. And the 90-day challenge. So what was it? The 90-day?
90 Day Wins.
90-day wins.
Wins. Yes. Yes.
That's so cool. So tell me a little bit about how that works.
So essentially, you have 90 days to achieve your goals. It's not about just achieving the goal, it's starting, right? So many people talk about what they want to do, but this is allowing you to set that time and be intentional about it. And what happens is if you don't achieve that goal in 90 days, you have the momentum to actually achieve it. So it may take a little longer, but you're committed to achieving it. No more of these excuses, no more saying, I'll get to it. It's being intentional about what you desire and then going after it.
Now, I'm in a 49-day fitness challenge.
Nice.
And in that challenge, you have to do something every day towards your fitness. If you miss a day, you got to start back at 49.
Oh.
Is your challenge anything like that, where in those 90 days, every day, you have to do something toward that goal? And if you miss a day, you got to start the 90 all over again?
No, not at all. So you do have to take action daily, but you're not going to start over again, right? You're going to keep moving. You have to pivot, and 90 days is a perfect time frame to make changes along the way, right? And so it doesn't have to be perfect. Chris Kimonis has this book that says start ugly. And so it's important that we realize we have to start. We just keep talking about things, but the goal is to each day get one step closer to your goal. So you may miss a day. Let's say you are trying to lose weight and for whatever reason you go hard for like 10 days and then you have a hard time getting up, you're not seeing any results. You still allow yourself to think about what that goal is, and then you move forward. You take a step, but you keep moving. So you don't have to start again. It's just making sure you continue to move forward. As you experience those challenges, maybe you need to change it up, maybe to walk and run, but you're committed to moving forward.
Nice. And what have been some of your challenges with working with your businesses?
There are a lot. I mean, e-commerce, like any kind of business, it's like a business which needs to be managed. And people thinking that it's just money button machine, which is like you just invest and making 3x back, which is actually in e-commerce is happening. But it's not that way that you just invest and nothing doing. It's a full business where you need to control the fulfillment, customer service, ad account, cash flow, everything, all the one of the biggest things which I would say, especially at the beginning of the journey for the e-commerce brands, is the holds. How to control their cash flow, how to control their payment providers to make sure that their business actually operated in the right way. Because getting sales, it's quite easy. But the controlling sales coming in and avoiding refunds and chargebacks, this is the challenge which is most of the business owners doesn't know how to proceed. And this is exactly what we are doing. We are like managing and guiding them how to deal with the customer service in the right way, that they will be avoiding the chargebacks, how to control the chargebacks rate so the holds won't be happening on their accounts. And after that, like just expanding the sales from 5 figures to 6 figures and from that to 7 figures a year. So it's like a step-by-step process.
Do you have any milestones in step for them to achieve so that they can measure a level of progress? And if you do, what are some of those?
Can you repeat? I just didn't hear you.
Do you have milestones for your clients to achieve so that you can measure the success of your program?
Yeah, sure. Well, we have awards, which is we are delivering to our clients who made with us more than 100,000, more than 500,000, and another award which is more than 1 million with us. So basically, when we're achieving the level of the 6 figures marks, we're sending the awards, which is showing them that you achieve your first milestone by working with us. Plus, in the same time, like we just tracking all the records, making the case studies on YouTube, like sharing all the strategies which is allow people to implement by themselves everything what we are doing for our clients in the agency. So it's basically educational, exactly like completely free, which is showing people that they can. And the second thing that we are managing the accounts by ourselves for the brands, which is making at least 20,000 a month in revenue. So we start step by step implementing the systems and scaling that.
So some hard numbers that they can see right up front. That's cool.
Exactly.
Sandra, question to you. Do you have an insertion of milestones that they can actually go, oh, toward this 90-day challenge in reaching my goal, I hit this first milestone and a second milestone. Do you have a program where you can insert some milestones for your 90-day challengers?
Yes. So what happens is, depending on what goal you are looking to achieve, we tailor a tracking system specifically for you. So for the example I gave you with the person that's looking to lose maybe like 30 pounds in 3 months, we have weekly check-ins. And based on that, we celebrate the wins. That's very important because sometimes we go through achieving things and we don't take the time to celebrate. So that could look like—
You celebrate those wins with a big slice of chocolate cake?
No, sir. No, sir. We celebrate the wins by maybe, you buy yourself something that you've been waiting to buy, especially with women, getting that cute outfit, doing something for yourself specifically. The people that I deal with, they are high achievers, right? So they are used to achieving things, but it's taking that time to say, how am I doing now? What have I learned? And then celebrating. So it's something maybe you buy, something you put up to show that I've reached this milestone. Anything that you can see and remember that, okay, I've made this part of my journey, and I'm looking to move forward. So tracking where you are, looking at how far you've come, and it's so awesome to see someone realize that, wow, I lost 10 pounds, and it motivates them to do more. So little things, little rewards that we talk about so they can celebrate. So it's like, okay, this first month I lost 10 pounds. Okay, so what would you like to have or do to celebrate that? Well, I'm going to go on a hike. I'm going to do a 5K. I completed that. Those rewards really add for you, and it keeps you motivated to move it forward.
So I teach a stand-up comedy workshop, and it's 3 sessions, 30 workshops. In each session, it's 90 sessions.
Wow.
I put myself through each one of those sessions just to test it.
Yeah.
Did you do something similar for your program? Have you put yourself through your own 90-day challenge?
Totally.
And what was that?
Well, 90-Day Wins actually was birthed from me being in corporate. So I have over 25 years in corporate accounting, and my team was hitting all the goals every quarter. And I thought, well, if we're able to do this at work, what if we took this home? And so 90-Day Wins is a lifestyle for me. I make sure each quarter I'm accountable for the things I want to achieve. So I very much so make sure I am talking and walking the walk, and everyone around me is a part of it, whether it's my husband, my daughter. I talk about it in my book. I created Ignite the Goal Getter Within because I wanted to show people you can achieve that thing. So many of us have these burning desires of things we want to accomplish, but we listen to those negative thoughts in our head. We listen to the people around us to say, well, how could you do that? How could you? Why do you think you should want to do that? And it's like, you just have to get with the people that are going to encourage you and inspire you to keep you moving forward.
Nice. Can you give us a closing statement on you and your business? A closing statement.
Right now, I mean,
yes.
Yes. So I just didn't really understand.
How can we find you on the internet?
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. So you can find it easily on Instagram. This where I'm usually replying by myself, Anatoly Labinsky, Ecom by Anatoly nickname. But in the same time, Ecom by Anatoly YouTube channel, where you can find out a lot of case studies from our side, what exactly we were doing to achieve 6-7 figures marks. And as well, you can check our website, gsmgrowthagency.com, where easily a person who is having Shopify store can go to and find out what we are doing and how he can implement things from himself and in our just blogs and educate himself.
That's awesome. Sandra, how can we find you?
You can find me everywhere from Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and our website, 90daywins.com. And
awesome.
Remember, you can achieve a goal every 90 days.
That's beautiful. You can find me, Pod Brother, on Instagram, and you can also find me on the Owwll app. I'm an ambassador. If you want to download the app, put in promo code comedy, and that'll give me $10. That'll get you $10. Give me $10.
Yeah.
Right on. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you. All right. So we're going to keep it going here at the Podfest, and we are in the exhibit hall. We got the red carpet set up. We're in front of our step and repeat. We got Ellie and we got Rebecca over here who are signing people up and getting everybody qualified, passing out T-shirts and the black beach balls. And we've got our next guests that are coming in. How are you?
Hello, I'm doing great. How are you?
What's your name? And
Victoria.
Victoria. And
Todd, you're
Todd. Victoria and Todd. Yep. How are you?
Hey, doing great.
Thank you for stopping by the Owwll booth
Very
and
welcome.
checking out what we are. And so Todd and Victoria, tell me about what your podcast is and what it is that you do.
Victoria, no, you go first. I actually don't have a podcast. I'm here because I work on the advertising side of things. So the company that I work for,
Go ahead, speak into that mic.
The company that I work for helps connect different podcasters, all sizes and niches, with different advertisers and help them monetize their show.
That's cool. So actually the marketing side of things can be pretty fun because
It's
you
so
have
fun.
to tap into so much creative and you have to tap into a lot of talent that you can collaborate with. So you can have a lot of fun with that.
Absolutely. Working with creators is very exciting. Every day is different. And being able to, be a part of these campaign opportunities and partnerships is really fun.
That is cool. So Todd, what's your contribution to humanity?
It's exciting to be here. This is my very first conference outside of the medical profession. I launched the very first podcast dedicated to the pharmacy profession in 2009. So we're celebrating our 15th year anniversary this year. And we now are a global leader in podcasting for the pharmacy profession. So we have 42 shows and over 100 hosts that contribute to so many different topics that are impacting healthcare and pharmacy care.
What has been some of the challenges doing podcasts around the pharmaceutical industry? Because it's kind of a double-edged sword. You're saving lives, but also there's the whole
balance.
The balance of
There
kind
is
of
a
the
balance.
negative drug
It's a
thing.
really
How
good
do you
question. So the
find
balance
how do you find
resides with the pharmacists themselves, because it's the pharmacists that protecting the consumer. So they don't want to over medicate. Pharmacists are not into, if you're on 18 medications, they're going to get you down to 6. They want to get you down to 6. So a pharmacist most of the time will surprise you, where even though we work in the pharmaceutical industry, pharmaceuticals are tools that you shouldn't necessarily be on forever. There's very few medications that you have to be on forever, like an insulin or something. But there's always a naturalistic path that if you go out there and find functional pharmacists who are in just passionate and they nerd out on it, they'll help you live a much more naturalistic and holistic life than just being in pharma. And it's a balance. There's a place for pharmaceuticals. They're scientifically backed, they work. But there's another side of it that, hey, why are you on 18 meds when you should only be maybe on 8 or 6 or something?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, good question.
How do you feel about non-Western practices?
So functional medicine is coming in big. So finally, the United States is starting to catch up to the rest of the world. We have the godfather of functional medicine is Dr. Robert Kress. He is on our network. He does something called the Functional Pharmacy Podcast. He's been doing it for 25 years. He was made fun of back in the day. People thought he was a quackerjack, but now people are rushing to him because they're like, what this guy has been saying, what this doctor's been saying has been correct all along in order to balance what nature brings us versus what the pharmaceutical industry brings. And the blend, by the way, it's different for every single person. Like you and I are going to metabolize something differently. And you can get pharmacists to help you dial that in. It's going to change your life.
What's your take on Eastern medicine as an alternative or a supplement to pharmaceuticals? Because I've had some doctors on that, though, the acupuncture, and there's like some Eastern style medicines that they subscribe to. What's your take on that?
So the human mind is like the most powerful thing in existence. Your brain and your consciousness, right? You and I could sit here and drink this Celsius, is that what it is?
Yeah.
And you could have told me and convinced me.
This podcast is brought to you by Celsius.
Is brought to you by Celsius. So if I drank this and you drank this, but you convinced me and you guys are on the side saying that this is going to get you completely trashed. One can, right? One can's going to just get you complete. And you guys are like getting into it. The power of my mind, or what's known as the placebo effect, has a huge impact on how I perceive things, not just medicines, but also right? So your mind plays a really big, including like people that have cancer that are on medication. There are people that decide when they become cancer that they're going to die, and they die. And there's other people that get cancer that are like, I'm going to fight this till the end. And guess what? They get over it, right? Now, that's a combination of medication, and that's a combination of attitude. And when I think of Eastern medicine, there's a lot of placebo in Eastern medicine that has no scientific authority or background, but it still works, right? Well, that's an element of medicine that we really haven't demystified yet. The brain, the power of the brain, and that sixth sense and that whole thing. But we need balance. You cannot be 100% crystals on your head and putting needles in your, like, you can't be all that, and you can't be all, let's just get a hype on a bunch of man-made medications that don't have any natural background. And I think that there's that. I think that's where passionate
Like a
pharmacists
balance.
are coming in. But we have to have a combination. We have to keep pulling that Eastern medicine into it to discover where's the balance.
I have a client. His name is Dr. Steven Rosenblatt. He brought acupuncture to America back in the 70s, but he's also a PhD, and he has his own practice in Los Angeles and Hawaii. So he is an expert in blending Eastern and Western medicines together. He uses the Eastern medicine to prevent, and he uses Western medicine to cure once an illness or an injury has set into the body, and you're past prevention, and now you have to get into a cure.
Yes.
So he blends both of those Eastern medicine disciplines in his practice, and it's pretty interesting to see how he works and to hear what he says.
And I think there's so much to tap into it. There's something good and bad about human beings. We have podcasters here, right? This is Podfest 2024. There are people here that might not be doing things on the up and up, right? They might not be doing things from an honest perspective or something, right? But that's your being, different human beings. Then there's other people that are like, I want to try to help save the world and blah, blah. So in every aspect of life, in our physicians and our pharmacists and drug manufacturers and nurses and anybody, there's always that balance between what's the end game for the provider? Is it to really help you live a better life, or is it to make a bunch of money? Now, there are pharma companies out there, you and I both know, that just want to make a big bunch of money, right? And there needs to be a balance between, and that's, I think, where the pharmacist starts to protect the public, is you dial in and find those pharmacists that are passionate.
So, Victoria, what are some of your experiences in marketing?
I want to hear some secrets.
I wouldn't say it's so much a secret. I think everyone in this digital world needs to stop living digitally and show up honestly to society, right? Like this whole picture perfect image idea is so false. And at the end of the day, whether it's, on social media or on your podcast, like, yes, sound is important, edit what you need to for a nice sound, whatever, but it's okay to make mistakes. It's okay to laugh a little bit, and
Sincerity.
It's a two-way conversation, even if it's just you on the mic or your guest, or host or a co-host. At the end of the day, like, be real, be relatable.
Awesome.
And in your marketing ventures, with your brand partnerships, be real.
That's cool. Where can we find you both on Instagram?
Pharmacy Podcast. Just go to Pharmacy Podcast.
Pharmacy Podcast on Instagram. Both.
And OSSA Collective, OSSA Collective.
Victoria, thanks for stopping by. It was a pleasure. Todd, awesome stuff. I want to hook you up with some podcast guests.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So we are here at the Podfest Expo Owwll booth. We are signing people up, and we're interviewing some of the new trial ambassadors. How are you?
How are you?
Good. What's your name?
Let me dap you. We shake a lot of hands, so
Yes.
I'm gonna keep the inside to myself.
I have my
I need
sanitizer
some
in my bag. I should have it
I
out
keep
here.
it in my bag too.
Yeah.
Even with that, I'm like, I'll dap you.
And what's your name, sir?
How you doing? I'm George the Tech.
George the Tech.
That's right.
Well, welcome to the Owwll Podcast booth. I really appreciate you guys
It's
stopping
fun to
by.
find out about something and then immediately be a guest on the show.
Oh my gosh,
cool, isn't it?
right?
How does that?
I just learned 5 minutes ago about this platform. Now I'm on it.
Yeah,
That's
now
a big
you know.
come up.
That's a big deal. Jason, who is the mastermind of this, he's always creatively coming up with some cool ways that we can just interface and interact and bring value to what it is that the platform does, and each
Lovely.
ambassador. And
I just
people
got
who-
the pitch from one of your ambassadors, and I was like, this is a really brilliant business model.
Yes.
And it's a great way to be. I'm outside of I'm getting into the podcast community. I've been a podcaster for years.
Yeah. Right.
But now I'm getting into it as a service provider.
Right.
To be able to establish brand and to help people. It's all about solving people's problems.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
That's why I'm here. Yeah.
Market the problem, not the solution. It's what I've been told.
Yeah.
I gotcha.
Yeah. People want to use you as the solution
For
because
sure.
now you expose the problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
So how are you enjoying the expo so far?
It's been very invigorating
Mm,
and it's intense because obviously people are here because they have something to say.
yeah.
So everybody has something to talk about.
Right.
It's not like people are. You're not for a loss for conversation.
Yeah.
So it's about pacing yourself.
Yeah.
Get to the end and not lose your voice. But it's been great. We've met a lot of great people like Sequoia. I met Sequoia yesterday.
We do.
It's been a great experience so far. And my first one. So now I'm finding all about how, and I'm here because of Jody Krangle.
That's cool.
Because she invited me.
That is cool.
Yeah.
Sequoia, what have you got out of this expo experience?
This is also my first Podfest. I'm here because of Buzzsprout. Buzzsprout sponsored my ticket, so I'm grateful to them for that. It has been a lot of information. I'm also a new podcaster, but I'm one who I just kind of sat on my work for a while, and 2023 was the year that we launched in June. So I've been trying to connect with people for accountability purposes so that I could be consistent. And I've met a lot of great people with a lot of great ideas. And I think if you are a podcaster, there's nothing you can't find here, which is wonderful. So it's been
So with your podcast, what is your takeaway? What do you want people to walk away with when they listen to your podcast?
Sure. So my husband and I, we run the 7th of June podcast, available on all platforms. So this is a podcast about family, faith, fostering, and marriage. And so we basically are talking about our lives as foster parents. We live in Chicago, and in Illinois, there's a great deal of children who need homes. And so I think the greatest goal is to get more people interested in fostering. Worldwide, it doesn't have to be just in Illinois. So hopefully our takeaway is that yes, fostering is hard, but it's definitely doable. And the lives of the children are much harder when they are in foster care versus being in your home. So
Right.
yeah.
And what are some of your takeaways? What do you want people to take away from your services?
Yeah, well, I my thing is about great quality, not letting the gear get in the way of your being a creator. I've been supporting voiceover actors for over 15 years with this stuff, and the thing I've learned about it is, you know, if all this tech is to you for your performance, it's not the right tech. You've overcomplicated it, or you've just chosen the wrong gear, or whatever it is. I just want to make sure that this stuff doesn't get in the way, because if it's constantly, if you're stumbling on it all the time, you're not going to get into a flow.
Right.
You're not going to keep your show going. And I did a live video stream podcast that we just retired 13 years in, believe it or not. And constant struggle of keeping that show on the air year after year, adapting, changing technology. It was hard.
Yeah.
It was really hard.
Yeah, I'm in that vortex right now, and I can relate to your pain because I'm in that exact pain. It's tough.
And there's so much competing technology, software, and you're trying to figure out what's the right direction to go. So I try as many things as I can. And so if I give advice, hopefully it's something I've tried myself and I've used, even maybe used for my own show.
Yeah.
And it's not how much you spend, it's how you use it.
For sure.
You can have a basic mic like this and get an incredibly good sound.
Sure.
If you have good mic technique.
Right.
If you got a good space to record in,
Yep.
you don't need to overspend and get lost in tech.
Yeah.
That is so easy to do.
Yeah.
I mean, living in Los Angeles and working with like hundreds of sound.
I'm in LA as
people,
well. Yeah.
You can get caught up in the culture of technology bourgeois.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
The latest
Bougie
Yeah,
tech.
this is the
Bougie
new
tech.
thing.
Bougie tech.
You get stuck in bougie tech. You
Right.
can spend all kind of money and be like,
Yeah.
"What did I do that for?"
You're
oh
still
yeah,
on
right.
4K. I'm at 6K now. What's happening?
I know.
Get
Oh, you
with
only
it.
shoot 6K? I shoot on 8K red.
Right. Yes.
Come on.
Yeah.
I watch MKBHD. I know the deal with it.
Well, we'll have to connect when we get back to the West Coast for sure.
Yeah.
I want to have you on my podcast.
That sounds good.
Cool, man. So, what are some exiting advice you would give people that want to get into what it is that you do?
On the podcasting side, just go for it. I feel like that's been the baseline message of a lot of the speakers here is don't delay. I love, I know um, Chris's book has been referenced a lot, The Star Ugly book, which I just heard about having been here. And I think that's what delayed me for a lot of years is like that I want to be perfect. I don't want to just put out anything. I don't want to start ugly. I want to start beautiful. So I think because I still struggle with perfection, even though I waited all this time. So I think on the podcasting side, my advice would be to push through the fear, push past the fear, and do it and just kind of see what happens. I was kind of nervous about coming here, especially by myself, like traveling on my own, but it's been a great experience. On the parenting and foster side, I would just say look into it. I know fostering is not for everyone, but I think there are a lot more people who are willing to foster animals than children, and there's an issue with that.
Right.
So I
Those are
just
good tips.
exactly.
Very good tips.
So I would hope that you would look into it.
What tips do you have for us in closing?
I'll just keep the same theme going, which is don't get over invested in the technology. Talk to a trusted person, and that's what this Owwll thing I'm finding out is all about. Find out who the people that you can trust are. There's tremendous amount of what do they call it? Influenza? No, that's not the word.
No,
There's
that's
just
a
too much
different one.
There's too much information.
Yeah.
And it's too accessible.
Yeah.
So, and unfortunately, a lot of the information is clouded by ad-sponsored content.
For
Let's just
sure.
put it that way.
Yeah,
Whoever
So
has the
get into a
most
community
money.
of people you trust. Talk to people that are vetted and have a good reputation. Don't get too enamored by someone's got great branding and great
Right.
and
Yeah.
is a great show person, because that they're going to be wrong necessarily, but just make sure your information's coming from trusted sources and then just go for it.
Right
Yeah.
on.
Just
And you
do
can
it.
find that here. There's lots of trusted sources at Podfest.
Where can we find you on Instagram?
So 7th of June podcast does not have an Instagram right now, but it's coming. I'll have that up by February 1st.
Are you on the web anywhere? How can we find
Yes, so you can find us on our podcast on Spotify, iHeart, Google Podcasts, all the bigger ones. Now you can find us on Owwll.
What's the name of it?
7th of June podcast.
Awesome. And how can we find you, my man, on Instagram?
Well, my branding for my company and everywhere is George the Tech, THE. If I say it's wrong down the South, they go, Georgia Tech?
Right, yeah.
I went to
what I
Virginia
thought.
Tech.
That's what I
Let's get
heard.
that straight.
Yeah.
And then I have a podcast called the Pro Audio Suite, and that's definitely more technical focused, and yeah, that's where you can find me. George the Tech everywhere.
That is awesome.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for stopping by.
Thank
Welcome
you.
to the ambassadorship on Owwll.
Yeah.
I will be calling you and tapping your brain. Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
So, okay, that's the
How did you end up in this role? What you're doing right now? Because you volunteered.
Your podcast.
You're a stand comedian.
Oh, you are.
So anytime there's a mic I can get on, open the
You're all about it.
refrigerator door, the light comes on, it's showtime.
No.
Are you a career stand-up
I
comedian?
am a career professional stand-up comedian. As a matter of fact, I am hosting closing
Oh
night
yeah, I
open
heard about that.
mic with a couple other professional comedians that are here as well.
Is that happening?
That's happening
Saturday
Saturday, 5:30.
Yeah.
And we also
Where is it? Where is it happening?
It's going to be in the main room on the main stage.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
That
And
sounds
we've
great.
signed up several people to be in the open mic.
First timers.
Some of them are first timers.
Yeah.
Some of them we have a professional headliner
Oh,
that's
love
also
it.
going
Cool.
to be on that lineup. So we'll probably give him a little more time than open
Right.
micers because he's a pro. So I'm super excited about that. But I work cruise ships. I work comedy clubs. My expertise on the app is anything comedy. If you want to learn how to write, perform.
I saw a lot of comedy stuff on the Hoover, so I'm assuming you might have had something to do with that.
I'm all that. I'm on the comedy panel. I did the comedy talk. I'm hosting the open mic.
That's great.
I'm like the Hoover comedy dude now.
Yeah.
You got to have that one thing that stands out.
For
you know?
sure. For
I
sure.
love it. I can't wait to
So
see it.
That looks like we're good. Thanks for stopping by.
No
Welcome to the
problem.
Owwll app.
Dabbing
Oh,
it.
did it do the
Yeah,
dab
bro.
thing? Yes.
Thank you.
Thank
It's nice
you.
to meet you. Thank you
Yeah.
for your time.
Yep. I'll find you. We'll hook up.
We'll hook up. We'll hook up.
That timing is perfect.
Do you care what side you're on?
I'd like to be on the end. Ideally, yeah.
I mean, over here. You wouldn't mind it being here.
No, go ahead. I don't. No problem.
Jason, can we switch sides? Do you have us on this side for a reason? Okay, yeah. I prefer to turn my hand to the right.
Well, you can do whatever you want.
Okay.
That guy was licking the mic. I wasn't too excited about that microphone anyway. Don't get too close.
Okay, yeah. Ooh.
You're a little
Going live, going live.
You're a little bossy. Little bossy for a
Good
podcast.
morning. Good morning. Okay, we are here at Podfest.
We're at a podcast.
Be right in front of the window.
But yeah,
Thanks.
full service soup to nuts.
Good. Check out Cami C. Baker. Real estate is hot, fundraising is not. Thank you guys so much for interviewing today.
Well, thank you. Thanks for having us.
Yeah.
It's fun.
Thank you.
Great to meet you guys.
Oh.
We're not done yet. I know she was stopping. I'm like, what are you doing, lady?
I don't know.
We're not done yet.
You know, he gives me this time limit that he tells me to cut off, and then
It's very behind the scenes, very bossy behind the scenes.
he is bossy. That
I was
Jason.
reprimanding water a few minutes ago.
My goodness.
Welcome to
Okay.
a podcast conference, ladies
So
and
what,
gentlemen.
what else can you tell us about you, Cami? Is there anything else really neat and fun that we need to know?
Well, I travel the country in my RV full time. I just hit 3 years full time solo.
Fun.
Solo female. You can find me hula hooping on top of my RV.
Does your hula hoop glow?
It does. I have a glowing hula hoop. I have a hula hoop in my bag that I brought with me because I never leave home without it.
You're ready.
Very
Committed.
cool.
Yeah, and actually-
Is that why you're so skinny? Because you hula hoop all the time? Are you like up on top of your RV hula hooping and stuff?
I am, and when I walk the dog, I'm also hula hooping the whole time I'm walking the
Is your
dog.
dog hula hoop?
No, but
That'd be cool.
I have a video of a dog that's actually hula hooping, and it's so bizarre. It looks like it's just humping in the air.
Oh my goodness.
It's
And that's exactly why I don't hula hoop. But I also end up at the chiropractor every time I try to hula hoop. It doesn't work out too well.
I'm sure you could do it, you know.
I do. I get like 2 hula hoops, and then after like the second hoop, I look like the Hunchback of Notre Dame. Yeah, it's bad.
I really can't. It has to be a certain size hula hoop. We were in Aspen this year, and they were having like hula hoops in the square, and I'm like, I can do that. And I go up and I show my friends, and I keep trying it falls down. Keep trying it falls down. I'm like, oh, something's wrong. So I think I just had to get. I can't remember if I had to get a bigger hula hoop or a
Well,
smaller hula hoop.
hula hoops are like men. The bigger and the thick, heavy they are, the better they are. The easier they are to
Easier
keep up.
hooping
PG audience, ma'am.
Yeah.
PG audience.
Yeah, I chose those words carefully.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that.
So I am thinking about starting. I just got inspired 30 minutes ago to start a new podcast about RVers with rescue animals.
Rescue animals?
Yes, and why?
I
Sounds
know
crowded.
somebody who would sign up right now.
And why
You
they
like open the door, 100 bugs come out of the RV. It's like a clown car in the circus. Yeah.
and why they rescued them and who they like to work with as far as
That's
rescue.
a great idea. I think it's a great idea. See, now I know who to start with.
I think podcasting in an RV in general,
I do
jokes
too.
aside, is always a great idea.
Right.
I've done a couple interviews in an RV. It was with a bunch of guys who were on a road trip for 5 days.
Mhm.
So it
Was it
smelled like a lock.
hangover?
Yeah, right.
Well, about 30 days ago, I did a 1-minute video about how I travel for $600 a month. And that video went viral. It's had 820,000 views.
Let's go.
Oh, and you
So-
show them how to travel on a budget like that. That's
Yep,
amazing.
yep,
Okay, well,
that's part
thank
of
you
it.
so much. Now we got the countdown going. But
There you go.
That was great.
It was really
Fantastic.
fun,
I love it.
guys.
Let's exchange Owwll.
Yeah, let's 100% do that.
Thank you.
Thanks, Miss Baker. Miss Hula Hoop. Miss Hula Hoop Baker, gentlemen.
Good morning, John. Come on over.
Come on, John. Pull up a
Come on
chair.
down. Hello. Hi, good morning.
Good morning. How are you doing?
Good, good. Doing great. So are you excited to be at Podfest?
John, have you ever been to prison?
I have not as an inmate, but I've been there as a minister guy.
Yeah. Oh, spreading the word of the Lord. Okay.
Absolutely.
All right. Good.
Yeah.
Good. Good.
Yeah,
Yeah,
as a
too.
minister?
Yeah, I was a missionary for 8 years, and
Uh-huh.
Did you ever cuss at any of the prisoners?
Didn't
the
cuss at
minister?
them, but I did say some other things. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
well.
I'm a recovered Baptist, so I'm just curious.
My
We weren't
grandfather
allowed to
was
say
a
cuss
Southern
words back
Baptist
then.
preacher.
Um,
My father was a Southern Baptist preacher.
Okay.
So I'm familiar.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay. So
Very
what are we doing here today? What do you do, John?
So
Tell
I
us.
have a podcast called Along the Way, and it's gathering stories from people's lives where they've had encounters with God,
Uh-huh.
and they're like you realize later that was actually God walking with you, that Jesus
Right.
was walking.
Is it
with
like
you.
those shows about people who got on the went almost deaf?
I have
Beyond and
I
Back,
have
I
interviewed
think the
people
show's
like that,
called.
but it
Yeah.
hasn't. That's not like the main theme.
Uh-huh.
I'm looking for really everyday stories
Uh-huh.
where because God interacts with us every day.
I love that. That's the kind of show that I would listen to.
Oh, good.
Like,
It's called Along
I mean,
the Way.
I'm,
You
I'm
can
really
check it out.
into
Yeah.
spirituality anyway. I mean, I go really deep.
Sure.
I mean,
She's
way.
a
way
witch. Can
deep.
you believe it? She doesn't even look like a witch.
I might be a witch, but I'm a good witch if I am. So I've been called a witch before. And
I've never met a witch that's like, I'm a bad witch.
That is true.
That's never happened.
Oh,
Good one.
no.
I was like, I didn't even know that was possible.
Okay, so tell us how this works. So they call in and they share their stories with you.
Yeah. So a lot of the people.
What's the channel called, first of all?
It's called Along the Way.
Along.
He said
the
that 3
Way.
times.
Yes.
I'm
I
sorry,
try to
you know
work
what?
that
I'm
in there.
blind. What are you gonna do?
And so it's I've got 130 some full episodes.
Yeah.
I've been doing this since 2019. I
Uh-huh.
started off as a TV producer,
Uh-huh.
and the conversations that I was having with guests outside of the or actually in the green room or after,
Uh-huh.
those to me were more interesting and more life-changing for me. And so I just started working that out and recording those. And
Great.
actually, because of my podcasting experience, that opened up the doors for me to move from Pittsburgh to Orlando
Uh-huh.
to work with a company that has a podcasting network. And so now I actually help podcasters.
Great. So
develop
he helps.
podcasts.
That's what he does.
Yeah,
He's start to finish podcast guy.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah. That's
Yeah.
really cool.
What's the name of the podcast network?
The podcast network is the Charisma Podcast Network. Right now, we've got about 100 podcasters or so on the network, and so we do things. So I do a monthly webinar with them to help them, learn about new aspects of podcasting.
Is it a faith-based?
It is faith-based, yeah. And so
if a heathen or an atheist wants to join the network, they're not allowed.
it's probably not at the best fit.
What if they were willing to say the sinner's prayer? Can they get in then?
Well, it
repent and you're in. Otherwise, go. I mean, what would Jesus do, right?
Let's just say if you pay, you might be able to play. But
yeah, hey, if you pray, you can play. I like that. I like.
But it's been a great experience for me, and I love helping people with their podcast.
Yeah.
How long has your podcast been running?
I started my own podcast in 2019.
He just told us that too.
And I guess I'm not speaking loud enough here.
She's blonde. She said it. It was her words. Her words.
Yeah.
It's real too.
Yeah.
I'm blonde too. I
Don't
swear.
make me prove it.
Yeah. So it's been great being able to do that. I've had a lot of life-changing conversations in my own
Yes,
podcast,
yes.
and then in the other podcasts that I've been able to be a part of as well.
That's the fun part about it.
Well, I have to tell you this when you said that. The reason why I asked is my mother got in a car accident when she was 18 years old with her mother, and it was really bad. She was knocked out on the floorboard of the car before my grandfather actually made it to the accident first.
Oh, wow.
My grandmother was injured very bad as well. But my mom, when my grandfather woke her up out of the floorboard to get her out of the car, she said, "No, Daddy, leave me. I'm having the best time. I'm having the best time." And she said, "No, honey." He said, You've been in a very bad accident. You got to get up." She said, No, Daddy, please leave me. And so I was born a year later. And my mother told me this story over and over and over again. She didn't know that she had one of those out-of-body experiences. But she said that it was all white and bright. And she said it was the most fun she had ever had in her life. And she said there was a beautiful blonde woman helping her come into the light. And she was going to go. She didn't want to go. But my grandfather was praying for her to come back.
Yeah.
And then now that there's this movie called Beyond and Back, I believe that's what it's called, and it's a recollection of all these people who had these similar experiences. And the one
You're talking about Afterlife?
It might be called Afterlife. I thought it was called Beyond and Back. It was a series that I was watching.
Okay.
So there's
They just
probably
had
a lot
they
of
just had
them.
an Afterlife movie. I did an interview with the producer of that,
Yeah.
the director, and they had so many stories of people that it's documented that they were actually dead, flatlined.
I mean, I would say my mom she broke both of her jaws.
Oh,
I mean,
wow.
she was in the hospital for almost a month, and her mother
Yeah.
was worse off than she was. But her mother didn't get knocked out. But she says she couldn't stop telling me about how much fun she was having and how beautiful it was.
Yeah.
And she missed it. She wanted to go back there. And so in all of these other stories, there was always the bright light. There was always someone helping them
Mhm.
come into the light. And there was always somebody praying them back, which was an interesting
It is very
part
interesting,
for
yeah.
me, So I'm like, I don't know. I believe in prayer.
Me too. Absolutely.
Power prayer.
Absolutely.
Anyway, thank you for
Yeah.
coming on. That was really fun.
Thank you guys for having me.
Yeah, it was great to meet you, man.
Yeah.
It really was. I'd love to connect with you. I'd love to learn more about the show. Get you on my podcast.
Sure.
I haven't had any near-death experiences yet,
Hopefully you
But,
won't. But I mean, you sit up here and pick on me enough.
but
you
I love
might.
Jesus, but I cuss a lot. But I won't cuss on your show.
Curse a lot. I'm trying
Jesus
to do
loves you no
better.
matter what.
Oh, I
so
know
that's-
that.
that's
Oh, I know that. Oh, for sure. Yeah, I'm still here.
I heard this literally this thing that they said people who curse a lot are actually more intelligent.
I agree with that.
My daddy doesn't agree. He says that when you curse, it shows lack of education. So I'm always like, but I curse a lot. So I must be really stupid.
Well, it looks like there's somebody else getting ready to come up here.
It was
Right.
great to chat with you,
Thank
John. Great to meet you,
Very nice
brother.
chatting with you guys
Good.
too.
I'll look
Thank
for
you.
you.
Thanks, man.
Thank you.
Dude.
Bye.
Thank you.
I'm gonna have to podcast. You don't have one.
I have two.
All right, so you lied.
I have two podcasts. I don't recommend that. Do not recommend two podcasts. But I'm not the norm here.
But I'm really serious. I really am getting ready to start a podcast. I have a television show I have a show that they're getting ready to start. Hi.
John.
Hi, my name is Tom.
Hey, Tom.
Tom. Nice to meet you, Tom.
Nice
That's
to
my
meet you
dad's
guys.
name.
Isn't that?
I hate that guy.
I'm doing fantastic.
nice.
Well, I appreciate that. I look the
Just get
part.
here. This is your first day.
This is my first day. Yep, just
Yeah?
drove in for
All
sure.
right, all right. Tell us what you do, Tom.
Well, my name is Tom. I sell private jets.
Oh,
Just wanted to drop that in there right there.
Woo!
market.
Love me some
Yeah.
private jets.
Yeah, so I actually used to be a youth pastor for about 10 years.
Golly, look at all
I
these
heard
the
of
whole church in here
spiritual
today.
people up
Praise
here today.
Yeah.
I mean, I love that because I feel like it's missing from the world. But I mean, yeah, very amazing. Great. Guy sells jets.
Guy sells jets. So this is the ultimate jet guide.
Jet.
Okay.
So if you're looking to buy or sell a private jet, I'm here to help you out. I also just started training people who want to learn how to become a private jet broker.
Really?
Yeah, I can teach you how to be a private jet broker.
I love that.
Really?
Uh-huh.
I think that would be amazing.
I think so.
I mean, yeah.
So why'd you give up on youth pastors? You're like, screw
Well,
these kids. I'm out of here.
Well, you know, it's funny. I actually have a large family. I got 5 kids of my own.
Wow.
Cradle Catholic, you know, so we got a big family.
Okay.
And I was just looking.
Familiar with contraceptives, sir?
I am. And I just was looking for something to change. You know,
How long have you been selling jets?
about 4 years now.
All
yeah,
right,
so
and it's working well for you. Apparently, you're writing a book. You must be
Right.
selling the smoke out of jets.
Exactly. So I worked for a brokerage for about 3 years, and then last year started my own.
Okay.
So entrepreneur and
And you're out of
everything.
out of or where are you?
Soda is where I'm
Out of
based out of.
Sarasota.
Yes,
Okay,
absolutely.
got it. I love a private jet.
Why
Yeah,
not?
I mean, who wants to go to an airport?
No.
Like some kind of peasant. Yeah.
Oh my gosh!
I
Once
mean-
you fly private, it's like
there's no going back.
Have you ever flown private before? Like
yeah,
charter? Yeah.
Like no, I really.
Doesn't she look like she flies private? Look at
I
her.
mean, I kind of had. I mean, yeah, kind of had.
Yeah, like
Unfortunately,
coach guy, private jet.
unfortunately, that guy is gone now. But
Gotcha.
you know,
Gotcha.
that was definitely a perk for him.
Well, it's interesting because people think about
Yeah, his
private
opener
jets
was,
and-
"You want to go on my jet?" Yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of, actually, kind of. We'll go into that later.
It's a great pickup line. Well, people think about private jets and like, wow.
Tell us
$20
the
million.
Mile High Club story, Kelly.
Yeah, no. I mean, me.
Well, you got to go on the Love Cloud. That's in Las Vegas. You
I
can
like
you can go
the
on the Love
private
Cloud.
jet.
Oh, really?
Yeah, yeah. You go to Las Vegas and it's just a quick little charter around the strip, and
And it's called the Mile High Club.
it's called the Love Cloud.
Ew, yucky.
It's not a jet.
Welcome to
but there's enough room in the back. That's suffice to say.
Welcome to the filthiest jet in Las
Exactly,
Vegas.
that's what I was saying. I was like, oh no.
Chlamydia, anyone?
Ew. Gross. Okay. Anyway, tell us about it.
That's like the Bunny Ranch jet. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, no, it's the funny thing about private jets is people think you need like $20 million to afford a private jet, some big Gulfstream. But the jets I sell are $500,000, $1 million, $2 million. So
Oh,
they're
how
older, but
How
they're
many people does
affordable.
a $500,000 jet hold though?
8.
Eight?
8 in the back plus 2 pilots.
And what
But-
happens when that engine goes out?
You got 2.
Okay.
Well, so I hear that the problem is not buying the jet. The problem is the maintenance on them.
Sure.
Because you only get so many miles on that engine.
Sure.
Then you got to I think it's like 350,000.
No, what about gas?
3,500 hours typical TBO on an engine. My man, look at this guy.
You got
He knows a little more than he's supposed to know.
Yeah,
you have to you have to rehaul the engine.
Yep.
Something goes wrong, a part's 15 grand.
Yep.
Yeah.
How
Yeah,
about-
you want to
can
have
we-
at least
can
half
we
a million
talk
in the
about
bank
the
to
gas?
throw on it. Yeah. Was that?
Can can we talk about the gas?
Yeah, it costs a lot for the
gas
fuel.
is fuel.
Yeah, I mean,
I hope the prices go down soon. You know, I know.
For my EV jet.
they're coming along.
Are they?
Yeah, actually, private jets are one of the industry is one of the most forward thinking.
What is
of
the EV
I had a
jet?
guy
I'm
on the show
sorry,
not too
I'm
long
blonde over
ago.
here. What is the EV jet?
The electric vehicle.
Oh my God, is that coming?
Yeah. They're
Powered
right
by
now.
the-
They're right
powered
now
by the sun. Yeah.
They're right now in the drone phase. So companies like Amazon are using drones that are electric. You know. Yeah. So
we're all going to be killed by drones. I just wanted to like.
and the next
disclose
is
that real-
No, I mean I'm with you on that.
yeah.
Right.
And the next is taxis, so that in a city you have an aircraft that will just take you from block to block, but they can be electric powered. So now you have a little
The Jetsons.
unmanned, no pilot.
Well, they're not electric, but you can fly to what Teterboro is that Teterboro? You can fly
Yeah.
into Teterboro and then helicopter into the city, right?
Yeah, something like that. Exactly. Yeah.
But like electric. That's
Yeah.
good living right there.
There's so much technology.
Miami, New York into the city helicopter.
Yeah, oh, that's good living.
Good time right there.
Mhm, I hope that happens in my lifetime. But I mean, you look back at the Jetsons and all that stuff is happening. We're not gonna have the cars in the sky yet.
coming.
Right? It's coming.
They're coming.
Yeah, it's kind of
Yeah.
scary there. I don't know. 16-year-old flyers.
Yeah.
You
Well,
imagine?
that's how old you have to
Did
be
you
to
see
get
the parking lot at the Masters? The
Yes.
jet parking lot at the
Yes.
Masters? I mean,
Oh, is it sick?
screw the emissions. Who cares about my carbon footprint? Yeah.
And when you
These
fly
golfers are like, I just
private-
need to get home.
Yeah.
Fly private, you fly into the airport. You don't have to go through the check-in. You get
There's
really
some
spoiled.
hybrids, but the big airlines are kind of shutting them down, which
Oh.
is JSX.
Yep.
That's a good experience. I haven't done it yet, but I
Yep.
hear
Yeah.
they're great.
Yeah,
Big
renting a seat instead of the whole jet.
Correct.
Mhm.
And then the closest I've flown private is seaplane, Miami to Bimini.
worth it.
Love that. In what,
Terrifying.
half an hour?
Absolutely terrifying. I just in the middle.
Why?
Because they're like
They're small.
It's best seating.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm like, if this thing goes down, they're
They
like,
have
we're just gonna coast on water. That's all we're gonna do if it goes down.
Oh my God.
So it was cool. Landing was cool though. Landing in the Bahamas with that blue water.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Really land Jimmy Buffett style.
Yeah.
Good times.
Well, the nice thing about airplanes is that they're built to fly. So when the engine goes out, they just glide. You got a glider. It's not like it goes straight down.
I had a buddy that got his license, and he have to bring you up sometime. And I'm like, okay, sounds great. He goes, but here's what I'll promise you. I go, what's that? He goes, I will not turn the engine off mid-flight. I'm like, I didn't even think about that.
You can.
Is that
Yeah.
a thing?
That's the thing. When you're getting your pilot's license, they pull it all the way back. They don't turn it off, but they pull it all the way back. So you have zero,
I don't need that
part
kind of
your
stress in my life.
license. Oh no. I don't think anybody would ever want me to be a pilot. I would never even try it. I'm too ADD. Would not be good.
we got a lot going on. That's for sure.
Right. Well, good. Good luck.
Thank you so much for having me.
If
I
I ever
appreciate
want to
it.
buy a jet, I need to read this book first, and
Yep.
then I need to call you.
You're going to go to the ultimatejetguide.com, buy the book, and give me a buzz.
And you're on the Owwll app. Too,
Absolutely.
right?
Yep. If you want to talk about aviation,
Somebody
you
wants
want
to
talk
buy
about
a
private
jet,
jets,
they call you, and you're gonna give them all the.
DJ Khaled just got himself a tiny little jet.
Oh.
Yep.
Yeah, for just $35 million.
Just 35.
Yeah, we're looking. Yeah.
Well, you see Air Drake. I mean,
Air Drake, baby.
That's beautiful.
Wow.
Yeah.
I should have been a rapper.
You should have been a rapper. You kind of look like a rapper.
I get that a lot. My mom says it to me all the time. Yeah. She doesn't even know what rap music is.
My pleasure. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, great chatting with you, dude.
Thank you.
Great to meet you, bro.
Nice to meet you.
Likewise. Thank you.
Keep it going.
Who's next, Jason? We're live. We're live, Jason. We're live.
You're
live.
Here she comes. Miss Caitlin. Here she comes.
Jason, we're live. Where's the next guest? We're live. Let's go. Not the only bully in the house.
Welcome.
What's up, Caitlin? How you doing?
Great, how are you?
Is that vodka?
Might be.
A podcaster will never tell.
No.
Sponsored by Celis.
Remember that drunk podcast? Which one?
Some Celsius. You
Sweet.
can have some Celsius in your water, in your vodka.
Sebastian, I'm here too, brother. Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's roast this one.
Oh, we're good.
Let's do a roast.
We're good. We're good.
You got your next guest. Let's go.
This
All right.
stuff is terrible.
Oh, it is not. It's amazing.
I love Celsius. I'm a big
It's good in your vodka.
It's great if you like sweet and low.
Oh my
Yeah.
God. You're fired.
Yeah. Celsius.
Okay, Miss Caitlin, tell us what you do.
So I am a producer. I help bring people to my shows, and I put the show out every week, and we won an award last year, and we're up for an award again this year.
You are a producer.
Yes,
Tell
ma'am.
me more about that.
So my boss is a professional speaker, and I help him to connect with people to bring our show bigger and make things happen.
All right, all right.
Who's your boss?
Liam J. Elias. He's a professional team bonding coach. He helps individuals become teams.
Individuals. Okay. All right. Cool.
Very fun. All right. So, and you are now a professional with Owwll.
Yeah.
And how can we find you?
My username is at Reese Mode everywhere. And my Owwll.
Wait, say it again.
Reese Mode. REISSMODE.
Okay.
And so once this is over, if you go to my profile, it'll be in my link in bio anywhere. So
great.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Great. Well, thank you for sharing with us today. Is there anything else you want to tell us exciting?
My show, again, it's up for an award right now. So that
What
is
award?
The Hockey Podcast of the Year, sponsored by the Sports Podcast Group.
Hockey podcast.
Oh, hockey, eh?
All right.
Hockey, eh?
Oh, yeah.
Eh?
So
Hockey.
My show is called Our Kids Play Hockey, and it's for youth hockey families, coaches, players, and kids. Players and
I like
families.
the fights in the hockey. That's the best. They pull the gloves off. They just start.
Well, there's none
Do
of
the kids do that too?
There's none of that in the kids. No, we don't.
It would be so much better if they let kids fight in hockey. You know, you got little Joey just starts wailing on Billy. Yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate
Start that. Yeah.
But
I can help.
Yeah, no. So we're up for the Hockey Podcast of the Year this year, which we're going up against like big NHL podcasts.
Wow.
And we won last year, so we're
Really?
hoping to repeat.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. So they're trying to beat you. Is that what's going on? there,
Hopefully,
right?
yeah. well, hopefully we win. The voting ends
They're
on
raising
Sunday.
the bar, trying to beat you this year.
Yeah.
I was going to start a podcast one time. I was going to call it "What the Puck."
That's a good one. Hey.
Yeah, that's
that
a great
works.
title. That is a great
It's called
title.
hockey. You know, Wayne
Are
Gretzky
you a
and
hockey
whatnot.
fan?
Hey, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
Are you a hockey fan?
Well, I mean,
Who's your team?
No, he just likes to fight.
I don't really have a team per se, but like if I'm in Nashville, I'll go to a Predators game.
That's fair. That's
you know,
totally fair.
I have a gig in St. Louis in March. We're going to the Blues game.
Oh, I love that.
Um,
Yeah, I'm actually credentialed with the Flyers as a photographer. So.
Love it. No, I like the excitement of it. It's always cold in the arena. It's always fun to,
For
drink
sure.
neat alcohol while you're at a hockey game.
Yeah.
Neat.
Yeah, nice and no ice.
Yeah. What's your go-to hockey drink?
I would say just a good tequila.
Okay. Yeah.
If I'm in Canada, you got to go with maybe a what's the Canadian beer? Molson.
Labatt.
Give me a nice Labatt. Yeah. Yeah, some hockey and a Labatt. Yeah. And I'm in Florida, so Florida Panthers. Terrible
I
mascot.
just went to a Panthers game with my first Panthers game. I really did enjoy it. My friend's son plays.
Florida's not really like a
One of
hockey town, really.
Oh, it is.
I mean,
They
like,
just
it
won 2
is.
cups 2 years. Like
I know,
2
but
years
it's
ago.
not like
No, I
when you
guess,
go up
yeah.
to where they're buried in snow, like real
Right, it
hockey.
didn't really feel right because it's so hot.
And
here.
their mascot is like a teddy bear.
That's fair.
I wrote a whole bit about the Florida Panthers. Like if they swapped that teddy bear out for a real panther
Yeah.
and put that panther in the penalty box,
I mean, nobody beats Gritty though. Let's be real.
it's true. It's true. I mean, again, it's I think the best. I don't know anything about hockey mascots except for the Florida Panthers one. He's got to go. I don't know what his name
You
is.
need to check Gritty out and get Gritty. Yeah.
Where's Gritty from?
Philly.
Philly.
Yeah, he's the big orange monster that
Oh yeah.
nightmare fuel.
And I like their baseball mascot too. Philly's got some good mascots. Yeah.
We're a mascot town. That's for sure.
Is that where you're from, Philly?
Oh yeah.
Oh, it's a good
I was
city.
gonna
That's a
ask.
great city in the summer.
In the summer.
I like how what do you want to go to? You want to go to basketball, football, baseball? It's all in one little, it's in one condensed area, and then there's a bar in the middle of the parking lot. It's the best.
Our sports town, like our sports part of the
city
is fantastic.
We can thank Rocky for all this.
Busy bar, I bet, huh?
Yeah, it is. Like
Yeah.
it's a bar like in the middle of it.
Oh.
Yeah,
forget what it
Xfinity
is.
Live's a lot of fun. They have like 6 different bars, like in the one.
That's the same group. Yeah, they have one. They have a Texas Live. They got one in Miami. They just opened too. That same outfit. It's a great place to watch the game. Great place to watch some hockey.
Yeah, always.
Well, thank you so much for coming on.
Yeah, we hope you win too. We hope you win the
we're
award this
we're
year.
Thank you
rooting
so much.
for
You can vote for me. It'll be in that link again in my bio.
Say it again. Where can we vote for you?
The Sports Podcast Group, if you go to their website and vote for the Our Kids Play Hockey podcast in the hockey category, the hockey short
Our
list.
kids play hockey in the hockey category.
It'll also be in the link in my bio right at the top there. So
All right.
I appreciate that.
All right. Thanks for
so
the
much.
interview.
Great meeting you.
Have a good day.
All right, Jason, we're live. Who's next? We're live.
All right, ready.
Let's go. We're live.
Who's this? Who do we have? Who do we have?
You can pick my brain after you pick your payment method.
Down. So where are you located?
I'm in Miami. And yourself?
In Miami. I'm in West Palm Beach.
Oh, okay.
But
So
I
we're
love
almost neighbors.
Miami. I love Miami.
Take the bright line right down.
I actually moved to West Palm Beach, thinking that when my kids got older, I was going to move to Miami because I like
It's a little,
that. I like
it's a little too hectic, you know?
Yeah, but this was back in the day.
Oh,
This
back
was
in the
20
day, Miami
years
was
ago
great.
when Miami was like,
New York and California ruined it. Yeah.
well, back in the day of the sexy models and the nightclubs.
It was a good time.
Yeah.
It was a good time.
Beautiful.
Good
The shroom lady. You got a handle too? What's your handle?
Podcast suck.
Podcast suck. Do it solo too?
Oh, wow. All righty. Jeez.
Yes.
PG show here. PG show. My kids,
We're
my kids
live.
are watching.
We're live.
Oh my
Just
God.
kidding.
You're fired.
Hey, I'm the genie.
Okay.
What's
now
your name?
the
EA?
genie.
What do you do, EA?
I do a little bit of everything.
Get
Actually.
close to this mic. We can't hear you. We want to hear
I do a
everything.
little bit of everything, actually.
Everything? Like,
Yes.
like
I'm a
everything.
podcaster. That's why I came to Podfest. I'm a brand ambassador for the best app in the universe.
Woo!
Yes.
That's debatable.
You're
This
not
is
a
the
brand
best. You're not a brand ambassador?
Oh, I am. I am.
You must,
Yes.
be, you
Said
must be
it's the
feeling
best
left
app.
out.
It's the
Because
absolutely
it's
best
subjective
app.
and debatable.
Okay, well, let's debate.
No, it's in the.
What we missing? What we missing to be the
format.
best? What we missing?
Let's keep it going here. You
Okay,
said-
yeah, I'm a brand ambassador. I'm an author. I'm a counselor.
What do you counsel?
Substance abuse and mental health. I'm certified out of the
We had
state of
this talk
Oregon.
yesterday. It was really an interesting talk.
Yes.
that we had,
Oh, yes.
right?
I asked her perspective on marijuana because, see, I'm an untraditional counselor. Like I
Do
do
you
a
smoke
little.
weed with your patients?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
No, but you're good.
I teach more responsibility versus addiction. Like, everybody has something that they do, but I'm more focused on being responsible first, right? As long as you're waking up on the right side of the bed, working out,
Right.
going to work, doing everything right, and then you go home. I mean, I'm not going to promote you to do meth and all this other stuff, but
What's wrong with meth?
come on, man, that's bad on your
Losing
body.
teeth,
It's bad on your body, bad on the whole
Yeah,
temple.
but just keeps you high for like a week.
Yeah, it
Great.
keeps
How do
you.
you know?
Best bang for the buck.
I have no idea. Yeah, but I love this Alfie.
Best podcast. So
I think
only
what you're
on
saying is
now.
that you believe in everything in moderation. But man,
I think
One
that
beer at a time, baby.
no, I think that if you're responsible first,
yeah,
then that's like I don't have a heaven or hell to put nobody in, right? So
Right.
I'm not the judge, really. I'm just saying if you're really focusing on being responsible first,
Yeah.
then you're more likely not to abuse anything.
right.
Do whatever you gonna do because this is your life, okay?
Right,
do what
right,
you do,
Right, right.
but do it after you get the responsible stuff done.
I agree. I mean, you know my thoughts on that.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I'm a hypnotherapist.
She's great.
And
I have to be a guest on your podcast. Like I
know it.
love what she's doing. I like the whole shroom thing.
coming shroom.
Oh my God. She's memorable. I got pictures and everything. Okay.
But okay, so what else? You said you do a little bit of everything. So there's some. Give us some more. What else
I
do you
actually
do?
got a show. I'm a podcaster. We're in Podfest, right? So I got a show streaming on all platforms. I have two. One is Affirmations for Recovery, which I talk
Ooh,
recovery.
I love that.
I talk affirmations. I talk journaling. I have a word of the day, and
Yeah.
I just preach the gospel of recovery.
Okay.
The
I
new
love
world
that.
order of recovery, right? When I think
Uh-huh.
recovery, I think the mind, the mindset, how you think, how you process information has very little to do with substances. It's you can apply it to a substance,
I agree.
but it's about how you get your mind right.
I think a lot of times if your mind's not right, then you fall back on the substances. So if you can get or you get addicted to them, right?
Yes, yes.
So if you can get your mind right, sometimes I think that like alcoholics, I don't really believe in genetic alcoholics. I
Right.
believe you might be predisposed.
Come on now.
But the thing is an alcoholic parent can hand down the trade of an alcoholic
Absolutely.
to an alcoholic,
Yes.
because they have they have so much damage that they probably caused to their offspring, and then they have to desensitize to that damage.
Come
Do you
on.
understand what I'm
I
saying?
totally understand what you're
Right.
saying.
I mean, it was a
I
little bit
study
deep,
people.
but-
No, I study people. That's my vibe. I'm getting my energy. I'm sweating. I feel the sweat coming down my back. I mean, this is my
Ooh,
thing.
I can feel how hot
This
you
is
are
my
even all the way over
thing.
here.
You know what I'm saying? Yes. So in addition to that, I got a podcast with my wife, my beautiful wife. She's in Oregon. It's called Meet the Allens. Meet the Allens. My last name is Allen. Yes, and it's all about perspective. We've been together since we were little kid school.
You've been together. You've been with your wife since
Since little kid school. Like I've been knowing her
Do you
since
feel like
7th
you're just,
grade.
like one person now?
Oh, we definitely one person.
I mean, do
OMG.
you still argue, or is that like?
Oh
you're
my
totally,
God.
you
Do
don't-
we argue?
Right.
Sheesh. That's
I
part
know.
of life.
That's a long
That's the
time.
best part of life.
So how many years are you married? You're
We
married.
are married.
And how
15
many
years.
15 years.
15
and
years
you have
married.
children?
A 27-year-old beautiful daughter and almost 18-year-old son.
Wow.
Daughter
You
just got
are
married.
Super interesting.
Super blessed.
You are super interesting to talk to. I love everything that comes out of
Call
your
me on
mouth.
Al, please.
I would really love to listen to your podcast.
I'm telling you, I bring the same energy as I bring to this. I bring it to Al first.
Yeah.
Call me on Al first, because that is the new world order of
Yeah,
apps.
I love it.
He doesn't agree. He doesn't agree. I'm gonna make him a fan of Al before this is over. I'm sure.
I'm gonna be calling him all the time
Jason
on hours.
forces me on it. Yeah, it's fine. I can't get away.
Why be forced? I'm telling you, there's great people that live on the Al app.
There's over 7,000 on the app.
telling you.
We're growing with over
busting your
7,000. And
It's
after
a
this
beautiful- I
show,
know,
we'll
I
probably
know.
be
That's
way
part of-
over like.
That's part of the podcast. You need somebody to bust the balls.
Yeah.
Oh well,
be a
that would be
podcast.
him. He would be the official ball buster.
Yeah. Shout out to everybody on Al, man. Make sure you guys download the app, become an expert, use your credit card, man, so we'll pick your brain after we use the credit card.
We will not pick your nose, though.
No, we won't pick your nose.
Somebody give me a cocktail.
Thanks for having me. Yes.
Brain-
Say it.
my brain after you pick your payment method. That means you're actually making
Okay,
money
let's
on
go.
this app, and it is super easy.
So now I'm gonna turn into a host.
Okay, peace out, man.
Nice to see you again. I'm looking forward to just talking to you more. I got your
too.
information.
Yes, please.
Make
And
sure
I
we
knew I'll
follow
have
each
to have
other.
You on my show for
ASAP.
sure.
ASAP.
So,
Yes.
all
Let's
right.
go.
I think we've met before.
You got my phone. Where's my phone? You got my phone? Thank you. 6 minutes. Go.
We are live, right?
Yes, we are.
Oh, I'm
Okay.
all right.
Woo.
Today,
We gotta cut the cameras off before we swapping.
can I put this over?
Okay, so yes, we're here. We're live. Go. They say,
Hey, how are
"Hi,
you?"
beautiful. How are you?"
Doing well. Good to see you.
They just threw us in the water. Like let's start with who you are, and I can start with who I am, and then we'll get to you. Is that okay?
All right. So I've been part of the Owwll community for 3 or 4 years now, I think.
Okay.
Oh, well, Jason's community.
Yes.
Jason's community for a long time now.
Okay.
I'm an HR and recruiting expert.
Okay.
I own a business.
Okay.
Or a couple businesses, and we just we're about to be launching a recruiting app, a recruiting matchmaking app that's
Okay.
similar to dating.
Oh my God,
Um,
that's $1 million app already.
And so it's called Yodel.
Okay.
And so we're working on that, and I do a lot of international speaking.
Okay.
So
Well, take me with you.
yeah, anytime.
Take
Let's do
me
it.
with you. Okay, so I'm a motivational speaker, author, podcaster. That's why I came to Podfest, and a brand ambassador for Owwll. I always got to add that because I really love the app.
Oh yeah, it's
Yes.
fantastic.
Yes.
And I'm really excited about our next guest.
Yes.
I actually have her book.
Okay.
So for all you singles out there that are struggling in this terrible dating world,
Oh my God.
it's horrible.
Yes.
We have Allison Jane, who is an author of Find Love Again.
Learn to date like a goddess.
Learn to date like a goddess.
What does that mean?
Sold, so tell us about it.
All right. So I am a psychotherapist and an EFT tapping practitioner.
Oh,
which,
there it is.
for those who don't know, it's basically combining tapping on your own acupressure points with processing some kind of emotionally laden material, and it clears it out super fast.
Yes.
And then I went through a divorce in my 40s, and I
In your
started
40s?
in my 40s.
What was that? When did you get? You ain't even 40 yet.
Ah,
She's speaking
I
in
like
existence.
you.
She's speaking into existence. She is not 40, folks. I probably don't want to hear that. No lies on the show.
I'm in the next generation. I've crossed the 50 mark. So
Hey, you're beautiful.
yeah, thank you.
Beautiful.
Thank
Well,
you.
God bless you. and
Yes,
I
bless
hope
you.
I am over 50
Wow.
like you do.
Wow. That's all I can say.
Thank you all. Oh, I like this interview.
Start there. You got. We had to stop the party just right there. She said she went through a divorce in her 40s. I didn't believe it. I had to question that. Okay.
Yeah. So and when I started dating and realizing that there is a lot of yuckiness in the dating world, like we were talking about, that I had a lot of tools that my single girlfriends didn't have, because as a therapist, I knew about psychology of people. I knew sort of how to talk in certain ways and things like that. And as an EFT tapping practitioner, I knew how to clear really deep-seated fears, embarrassment, shame very quickly. I knew how to clear nervousness before a date very quickly, and most importantly, how to clear out limited beliefs.
Yes.
So if you believe there are no good men out there, there's a part of our brain called the reticular activating system that is responsible for finding and identifying patterns. So it's the part of your brain when you decide you're going to buy a new car, you're going to buy a Jeep, suddenly you see Jeeps everywhere, right? Like that's a thing, right?
Definitely.
So that is the part of your brain that if you believe there's no good guys out there, will actually tune into all the jerks in your environment. And you will see them more. And so if you can clear that belief that there's no good men out there, which is really deep down a fear, right? There's a fear
100%.
that I'm never going to find someone good. If you clear the fear with EFT tapping, suddenly your reticular activating system starts to see new and different men.
I can feel you. I feel your energy.
Oh, wow.
She is on fire.
We're into some deep stuff
I'm
here.
telling you. Oh, I didn't know it was going this deep. Ooh-wee.
Are you ready?
Ooh-wee.
I think we need the alcohol that they were talking about a little earlier.
Somewhere.
I know, right?
There we go.
So
Love what you're talking about.
yeah. So let's talk about that for a second. If we like going into like people in the dating world, and hurt people, right?
Yes.
And that's huge. And people like the control aspect and does the tapping and does your book like kind of address like when you go into a relationship, sometimes it's you that's toxic, not
Right.
necessarily the other person.
Ooh.
But you're toxic and you're not healing. And then, of course, now that person's a bad person for calling out where you're toxic.
Oh my God.
Let's talk about that for a minute.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's an excellent point. The whole book is lessons, chapters that are lessons in some principle for moving out of toxicity and unhealthy patterns into a healthier version of you.
Okay.
And at the end of each chapter is a tapping script. So I walk you through exactly how to tap, exactly what to do, and how to clear it. So for instance, one of my most popular chapters is called How Cinderella Fucked Me Up.
How Cinderella fucked you up.
Uh-huh.
Ooh, I think we went on from PG at this point.
Yes, it's over now. If there's kids watching at this point, put some over their ears.
Yeah. And our parents, I want you to
Leave that
remember
out.
this for Cinderella when you let your kids watch Cinderella.
There we
let's
go.
talk about this.
How did Cinderella fuck you up?
Because think about this. In Cinderella, the prince is at the top of the stairs, literally looking down in bored apathy at all these women who are throwing themselves at him, elbowing each other out of the way to try to get his attention, right? And the only woman he actually pays attention to is this distant woman off who's not even focused. So I think I was raised to believe that I had to be chosen, right, by the prince. So I had to show up and just be this person, this beautiful, funny, charming, accomplished, whatever it was, right? To be chosen by a man instead of showing up on a date thinking, I'm also the chooser here, right? I mean, that's how you show up to a job interview.
Absolutely.
You put your best
You're the
foot
catch.
forward, but
I'm
exactly.
the catch.
That's right.
Absolutely.
That's right. And so I do think women have been kind of socialized to be the chosen. It shows up even on dating profiles. Women write profiles almost like a sales page, right?
Ooh. They do.
Rather than authentically who you are. So the tapping will clear the fear of showing up as your authentic self, and then you become magnetic. And what's really cool is once you become magnetic, because you as truly you is going to draw in the perfect divine right partner, right? So once you become magnetic, you no longer have to do anything. You will draw love to you without having to put in so much effort and
So the
struggle.
cameras told me we had 30 seconds, right? So I want to know how the people can follow you and how can they get the book?
Get this book.
Yeah, so inspiredlifetapping.com is my website. My handles on social media. Anybody listening actually can go to my website and download a free e-copy of my book.
Oh wow.
Free.
e-copy.
Oh my goodness.
So
So
I
it's
know
gotta be a
there's a lot
catch.
of dating in this world, and I know that a lot of us can need this book, and you can get it for free. So
Yeah.
say your website again, just in case.
Inspiredlifetapping.com.
Allison, it's been
Inspired
such a pleasure.
Yeah,
and
thanks
I'm
for having
excited
me.
to follow you. And
Yeah, try it out. I want to hear how it
sure,
goes.
you know-
do you mind signing for me?
I will definitely
She's
sign for
also new to the Owwll app because to be on the podcast, that means that she's definitely becoming a fan. So find her on the Owwll app. You want to definitely call her, welcome her to the community because that's important. Like
Yeah.
that's how we fellowship. That's how
Yeah.
we thrive.
And when I heard about the app, I thought, great, I can teach all sorts of people tapping.
Oh
It's
my
a
goodness.
self-help
Oh my gosh.
tool.
Oh my
It's
goodness.
amazing. It's
Oh my
amazing.
goodness. And don't wait for people to call you. You call them, okay?
Yeah.
Nice to meet you, beautiful.
Nice to meet you.
Yes. Happy Friday.
Bye. Thank you.
We got our next guest coming up, and while we're taking a break, I want to make sure everybody knows OWWLL. OWWLL. That is the platform of choice. Go to the App Store right now.
EA.
Let's get it.
EA,
Okay,
you
I'm
have it.
actually going.
You're
I'm going. I'm
going.
gone. I'm gone.
I'm sad. Nice.
Call me on Al. Download the app and make sure you use the referral code EA. And you'll see me walking around here. I'm looking for people.
My co-host name is Loyalty. I love that name.
Yes, it is loyalty, loyalty, loyalty. I am happy to be here.
I'm excited.
So let's get comfortable.
Yes.
How are you, guest?
Hi, I'm fine.
So tell us a little bit. They know me now, so we already. So tell us Loyalty about yourself, since you're our co-host.
Absolutely. So if y'all don't know who loyalty is, I don't listen. You must know who I am. Okay. For one, I'm the #1 brand ambassador on the Owwll app. So make sure y'all download Owwll today if you have not. Owwll has been amazing for me. As an expert, I have been able to monetize just for my time. Your time is valuable, and I think it also help keep boundaries in place. You know, sometimes people waste your time, and you know, I don't have a lot of time throughout the day. So if someone got a quick question or something that they need to ask, they can actually reach me on Owwll. And yeah, it just make it effortlessly. So I love it. But for me, I'm a podcaster. I have a podcast called Loyalty and Friends, Self-Love Podcast. And it's really to highlight other people, tell their story, let people know who are you behind what you do, right? Because it's a lot of us podcasters, right? It's a lot of artists, a lot of therapists, but what sets us aside is our story. So you have to keep telling your story until it resonates to other people can really understand what you went through, your journey, and that's how you find your support. So if you need your story told, definitely reach out to Loyalty. I would be the perfect person to tell it, and I like to get in people's business, okay? So look, let me be honest. I like to get in people's business, so that's part of it too.
Well, and I tell you, with social media, podcasts, TikTok, everybody's in your business. So it don't matter. So might as well have it told truthfully.
Right. And
so let's get into somebody else's business.
Yes,
right now.
let's get into your business. We want to know what you got going on. So it's Tammy, okay? I met her yesterday, and man, she is fabulous. I'm excited because now she's part of the Owwll community. So make sure y'all reach out to her on Owwll because, man, I'm telling you, we need people like her. So we're going to let her introduce herself and tell a little bit about herself.
Okay, well, hi.
You got to get real close.
I'm Tammy Austin.
Get comfortable up here.
Get a little closer. It ain't going to bite you, I
A
promise.
little bit closer. I'm Tammy Austin. I'm a licensed mental health therapist and a life strategy coach. So,
Okay.
A little closer. So Tammy is a licensed mental health therapist and
a life strategy coach.
A life strategy coach. Ooh,
Yes.
We could all use some help
Ooh.
there. So tell us what makes an expert in your field and why you're here promoting yourself. Tell us.
Okay. Well, I'm a therapist with over actually 25 years of experience as a therapist. Yes.
Ooh.
And I specialize in women's issues. I'm also a trauma therapist and I work extensively with couples. Now, with that being said, coaching allows me to expand that reach, so to speak, and be able to take my years as a therapist and work with people specifically that are seeking transformation in a shorter period of time with specific goals. So
Okay, and so can you tell us a little bit about what got you into this field? Because it's a tough field and it's hard to see in this field.
The therapy field?
Yes.
Ah. Well, I actually knew that I wanted to be a therapist starting at the age of 12. Yes.
I didn't know what I wanted to be until
I was
was
gonna
like
say I don't even think I had a clue. I was still playing with the baby dolls and doing the little girly stuff and being a princess. But that's fabulous that you already knew at 12.
I think I'm still trying to figure it out.
Well, at 12 in the at that point in middle school, I was that the kid that everybody came to and talked to about their problems. And so I knew then that this was something that I really felt passionate about, helping people. So that was what it was. It was the helping people. And then later on, the helping people turned into helping people find transformation. And so I also consider myself to be a transformational therapist.
Okay.
And I enjoy that. And I enjoy seeing my clients grow and become their best and most authentic selves. To that end, during the pandemic, I was thinking, I wish I had a book. I wish I had a workbook that my clients could use. And so I published my first book last year. And,
Congratulations.
thank
Tell us
you.
what the name of it is.
The name of the book is Living Beyond My Representative, and it's a 90-day customizable workbook for authentic living. And
they
it is
can get it
available on Amazon.
Amazon. Okay, we'll do that title before we finish up. We'll do that again so that we make sure everybody hears that title.
I think that's fabulous, because a lot of times people talk about that they're going to come out with a book. And I came out with my first book last year too, so that's something we have in common. When exactly did you come out with your book?
My book came out actually back in March of last year.
Wow, so you're coming up on your first year anniversary. Congratulations for that, for sure.
I wrote my first book and published it and released it in 2021.
Okay.
So
Wow. And what is your book?
HR is Sexy.
Oh, I like that. And my book, I actually published it 2 days before my birthday last year.
Ooh.
So it came out in August. And the name of my book is Loyalty in Everything. It's a guide to building strong relationships in business and life, right? So we always ask, like, why do relationships fail? Because the lack of loyalty stems from a lack of communication. And a lot of times people don't communicate because they don't listen. They don't effectively listen. And it's not just about listening either, okay? Sometimes people want to persuade someone one way or the other. Conversation shouldn't be about attempt to persuade someone, but understanding their perspective, whether you agree with it or not, and just respect that. And when we can do that, then we can be better individuals. So I think that's amazing. So I'm looking forward to supporting your book, and also I think I need your help. So Queen, I would definitely be reaching out to you on Owwll.
So tell us where you're going now. So we know why you got into this. We know that you're an author. And that you're really into. So what's next for you?
Well, what's next for me is actually creating content.
Okay.
I will be releasing an online course soon based on the workbook. So in my mind, people can have the workbook, then they will also have access to the online course to help them to kind of identify the blind spots and perhaps even areas stemming from childhood trauma or other things that have gotten them stuck. Because I think so often the version of ourselves that people see is not always our most authentic self.
Right.
And so what I'm finding is particularly with many of my clients that are in their 40s to maybe starting early 60s, that group is really, they want more authenticity in their lives. And so I thought if people could find that in their 20s and 30s or even younger. And so the workbook guides you through some very specific questions and activities to help you to start to uncover your true self, but also impact that childhood environment and things like that have on shaping us.
So if someone gets your book, they download the Owwll app and find you on Owwll, could they help work with you to work through that workbook on the Owwll app?
Absolutely.
And for that, because most of the time, if we don't have anybody working, we're just kind of pencil whipping those questions. But if they have to work with you and have to really dive deep into those questions, that's where the healing comes. So they'll be able to do that if they get your book?
Absolutely. And I should add that at the time when I was writing the book, I was thinking about people struggle that would never go to therapy or could not afford to go to therapy. So the book was actually written with them in mind as well. It's an accompaniment if you're in therapy, because they don't have to work with me. They could work with any therapist per se. But if you are someone who realizes that your relationships are suffering, that maybe you're struggling at work and other areas, this is something that you could use. And it's great to have that additional support, but this is something that would guide you through the key questions, the observations, the insight, the self-awareness, and eventually the alignment that one needs to have to be able to move forward.
Okay, so tell us again where we can find your book and what the name of your book is.
The book is Living Beyond My Representative.
And
it's a 90-day customizable workbook for authentic living, and it is available on Amazon.
And they can find you by your first and last name on the Owwll app?
They can.
Okay, so tell them your first and last name again.
My first name is Tammy. My last name is Austin. Tammy Austin.
So get Miss Tammy on
Absolutely.
Owwll and get her book so that you can do self-healing. And then you can go to Loyalty's podcast and talk about your self-healing. And then we have a whole bunch of supporting women business owners right here.
Yeah, so definitely stay tuned because she will be on an episode of Loyalty and Friends Self Love. But thank you so much. We appreciate you for being here on the Owwll podcast. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, love it. All right, so we got our next guest coming up. She is ready. Lights, camera, action.
Always ready when the camera is there.
Okay.
Hi.
Slide up.
Hello.
So, yeah, so we have a
Jacqueline
special
Arnold.
guest.
I'm with Sweet Life USA, my company.
Come a little closer.
Come a little
for us.
closer. I'm Jacqueline Arnold of Sweet Life USA. I'm of 90-day books for aspiring Christian authors.
Oh, wow.
So
I'm
here it
loving
is.
it.
And your necklace?
Thank you. It's all about the bling, you know.
So tell us about your company and tell us about you.
Thank you. I'm Jacqueline Arnold. I'm out of Georgia, but I happen to be in Florida for a podcast. I've been.
Hold up. Did you say Georgia?
I did say
So
Georgia.
you know I'm from Georgia as well. I'm in Atlanta.
That's right. That's right. Atlanta. That's right.
Hey.
But I've got my foot in both camps because I have children in both states and grandbabies in both states.
Oh,
but it's okay because I can work anywhere 24/7 virtually. I help people publish their books in 90 days. I just released a book yesterday and he lives in Alabama. So publishing can be very mobile.
Oh, I love it. I love it. I love it.
Yes.
So tell us about what you do and or what you want to accomplish through podcasting.
So I've been in every arena. I wrote a poem when I was in kindergarten and spoke it over the podcast, over the microphone to the whole school. So I've been in everything from radio to TV hosting. I did podcasting for a year. I'm very patriotic.
Okay.
My podcast at that time was to promote patriotism and support the military family. But I've been writing books all my life, and I started about 10 years ago, actually. This is my 10 year, just like Podfest. But
wow.
years
So
ago.
I need to reach out to you on Owwll because especially, you said you've been writing. When was your first book you wrote? What
My
year?
first book was in 2013. I actually wrote it in a weekend. It won an Indie Christian Award to support the military family.
In a weekend? That's a record. That's a record winning.
That is a first draft manuscript. So
It took me
don't
2
feel
years to
pressure.
write my first book.
That's okay. It takes some people 18 years.
Oh,
right.
I'm an author and a publisher, and I have a book I outlined 10 years ago, and I'm just going to commit to it this year. So things come out when they're ready and in time, but people don't have a lot of time. So I created a program to help them write, edit, and publish their book in 30 days. But people were stressed out, so I slowed it down to 90 days, and now it works smoothly, and they're getting their book, and it's being the tool they need to tell their message.
I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. So how often are you on Owwll? And if you're not on there often, we got to get you on there because I can use pointers. Like you're an expert that I would personally reach out to. So for me, it has been a game changer, and that's why we also want to encourage people to really use it as a tool it is, and it'll be good to even get other people who can hone in and support you on a more extended level. So
Well, I would love that. I guess you would call me an owlet.
I just signed up. But I heard about it and Celebritize Your Business with Araya McGarry, who introduced me to Orlia Moore and who said she was going to be at Podfest, and I showed up to the booth. So I am a newbie, but I am no newbie to writing. I'm an expert in my field. I've published 7 of my own books. 2 have been award winning. I had a TV show. I created a national event with my book, and I've done a lot of things with the book. The book is just a calling card that opens doors and leverages bigger stages.
Yes, I love it. I love it. I love it.
Yeah, 100%. When I published, that's the reason I wrote my book, right? Is that credibility and how to get people to say, hey, yeah, she knows what she's talking about. She's writing a book.
Absolutely.
So somebody who wants to start, right? They have these ideas in their brain, they have these ideas in their soul. How do they get started? And do you help them get started with that? And if so, tell them how they can help. How you can help
Absolutely.
them.
So I love to give author publishing advice all day long. I just gave it to another gal in line. Rebecca's writing her book. I gave her ideas how to edit and how to publish it now. Like, why wait? Your message is waiting and people are waiting to hear it. But how do you
Absolutely.
get started? If you don't know where to begin, you can begin the old-fashioned way with a pencil or a pen and paper and write all your thoughts or an outline like in history class. But you know what? That's just the beginning. I once helped a teacher who's a retired teacher, and said, my book's ready to publish. But she signed up for my 2-hour class, which is the discovery class. And you have no obligation to go forward, but it'll give you so much information. And she said, right there sitting at the table, she wrote me a check for the whole program because she said my book would not be what it was unless we coached together. She just sent me a message yesterday. They're using her book as a foundation for workshops and graduate level college courses.
Wow.
Oh,
She said it would not have
wow.
been the same had you not written that with me. I collaborate with my clients.
So how is AI, ChatGPT, affecting the creativity piece as well as the publishing piece? Because there's people that have been going in and creating whole books on
True.
ChatGPT. So
Absolutely.
let's talk about how that's impacting the publishing and author world.
It definitely will impact our industry, and there will be
Absolutely.
people that pursue it. But there's going to be people just like me who say, I don't want anything to do with that.
Right.
It might increase productivity, but if I can write a book in a week and it wins an award, do you need AI and ChatGPT?
Absolutely.
The biggest thing that you don't want to use AI for is because it cannot write with heart. My books are
Absolutely.
Hey, there
full
you
of
go. That's I
passion
like that.
and purpose and experience that only came through the School of Hard Knocks, for taking a risk, and
Right.
for connecting with people.
Yeah, I feel like, when it comes to AI and Chat GPT and all these other, different names they have for it, I would have to agree because it can't give the creativity that you can give it. So it can only kind of give more of the, what we'll say, like a more professional perspective on it.
Very
But it
formal
can't give
language.
heart, it can't speak to your soul, it can't really give the humanistic touch that's necessary so someone can really understand what the message is.
And I think there's been some citing issues with it too, right? Like there's been some citing of some of the statistics that ChatGPT has or any of the AI systems have sent out, and it's
Absolutely.
been incorrect citing.
And they transpose words, they don't understand colloquialisms. And there's just so many reasons why a computer can't do what a human can do.
Yeah, I was speaking to one of my daughter's friends. They were taking a test, and I guess it's attempting to use ChatGPT for all the questions. They put it in exactly how the question was, and they still failed the test
See,
with
that's
ChatGPT's help.
Yeah.
So
Wow.
that
I guess
just
it
lets you
goes to
know.
that heart right
Exactly.
there.
God
Right?
gave us
Take
a
information
soul
just because you
and
see
gave
it.
us feelings and emotions so that we can express them. And a computer can steal that away from us, but we have to take control and just stay true to who we are. And for me, it's going to be one-on-one personalized coaching to tell the story and curate the story for the reader and the listener they're trying to reach.
Absolutely, absolutely. So why not let people know, like, how can we support you? Where can they find you? What's the best way to get in contact with you? And if they need your services, yes.
I would love to serve. That's who I am. Service is my my mantra, service excellence. And you can reach me at sweetlifeusa.com /coaching. And why? Because it's a sweet life. No matter what your circumstances look like, you have a testimony to tell. You may have been through trauma and obstacles and you're looking at the wall of Jericho, but I can help you bring it down in 90 days and write and publish your book or give you advice for you to do it on your own. I love to coach people.
Thank you so much,
Yes,
Jacqueline.
thank
and
you.
We look forward to hearing more from you on the Owwll app.
Thank you, and good luck with your book. It's still not too late to relaunch it and keep putting it out there and repurposing it.
Thank
and
you.
I'm sure your book will be coming out in 24. So you look for it.
Oh no, it's already out. It's on Amazon exclusively. Yes.
I use Amazon. My books are on Amazon.
Loyalty and
too.
everything.
Thank you so much for your time.
You're welcome.
Look forward to hearing from you on Owwll.
Thank you.
Thank you, Allison. I look forward to connecting.
Well, hello there.
Hello, hello, hello.
How are you?
Hi. It's so nice to meet you, ladies.
And don't be shy with the mic.
I'm not. I'm a former radio broadcaster. So
Oh, yeah, so
give me
you're-
a microphone, man. I'm dangerous.
Oh,
Tell us who you are.
My name is Cheryl Cross. I am an Owwll member. I love Owwll. In fact, I found my editor for my podcast and one of the consultants for my book in the first day that I was using Owwll. It was incredible. And one of my friends said, "You're going to love this app because, Cheryl, you do this anyway as a networker. You're a ninja at getting a hold of people, but Owwll just made it so much faster." I
Cheryl,
had so
I have a
many
question for you.
conversations with people.
Did we talk on Al?
We did.
I knew it. 'cause
You
I'm
told me about
looking
your
at
street team. You gave me the best information about
Oh,
creating
man.
a street team. Thank
Yes.
you so much.
Oh man.
Oh, look. See,
thought about it.
Owl bringing together relationships.
I remember you had
Don't
your
forget to
children
download
in the
Owl.
car and you were so frustrated. And I said, "No, you're giving me such great advice. I don't care if your kids are yelling." And you're like, "Would you please settle down? Would you please settle down?" Anyway,
Got that parents' Tourette's.
Right.
I know,
Right.
I know that. It's like you're on the phone and then all of a sudden your kids are yelling. You're like, "Stop it."
I know.
Right.
You're like, "I'm sorry. That was my kid." My daughter's old enough. She doesn't interrupt me anymore, but my dog does. And so now I have
Oh.
pet Tourette's.
I have a 3-year-old, okay? A 3-year-old toddler at home. So, it's funny how she conveniently finds when I'm busy to start talking. Like she was quiet. Then when we get on the phone, she like, and I'm like, Essence, please quiet down.
You are so calm. You should do a podcast on being the calm mom. I mean,
she's like, "That's just in front of Zoom that I'm calm, honey. You just
Now,
wait
when
till
we get off, it's a whole other story.
What is it? All those memes talking about gentle parenting, and you're like, you're a gentle parent until you don't have a kid that you can gentle parent.
Oh, please.
Also, think about how they talk about when a child is with the parent, okay, they tend to be like on 100 versus when they were strangers. So it's crazy how they would act better in the presence of shit they don't know versus in the presence of their mother.
So child therapists always, like, I've heard a lot of them on TikTok and stuff, and they say it's because they feel safe with their parents. And so they know that no matter what, you're going to love them.
True.
So they're going to act, but they don't know that that other person's going to
The
love them.
neighbor is a crapshoot, that's for sure.
So tell us what you do.
So I am an HR consultant, but I'm really here at Podfest to talk about my new podcast.
Okay.
Which Brian Briggs is my editor. I met him through Owwll. It is the Military to Civilian Career Transition Power Hour. And it's really about raising the voices of those who are transitioning from military into the civilian workforce. I'm a former corporate recruiter, and I saw so many issues with people leaving the military, getting into the civilian workforce. I've written a book. It's called Civilian Mission, the 3-year guide for military professionals seeking civilian careers. It's a #1 bestseller on Amazon. This has all happened in the last 65 days, and it's just blown up. So my 10th episode will drop next week, and I'm learning everything I can about podcasting so that I do it the right way. But I feature 4 people per show, and 3 of them are vets, and 1's an expert, and it's going like gangbusters. I'm having a lot of fun.
So one of the things that I do, I partner really heavily with Jason and FAU and their veterans programs. And I teach them employment, like how to, like the employment, what to do in an interview. Because most of them haven't, we have a lot of them that are 20-year veteran, like they're getting out at 20, they've never interviewed for a job. They don't know what to do. So we teach them skills, and then they have the veteran entrepreneurship program at FAU. And so I go in and mentor at one class and teach them how to be an entrepreneur from an HR and recruiting perspective.
You go, girl.
We also, if our client, because we do recruiting, if our client picks a veteran, we will not charge them.
Oh, that's
so we place veterans for free.
that's
With our
wonderful.
clients, I just don't. It's my way of giving back, and not so that veterans feel comfortable coming in to a recruiter or to a recruiting company and saying they're not making money off of me, because it's a hard transition for a lot of them.
It is.
Absolutely.
It is. Which is why I created a 3-year guide. I wanted them to get ahead of it, you know, to be prepared, to start thinking of it under, really it's their last PCS. It's their last duty station, to start thinking what they have to do. So they're not just turning the bend and going, hey, what do you got? Because those are the jobs they'll leave. And honestly, and you know this as a recruiter, and you know this as just a person on this earth,
Right.
if you do not ask for the right salary, if you do not know your worth, you are going to be
you
miserable.
just take, and sometimes people get stuck there because they don't know how to ask for what they need and don't know their value. So they tend to be underpaid, because if the job really is willing to pay you 60,000, but you go in there and you say, well, I'm willing to take 40,000, they're looking like, well, I'm paying them 40,000 because that's easy, that's less money out of my pocket. But it shouldn't be that way. People should start paying people for what they're worth.
So when I'm coaching a candidate before they go into an interview, and I do like kind of a mock interview with them, and I'm like, so how much are you looking to be paid? And they're like, oh, well, you know, I'm negotiable. I said, no. How much money do you need to pay your bills and be able to at least live comfortably? Well, I had 60,000. I said, then why are you asking 40?
40, exactly.
I'm like, because you're going to be looking for another job, and you're going to
now
be
you're
job
struggling,
hopping. Yeah,
right.
then you're going to be job hopping, and that's going to look terrible for your career.
And there's so much pay transparency in government and the military. So if you're a GS employee or you're in the military, you're graded. And at every level and grade, you know that pay range. So they leave after 10, 15, 20 years of the military, and they're like, well, they should know what I make because they're a veteran. It's like, no, I think they may have forgotten. It's your job to advocate for yourself. So if you are a former military person or just in the workforce for a few years, you have every right to ask for what you're worth. In fact, that's my second book called Unlocking Your Worth. It'll be out in April. But for right now, just get with a coach, get with Veterati, ACP, find people who are succeeding, reach out to experts through Owwll.
Absolutely.
And you know, there's so many of us that are on the app, career transition, recruiters, HR. A lot of people will advocate because we so appreciate your service.
Yeah, 100%. So what's next for you?
Well, I'm working on my second book, and I'm really looking. Yes, right. So it's a very exciting time. I mean, I'm just, as somebody said to me, just ride this wave. And I'm doing everything I can to just connect with people like yourself, to grow and really understand more. I mean, I've learned so much just through the app, through the people I've met, because even if I'm reaching someone who doesn't know what I'm doing, they know somebody. And that's
Absolutely.
the
I think
power
that's a big
of this platform.
My question would be, what's the inspiration behind your next book? Because like my first book, people kept saying, are you going to talk about your story? And I was like, it's not time. And I really had to think about it, and I had to kind of just go to God and really say, hey, like, do you feel like it's time? And he kept saying, not yet. Some things have to kind of happen before you can write that.
Yeah.
So I started more like to show the people like what I'm capable of, like with loyalty and everything. Is more of a guide to building strong relationships in business and life. And I really hone in on relationships, because like relationships, we can be successful. You cannot do everything by yourself. And so when you get in that mindset, like, oh, I got to do everything, your hands got to, you get overwhelmed. You have to be able to delegate things to other people. So I'm teaching them not just in their personal life, but in their business life. So now, because some things have transpired and they had to go, and I had to go through these life experiences, I'm ready to do a life, like a actual book based on life now. So what is your book inspired about?
So it's really for every single person that told me as a corporate recruiter, when I said, what are your salary expectations? They said, I don't know. So it's written for those people who didn't know, to learn how to ask for their worth. It will be called Unlocking Your Worth, and it'll be out on Amazon April 5th, which is my birthday.
Oh,
Awesome.
wow.
So tell them your name again. In case
My name is Cheryl Cross. You can find me on the Owwll app or LinkedIn, Cheryl A. Cross. And my podcast is the Military to Civilian Career Transition Power Hour. My website is xchangepodcast.com. Thank you so much.
Thank you so
I,
much.
I'm here from Hawaii, and it's really nice to be in Florida. And
Wow, Hawaii in the building.
I think we're all a little jealous right now.
So make sure y'all support.
Mahalo. Thank you so much.
All right.
All right. Give me hugs. Love you.
Love you.
I know we're recording.
All right. So we have our next guest up here, and I'm very excited about this one here. Yeah, so we have Tainaki and also we have Mariah. So they're here. We want them to share a little bit about who they are for you all who don't know. And let's start. So let's start with you, Miss Tainaki, and then we go to Miss Mariah.
Hi, I'm Tainaki Graham.
You got to get a little closer. Yep.
Can you hear me? Okay, great. Hi, okay. I'm Tainaki Graham, and my organization is saying no to drugs is cool. This is, go ahead and say your name.
I'm Mariah Lewis, and I'm also a part of our organization saying no to drugs is cool.
Oh, wow. So I'm interested first, Mariah, to ask you, how old are you, beautiful?
I'm 15 years old, and this is my grandmother, by the way, because, you know,
Okay, come closer.
my mom, who passed away, is the reason behind this organization saying no to drugs is cool, because fentanyl has been a major cause of opiate overdoses. And when people buy drugs, sometimes they don't know that it could be mixed with other things. And one mistake can just cause a fatal accident that you cannot take back. So that's why we're raising awareness about saying no to drugs is cool, to let people know that it's okay to just say no and you'll still be cool, even if you don't.
Wow. So I want to say this for you, Mariah. First, my heart goes out to you to have you sitting here and just speaking so proud and so bold as you are, and just have the strength to do what you're doing, because I know that's hard not having your mom here. So I wanted to say that, you just spoke to my heart and you gave me chills. And so I think what you're doing is big. It's very important. I almost lost my father last year to fentanyl. So it's fun. It's crazy that we're having this conversation. And I was actually working at the time, and my fire alarm went off. My fire detector went off. The fire detector didn't go off when it did. I possibly wouldn't have saved my father when I did. So just so happened, I noticed he wasn't answering his door. We ended up having to break in his room, and he was unresponsive, and we had called 911. So what you're saying is very true. That is something that is not spoken about a lot. We losing our loved ones because they thinking that they can trust, or thinking it's something that's harmless, and people are out here lacing these drugs with something that's so deadly that can take your life. So,
Yes, and actually, if you didn't know, 1 kilogram of fentanyl can kill 500,000 people. Just 1 kilogram.
Wow.
That's how much it takes, only just a little bit of it, and it can take a whole entire life. It's gone.
Oh, wow. So has this inspired you to even talk with some of your friends about it? Because I think a lot of the young kids get taken at a young age and they experiment because they don't know.
Right, they don't know. And a lot of times parents like to shield their children, but it's important that parents let their children know and be informative, because a lot of times they thinking, okay, we're just gonna maybe get some marijuana and they're just gonna smoke and think it's okay. But sometimes people who want to make more profit will lace it with other drugs to get you addicted, make you want to keep coming back, buy more, and then just one chance, you don't get a retry. You do it one time and you can die. That's it. You don't get a second chance.
Absolutely. So thank you so much for sharing that. And again, my heart goes out because this is big. So you ever have my support. I want to make sure that we stay connected even after this. And I want to extend the offer for you all to even come on my podcast just to kind of make more people aware, shed more light on the subject. But let's talk about your competition. I want to make light of the situation as well. So, oh yes, and so you have siblings.
Yes, I have a baby sister.
I'm raising both of them. Yeah.
Oh wow. So yeah, speaking the mic for me, Tainaki. Yeah, so we can hear you. So yeah, so she also has a baby sister as well. So there's 2 babies have lost their mother, unfortunately, to fentanyl, unfortunately. And I'm pretty sure her mom maybe didn't know that.
No, she did not.
Or whatever the case. But look at the fact that these children are now motherless. So we have to stop this. And it's not just it's happening to our kids, it's happening to adults. People are dying from this. So I thank you for that. So yeah, let's
My
share.
son passed away too.
Oh
My
wow.
21-year-old son passed away from fentanyl as well.
And my
Wow.
baby
Her
sister,
mom was 33.
my baby sister was the one who like discovered my mom basically unresponsive. So her being so young, she'll have a big story to tell when she's older because
Absolutely.
she doesn't fully understand the concept of it right now. She does know that her mom is deceased, but she doesn't really know how to feel about it because she's too young to be able to develop those kind of thoughts. So
Right.
when she's older, it'll definitely be something to think about because, you know, to find your mom, I was not there when that happened. I was in Florida. My mom passed away in Michigan with my baby sister being there.
Absolutely. And not only that, I think, you know, you being older, you'll be able to kind of help her maneuver through it as she get older. She may have questions that you may be able to shed light and educate her on as well. So I think, you know, what you're doing and how you're standing up to kind of be that, you know, advocate and to stand up for, you know, just the whole pandemic of the drug industry is bad. We have to do something. You don't know to trust it or not. So because we can't trust it, then it's probably better just to say no altogether.
Right. Saying no to drugs is cool.
Yeah, saying no to drugs is cool. So we're on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Snapchat, Thread.
They everywhere.
All of social
They
media.
all over.
Saying no to drugs. The number 2, saying no to drugs is cool. Saying no to drugs is
I
cool.
also want to shout out to her sister, Miss Arthur Tainani Mason,
And
because
identical twin sister.
yes, her twin sister. Okay, so if y'all don't know, she's a twin. It's 2 of them, and she's a big supporter, big heart. You know, so make sure y'all also support her. Do you have one of her books? So maybe we can. Absolutely, yes. So not sure if y'all can see this. Make sure you have the cameras, but yes, our sister Arthur Tainani, I'm sorry, Mason. She's an author. She has the daily affirmations for the Lord's Prayer that you can purchase. And it's a daily devotional where you can actually, you know, get your daily dose and be educated, as well as illusions. All right. What do you see when you see me? Ooh, that's strong. So make sure y'all also go support. You can find these on Amazon. You can search for her on Amazon. That's Arthur Tainani, Teneni Mason, Mason. And so thank you so much. We want to shout out our sister because without her, we would not even be connected, you know. And now Tainaki is also on the Owwll app, so that's another way you can support and connect with her. So before we wrap up again, I do want you to speak about the competition. Where are y'all heading next? What's next?
We're coming on. She's coming on.
Okay. Okay, so she's gonna come speak on the competition. She's separate. Okay, so got you. So let them know how they can support you. Let them know where can they follow you at.
You can find them on Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, as she said before, any platform. We have like a whole long list. It's any
And what's the
platform.
name?
Saying no to drugs is cool.
Okay,
The
say
email,
no to
the
drugs is
email is
cool.
saying to drugs is cool at
2.
gmail.com with the number 2.
Thank you so much, and we
Thank you.
appreciate y'all for coming on.
Thank you for having us.
You're welcome. So we have our next guest coming up. Yeah, so we got a next guest coming up, and then we got another host coming in to fill in. So let's give her an opportunity. All right, so we're gonna have Tanaki come back and join with Miss Rashida. Is it Rashida? Did I say it right?
Rashina.
Rashina, and we got a host coming in to take over. All right. So
Say what? Huh? I'm a part of Raw Royalty. What are we doing?
I do it quick. I'm quick. And then bring Jonathan.
Oh, you need to be in the middle.
Okay.
Yeah. That's okay. Go ahead. It's okay.
So how we do it, I want you to say your name in the mic. So the editor, we need that first and foremost, okay?
Okay. I do understand.
So yeah, who are you? Who are you? Who are you? Welcome to the podcast. This is our special guest.
My name is Rashina. I am the owner of Raw Royalty All Stars competitive cheerleading.
Okay.
I'm Tanaki Graham, and I'm the executive board director.
Oh my goodness. Okay. What do you do for the cheerleading? Tell us, man. We got to be quick with this one, but tell us about what you do.
Raw Royalty All Stars is a year-round program that is for youth and teenagers as well, from ages 3 to 19.
3 to 19.
You got to talk so they can hear you.
Ages three. Robert Rosie All Stars is a competitive program that offers to the community, ages 3 to 19 boys and girls. We are a traveling year-round sport that I offer 3 different programs within my company.
Okay.
What is this? Full season, is half season, and is non-competitive. So you have athletes that start. It's the first thing they hear are that they looking at expensive. They want to be expensive. It's like it's out there, which it is. It is a luxury sport. But when I went out and discovered, I said, okay, my daughters did All-Star. I cheered, and it was ranging me like over $10,000 a year.
Damn.
So when I stepped into that, I wanted, okay, it's got to be something that can be done, like because everyone that cannot afford this lifestyle. So when I thought of the All-Stars, I didn't only think about it for my family, my daughters, myself, and also I thought about other athletes and children that is interested in the sport. So I made it that it will be affordable for the community, that they can enjoy the same experience as these gyms that is 30 years, 25 years, all in. And this is my season 3. Getting ready for season 4.
What state? What state are you based out of?
Here, Florida. Right here in
Okay,
Kissimmee, Florida.
Okay, how can people get a hold of you if they want to?
They will go to our Instagram, which is Owwll All Stars Elite Prep Cheer,
Okay.
or you go to our Facebook, Owwll All Stars Elite Prep Cheer, or www.rawroyaltyallstars.com.
I want you to say that one more time for the people in the back.
You will go to our Instagram, which is Rawroyalty All Stars Elite Prep Cheer, or you go into our Facebook, Rawroyalty All Stars, and our website, www.rawroyaltyallstars.com.
I'm telling you guys now. Look, it's so important that she's new to Al. So guys, we want to be intentional. Let's bless her. Let's call her on Al. Let's run her. Let's run her up. Let's get her to her first 10 calls
today. Yes.
And when you talk to her about her program. Be intentional, right? Let's be intentional.
And we are currently accepting new athletes for season 4 right now, which that we have registration open. So go to our website, go to our Instagram, and we're also doing a live registration on tomorrow. We'll be offering at our address, which you will find on our website as well. And I will give you the address as well. As 5260 Giron Circle, Kissimmee, Florida 34758. And also come out for a nice barbecue fun that we'll be having tomorrow from 12 to 5 p.m.
All free.
And come meet her because she's dope. She's doing a lot of amazing things in the community, man. Call her on Al. Be intentional when you do call her. Say something to her. Add some value to what she got going on. I appreciate you for coming. I appreciate both of you ladies.
Thank you for having us. I do appreciate that so much.
And call me on Al. I want to talk to you.
Okay. I definitely will.
Until next time, people, let's go.
Thank you.
We running this like a train. So the next guest, I hope the next guest is here. I hope the next guest is ready to go. Okay, there she go. Hey, beautiful. And then I got Mr. Jonathan, the great Jonathan coming. The great Jonathan coming, and we are sponsored by Celsius. This is an awesome beverage. I came from Oregon to have Celsius. This is history right here in the making, man. This man right here is phenomenal, man. I saw the 24-hour podcast, man. You're fucking amazing. This is not a PG.
Part of it.
This is not a PG.
So people think that they got to worry about North Korea and China.
Come on.
No. People need to worry about the day that EA and JP sit next to each other. Superpowers.
I feel the energy. Yes, and we got a beautiful woman in between us.
There we go.
So before you start, what's your name? We need that for the production team.
Ayla Anderson.
Oh, speak it up.
Mike, we need you to put this
My
in your
name
mouth.
is Ayla Anderson. No, closer.
Yes, we need you in the mic.
Hold on. I'm gonna scoot up.
Yeah, see how I'm doing it like
Be
this?
right up in my grill.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Yes.
There we
That's
go.
what we need right there.
There we
So what's
go.
your name again?
My name is Ayla Anderson.
Are we going? Are we ready? Are we ready?
Ready to rock and roll?
Okay, yes. Okay, tell me about you. What you do? What do you do? What do you do?
Oh my gosh. All right, let's get going. First of all, I do a podcast. No, I'm kidding. So I do a podcast about museums. So it's called Curator's Choice.
About museums?
Yeah, it's for nerdy people like me.
Museum. That's kind of interesting. That's not nerdy. That's kind of interesting.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with it being nerdy, and I call it nerdy. I think that it's good.
So museums, what aspects of museums could you be talking about?
So really the whole purpose is to try to get people to look at museums as not boring and for old people static. So I'm trying to kind of create a really fun atmosphere where the younger generations look at museums and say, I want to go to that one.
Okay.
So every episode, I feature a new museum and have the curators there pick one or two of their favorite artifacts. Then they talk about it, kind of get excitement about it. And the whole purpose is to then create an experience where people want to go to the museum and offer their support.
All right, so I have this irrational fear, but I wanted you to clarify it and give me some clarity.
I will do that.
What happens to the dinosaurs when all the lights get turned off? No.
There was a movie.
Sit here.
There was a movie about that.
And lie to me and tell me they don't come to life.
Listen, so I worked at a museum.
You worry about that shit too, right?
I do worry about that shit.
Listen, I have a movie that's gonna blow your mind.
What?
There's a movie that's gonna blow your mind.
You made it?
No, I didn't make it. Gosh,
Okay.
no.
Right,
But
sponsored
it's
it.
a movie exactly about a hero who is in the museum after hours. It'll blow your mind.
What's that movie called? I think my wife, she watches that damn thing all the time. It's like a Chuck E. Cheese.
I know Chuck E.
Okay, now we're like bordering Five Nights at Freddy's. That's not what it is. No, that's not what I'm talking about.
Oh my God,
That's a horror.
That's a fucking crazy
I think
movie.
the missed opportunity is combining Five Nights at Freddy's with this Night of the Museum, which I think is what you're alluding to.
I mean, so we could just make it happen. Who do we need to contact?
And this all ties together. I think you'd have more customer retention if we did scary adventures in the museum
Yes.
after dark.
Yes.
With tequila.
Okay, so I agree with you, but then you also have to take into consideration what museum is it. So one of the museums that I feature is literally called the Pooseum. And it's a fossilized feces known as coprolite.
Oh my God.
So you want that literal shit coming at you at the middle of the night. We can host one there for you, but it might not be what you're expecting.
You know, okay, so as the Latin American man, and my friend here seems also diverse.
Very diverse.
What in the caucasity is a poo museum?
Well, I'm really glad that you asked. So it is a museum comprised of over 8,000 individual artifacts of fossilized poo.
Oh my!
All right, y'all are
Yes.
just making shit up. At
No, it's real. It's real.
It's real.
And the reason why is it's called coprolite, scientific term, and it may sound kind of gross, but it's fascinating and it really paints a great picture of natural history.
Does it smell?
No. So
Great question.
no, it is a great question.
Great question.
Thankfully, no, because all
Scratch
of the
and sniff.
oh.
It
We
scratches
can make a
and
book. We can make an interactive book. But what it is it's feces, poo that has been fossilized over time. So it's all minerals. There's no actual poo on it anymore. But it's great because you look at that and you can tell what animals have lived in an area. You can tell kind of sometimes internal anatomy, what their diet was. So for example, we have shark coprolite, and it's in a spiral because some of their digestive organs are in the shape of a spiral. So it's really quite beautiful poo.
Damn,
beautiful.
I'm scared.
You are a podcasting artist.
You'll be
Really-
you'll be
really
a very
know how to add the
interesting
colors.
date.
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Very
Thank
interesting
you.
date. Like I can tell. Like you'll be great. Like because you have a lot of different things that I have no idea what you're here talking about. Like,
So I'll share with you another one that would be really interesting at the night at the museum. It's another one that I featured on my podcast, and it's called the Idaho Potato Museum.
Idaho Potato
oh
Museum.
my God.
It's
And I'm
just
in
as
that area.
riveting.
I'm from Oregon, so yeah, I know about the Idaho potato.
So they have the Incan potato god that they worshipped.
No way.
Yeah, oh yes, absolutely. And they have a virtual reality headset that you can put on, and you're sitting on a tractor driving, collecting up spuds from harvest. I mean, but it also talks a lot of history about that you wouldn't know about potatoes. It's fascinating.
That sounds fascinating. I like.
Is there
potatoes.
any Mr. Potato Head presence here?
Oh yes, they have a lot of Mr. Potato Heads, and they have a kids section where you can build your own Mr. Potato Head.
That sounds
So
interesting.
see, museums can be a lot of fun, and they're really intriguing, and there's something for everybody. Even if you aren't really interested in poo, you might find something interesting in the poo.
I love that. Great way to tie it together. So now I have a question that's burning on my mind right now.
Right.
You're from Oregon.
I'm from Oregon.
Did you ever play the Oregon Trail?
I have.
You have?
I have.
Did you die of dysentery?
That's how we have to. They teach you that when you're a toddler. Like that's the number one game you learn.
Uh-huh.
The Oregon Trail.
Is it? I
That's
just
how
thought,
you-
like, do you feel a little bit of pride
I do.
anytime,
do.
like, you,
From the Oregon Trail.
or like when you were a kid, you were like, they made this here.
Yeah.
Is it like there's like a Florida Trail and there's like a
There's
Georgia
no
Trail?
Florida Trail. There's the
Only
Oregon Trail.
Oregon
Yeah.
No, there was an honor pass.
Yeah.
Donner, wait,
Donner Pass.
wait, Donner Pass, like
So-
Jeffrey Dahmer.
I would argue possibly even worse.
Using the people because I was like, ooh.
I mean, both of them include a lot of horrific death.
Okay, well, tell us about the one that's relevant to you.
So the Donner
museum
Trail,
version.
there's a fantastic. It's not only museums that I feature. I also do institutions of free learning, and there's the California Trail Interpretive Center, and there they talk about the Donner Pass, which is a quite tragic story of people, a caravan of individuals who were coming from the East Coast. They were traveling on the California Trail to get over, and they left too late. And it was a series of horrific, unfortunate events that led to them becoming cannibals in the frozen wasteland. Yeah, unfortunately, yes.
I need another drink.
So it's really interesting.
And there's a museum for that.
There is a museum for that.
There is?
Yes, the
Oh my
California
God.
Trail Interpretive Center.
Wow.
Yes.
Oh my, so many interesting places to go.
There is a museum for everything, and I try to cover every different topic. So if you like art, if you like military, if you like the unfortunate case of the Donner Party who ended up having to cannibalize, there's something for everyone.
So are you new to Owwll? Have you got on Owwll?
I do, yes.
Okay, so people can follow you on Owwll. How else can people follow you? How can people find you?
So if you're really wanting to find the podcast, it's just Curator's Choice because I have curators. They pick items. So Curator's Choice Podcast. You can find it just at curatorschoicepodcast.com or it's on any of the places that you listen to your podcast.
Okay, and how social media? Can we find you on social media?
Social media, you can find me on Instagram, LinkedIn, or you can find me on Facebook as well. Just search Curator's Choice.
Curator's Choice. She's branded.
Branded.
So if you want to go on a first date and you're thinking you're a little adventurous, we have some great poo museums that she can tell you all about. So go check her out.
Please.
So much.
Thank
We
you
got
so
the next
much.
one.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Yes. So while we take our break, man, make sure you guys, man, this drink is freaking phenomenal, man. I'm telling you, this Celsius giving me life, bro. It's a pleasure working with you, by the way.
Oh, it is.
This is history
Finally.
in the making.
I'm a
Yes.
little offended in
I'm a fan. Please, please. Hey, we got to get her in here. This mic is not loud. Jonathan, you stay. Jonathan, you stay.
Just a picture. Just a picture. Just a picture. Just with three of us. With the three of us, real quick. Please. Okay, guys. Thank you.
Let's go. We love her. So make sure y'all get y'all Celsius. Celsius, this is some of the best energy I've had ever. You might have to switch mics because that one ain't giving you no life. And this guy's trying to take us out. Whoever this guy is trying to take us out, and I refuse you with the Owwll podcast. I'm solo right now by myself. I'm with the great Jonathan. I call him the great Jonathan, right? At Podfest 2024 is the 10-year anniversary, and we're talking about
All
Owwll.
right.
It's all about Owwll. Absolutely. So we got another guest coming. What's up, brother?
Likewise.
So, man, before we get started, talk to us. Who are you? Say it to this right, though. You got to say it to him so we can say it to him.
Yes.
Who are you?
Name.
Really good, brother. Glad to be here.
No. Talk to us in the mic. What's your name in the mic?
Josh Valentine.
Josh Valentine. And how can people follow you before we start?
At the World Traveler on Instagram.
Yes, I like your voice. It's getting better. Okay.
There we go. So you're a world traveler. What is the most unusual location that you've been in the last few years?
The most unusual is actually a couple of months ago. I was out in Phuket, Thailand. I took about 100 people there. And really, really interesting place. And I would say be open-minded with because you're going to be in for a wild ride. Yeah.
Wait, okay, so where did you find yourself? When was the moment when you said to yourself, maybe this wasn't such a great idea?
Well, I wouldn't say it wasn't such a great idea because we were kind of dancing in the dark, having a lot of fun. But for the most part, I got there and realized that I was so happy I didn't bring my 3 kids. And so I was kind of like debating whether or not I should bring my kids. And I realized real quick, this is not the best place.
Damn.
Yeah,
So as the world traveler, you take your kids and stuff with you too?
Sometimes, yeah. We're taking them to South Africa and Zimbabwe.
Take them there for sure. What made you come with the concept? How'd you come with the world traveler idea?
I was in the travel industry when I was 22 years old. I was selling millions of dollars worth of travel, building communities, and sending a lot of people all around the world at prices they could actually afford. selling a lot of luxury travel, and that's what started my journey. I retired from the workforce when I was 24, and
24,
and went full time into the travel business.
Damn. And obviously, like, you met a lot of beautiful women. You know what I'm saying? Travel agency, they birth beautiful women. We gotta associate travel with women, right?
I would say so. I met my wife abroad, but she's from the Bahamas actually. So
Whoa.
yeah, I went international with it.
Nice, nice,
Oh,
nice.
you're
And
blessed.
what inspired that very first trip that took you down this path? Was it just you were doing like a 9 to 5 and
I
you're
went
like,
to a military school, and that military school, I was working on my Coast Guard license to become a maritime captain, and we started sailing on training ships around the world, and that kind of sparked that journey. I went to a lot of different countries, sailed across the coast of Africa, the Straits of Gibraltar, the North Pole, a lot of amazing things.
But it's got to be something that tells you like a sense of adventure. It doesn't come from nowhere. Were you like a very adventurous kid? You were always like trying to run out of the house. go on
Definitely
adventures?
adventurous, but I grew up in the hood in East New York, Brooklyn, and usually a lot of people, just kind of stay on the block. They don't really leave their vicinity, and I always just had a different mindset. I always wanted to just see a lot more than.
What does your family think of that? They must think
Right,
it's
I'm
great.
gonna ask that
They
same
get a little
thing.
worried. They get a little worried. Yeah, my mom definitely gets a little worried from time
I'm in
to time.
Thailand right now.
Right.
It's good that I didn't bring my children. Well, you being the child, I'm sure she's still concerned for you. You know what I'm saying?
How long you been doing it?
Now, since I was 22, now like 13 years.
Damn, bro, that's an
Yeah, yeah,
amazing
yeah.
job,
Yeah, yeah.
bro.
Yeah, appreciate that.
You knew the Owwll.
Yeah,
You knew the Owwll.
that's right.
You already downloaded. You're fresh in the game.
Oh, yeah.
Are you ready to be an expert too?
Yeah, I'm actually looking forward to it. I speak on a weekly basis for an NBC network in Tampa Bay. A lot on coaching, so I definitely look forward to jumping on as an expert to talk.
Man, I'm calling you on Owwll today. Yeah, I'm gonna be one of your first calls for sure.
Love it, dude.
Coming on the show.
Absolutely appreciate you, brother.
Well, thanks for passing by.
Yeah,
Great
so
interview,
tell
my
the
friend.
people before you go one more time.
Yeah,
how
where
can
can they
find
follow
you
you?
and follow you, man, just in case.
Absolutely,
And your name is Owwll too.
Yes. And Josh Valentine, that's like Valentine without the E at the end, and the World Traveler on Instagram.
Awesome, dude. Well, we'll definitely be talking soon.
Sounds good.
Yes.
Appreciate you, brother. Absolutely.
Yes, call me on Owwll.
Who's next? I need some guests. Oh, I'm getting these two? Hey, all right. Switch, I got a problem. We're live.
Live on TikTok. Yes, and LinkedIn. Awesome.
Oh, yeah. So, ladies, how you doing? Oh, you can do a little live stream right here, right now.
We're here live at Podfest Orlando.
So, really quickly, if we could just do an introduction, if you could say your names and the podcast that you're representing.
Okay, my name is Willow, and
My name is Christina.
and we are from Body, Mind, Spirit.
Body, Mind, Spirit. Is that
Yes.
the name of your podcast?
Yes, it is, and we are out of my TikTok channel right now, currently, which is holistic_hippie_vibes.
I love some good alliteration. It's always fantastic. So, what brings you to the Podfest this year specifically?
So we are just getting started, and right now, as I said, we're doing more of a video cast, and we are hoping to get a producer to help us grow.
Okay,
Yes, we
okay.
want a third to put everything together.
Producers.
So I love that you guys are like in the process, in the journey of growth right now, right?
Yes.
Like that to me is the fun part, right?
Yes.
If we could go back to Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos, whoever, and if they documented their journey from zero to hero, how cool is that? And the fact that you guys are doing that, fantastic. Love that. And I love the video because you can chop it up. You can use it as different types of media. You could just the audio version, video version. I love it. So
Yes.
what initially inspired the podcast? Why did you guys decide to create it?
So I am a therapist, and I am very huge on promoting trauma recovery, mental health awareness. I'm also a breath coach, and I'm also certified in yoga nidra, and I'm a sound healer. And Christina,
I am a typewriter, poet, and visual artist, and
Oh, amazing.
teacher.
Oh, I love that. I love that. So I see how you guys complement each other.
Yes.
You do a lot of the words
And
and
publisher.
yeah.
yes.
Love
So
that.
I was live on my TikTok, and she hopped into my live one day, and I was like, wow, that felt like a podcast. And so I asked her to be my co-host because it's been a lifelong dream of mine. So I asked her to be my co-host. She said yes, and here we are about a month later. We've been doing more of a talk show on TikTok you can find us on TikTok on Sundays,
There we go.
12:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, holistic_hippie_vibes, VIBES.
Love it. And I feel like a lot of the work that you're doing and some of the different, modalities, some of the different things, it's definitely emerging. A lot more people are talking about it. Now for me, you do life coaching, right?
Yes.
Is that a part of it?
Yeah. Therapist. I'm a therapist first and
Therapist.
foremost.
I tried talk therapy and I just didn't feel like it was actionable enough. I felt like I was just listening to myself talk. And with the kind of work you do, I feel like it's more actionable. I feel like you're actually doing the work as opposed to just tears on my pillow, listen to me babble my victimhood.
Yes, and that is exactly it. And that's exactly why I got trained in breath work and in meditation is
Right.
because exactly that with
Gotta
my
move the energy.
yes,
Gotta move it.
with my own trauma work that I did for myself, I wasn't able, it only took me so far. And then I started the breath work, the meditation, and my baseline went way down.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
So I also am trying to teach it for children. So I have written a children's book. It just got published. You can find it on Amazon. And this is actually a guided yoga nidra meditation you can read to your children. If your child is having trouble sleeping or having trouble learning, you can use this, read it to them at bedtime, nap time, or you can also put them in a meditation and just help them, be able to focus on wellness. Maybe they repeat positive affirmations. So, yes.
I love that. And it makes so much sense. So I'm a believer in the work you guys are doing. I'm very grateful that you guys are doing it because I had an addiction. It was actually amphetamines. Struggled really bad with them. Adderall. So if there is a natural holistic way of healing that doesn't involve prescriptions, medication, or just having somebody listen to me cry on my pillow, I'm all for it. So very supportive of that. One more time, how can they see you guys? How can they reach you?
So I am Pocket a Poem Art by CCC on Facebook, TikTok, and Instagram. And Poetry Cafe Zine on
There we
TikTok.
go. Let me some poetry.
Instagram and Facebook.
And I am Willow Hughes. I am the founder of Holistic Hippie Vibes, and that's HIPPIEVIBES. And you can find me on all the social platforms, TikTok, YouTube. We do air our Body, Mind, Spirit podcast on TikTok every Sunday, 12:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And then we also upload those to YouTube. So if you miss it on
Beautiful.
Sunday, you can, catch it on another day. Yes, that's the
Hey,
thing. Yes.
oh, yes. Well, thank you
Questions
so
in the
much.
comments. This week we're gonna have our chef, and she will.
A chef?
A chef. My business has a chef. Her name is Renee, and we are talking food for the root chakra this week. Yeah.
Exciting. Big fan of that. Well, go check it out, guys.
Thank you
And
so
go
much.
give it a subscribe and listen.
Really nice to meet you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Who wants to sit and get some free content? Get yourself an interview and go check their thing out. Okay, yeah. If you guys go right there, you'll get the footage. Who's the next victim? Who's the next victim? What's going on? What's going on, LinkedIn? Thank you for tuning in today. We'll be here all day. Podfest in Orlando, Florida. Sunny, 80 degrees. Man, what a turnout. What a turnout. So many pod people. And here we go with the next one. Let's go. Hey, take a seat. Take a seat.
I've never done this before.
Oh, you're going to be great. I'll carry the load for us. You're good. All right. So first things first, ladies, if you could just say your names and the podcast or company that you're representing. Not yet. All right. So the first question that I have while they're doing the setup, don't worry, this isn't included. What funeral are we attending? We're all wearing black. They said black. I didn't get the memo. I guess I just got lucky. What funeral are we going to? Just like create something fun. What's the funeral we're coming to? It's a good warm up.
Funeral.
Yeah.
Coming to? Oh man.
This is a good warm up.
No.
Nobody. We're not filming yet.
Question. I don't like funerals.
You don't like funerals.
No.
Okay, and as close to the mic as you can.
Okay.
Now, how about I challenge your belief? So across the street from my house is a cemetery.
Oh.
And those are places of love. It's like where people go to like remember their loved ones. It's positivity. I feel like our society makes funerals and stuff like that scary places, but I think they're full of love, right? What do you think?
Well, no, I would agree because I don't think this is all there is.
Hey, there you go. There you go.
I think we should vote to change it to celebration of life and get rid of.
There we go.
funeral.
You see, that was a good warm up.
Oh,
I got you rolling. There we go. Now we're gonna turn up beat. Okay, we're good. We're good. You got me muted?
Sorry.
There we go. Okay, there we go. That's too much for me. Too much heat. All right. So I'm joined by two ladies. Please introduce yourselves for the audience and LinkedIn watching home.
I'm Shailene. I work with Celsius.
I'm Julie Shopa, clarityfinances.com.
All right. So I did a 27-hour podcast, and it was fueled by Celsius. I had no less than 13 Celsius within that 27-hour period. So how do I get sponsored? What's the secret?
I'm not that person.
Label. There's an awesome awakening.
Could you put in a good word for me, though?
Yes. I can connect you with someone who can
Okay,
connect
fantastic.
you.
So, what led you to working for Celsius other than the fact that you needed a paycheck?
So I actually never drank energy drinks until about 5 years ago. My dad actually was like, well, have you tried this new one that came out? It had already been out for a while, but, it was hitting the markets more and stuff. He's like, I discovered this new one. And then I tried it, like, wow, this is really great. It doesn't make me feel terrible. And then I got so many people on it that they thought I worked for Celsius. And I've only been with them for a year now. Yeah.
Oh, my God. Like, did you know that after 7 Celsius, you start ascending? Like you literally start floating. Jason's my waist. I just started floating after the 7th one. All right. All that aside, I love me some Celsius. I'm a passionate fan. What is one of the cool things that you've learned working with Celsius? We got a delivery. What is this?
This is for Jonathan.
Okay, so for the audience that doesn't know,
13 Celsiuses in the 25-hour podcast that we did with the Owwll brand, and it was powered by Celsius. So for your birthday today, Jonathan, I got you your own tub. They said
My
that
own
we
tub
can
of Celsius.
You
Oh
can
my
take
God.
this home with you.
Oh my God.
You can take it home. Is it right? You can do it.
Does it come with the girl
Bring it
or it's just the
back.
case?
It's yours.
Both? Okay, fantastic.
The girl.
Right.
I have
Well,
a
thank
higher
you.
price tag.
But there is a price tag. Good to know. All right, so let's continue on. Thanks, guys. All right, so you've been with Celsius for a year and a half. Everybody thought that you should be working there, and now you work with them. What is something that you've learned that's surprising about the actual product itself? Like anything that you could share about it?
It's interesting that it doesn't give you, with the amount of caffeine, because there's 200 milligrams of caffeine in this, and very rarely do you hear people say that, like, oh, it made my heart pound, or like you hear people like you that are still alive after drinking
13 or something.
They can't kill you guys, but don't. That's not medical advice.
Yeah, we're not giving medical advice here. But yeah, I hear people that drink multiple a day and they never have a come down. They don't feel any bad side effects. And to me, that was the most astonishing part of it because
is.
almost everything comes with a side effect. So
The side effect is laughing, charisma. You become way funnier in real life.
I agree with that.
And that dog that died last week, totally forget about it. Doesn't even hurt anymore. So it's great for coping with trauma. It's fantastic. And I've had 3 in the last 20 minutes, and we're doing pretty good. So
which one's your favorite though?
definitely the orange.
Okay.
Definitely the orange.
So that's still, even though it's one of our original, first one I ever tried actually, it's still our best-selling individual can.
Is it really? Yeah. Is it really? So exciting. And I would love to get into the story of orange juice and why our government decided to make it the drink of choice for breakfast. And we'll do that a little bit later. But while we have you here, why don't you introduce yourself? Tell us what you're doing here at Podfest this year.
Okay, I'm Julie Dopa. I'm here at Podfest again. I come year after year. I am always happy to get on podcasts, but I don't have my own still to this day. But I love this event. I love the energy of the people here. And I'm thinking, like, now that I'm listening to more about Celsius, because I work with a lot of entrepreneurs, and we're always like go until we're crashing. So this would be a good product. And if it calms you down, I help business owners work with their finances and be like clear about them and not scared by them. So this might be helpful for.
It's great for that. Yeah, there is no crash. There is no crash. If anything, it makes me go faster. Like, yeah, it will not happen.
But that added charisma and all is very helpful.
It certainly is. I remember I was 5'4". I was very shy. I was chubby. Had a couple of Celsius, and I grew at least 1.5 feet. It was fantastic. Yeah, really made me a lot more confident in myself. So big. And you know what? I want to honor you. I want to honor the fact that you're on your journey right now. You're surrounding yourself by a lot of like-minded individuals that can hopefully inspire you to create your own podcast. Why don't we talk about that? Your surroundings, the people that you surround yourself with, and how important it is. If you're around somebody that has limiting beliefs around money, guess what? You make less of it.
Oh yeah, like the 5 people you hang out with the most. You're going to cap yourself out, so you need to be careful about that.
Right. It's so important. So, what about some life ambitions? What do you hope to succeed with this year? What's motivating you? What's inspiring you?
I just opened a photography studio
about
really? 6 months ago. So I have been focused. I do a lot of things, but that's my focus this year is to get that. I want to create a place where other people can come create. So my goal is to get more and more people in there and have a safe space to create.
Do you like more social media, print photography, ads? What's your
I hate social media. I'm not really. I do a lot of as a photographer, I work for a lot of brands creating content for their social media. But I always tell people I am a working artist, not a social media artist. So I'll catch more working than on my phone.
Hey, that's good. And I also work in social media. I also hate it, but it's kind of like a means to an end, right? It's a distribution thing. So I'm with you on that, but I'd love to talk about it because we're always looking for photographers. So I'd love to see some of your work. And for you, what's your take on social media? Do you love it? Do you hate it?
I don't love it. I really prefer interacting with people in person, but you can't beat the fact that you can reach people globally using, internet type spaces.
It is.
I really have friends who are trending off of social media for their groups and stuff and getting into products like school so that you're not with all of that stimuli that you may not want to have. It starts to get annoying when you can tell that the advertisers are listening on your phone and they start to target you.
Don't you hate when you have a thought and then Amazon gives you an ad of your thoughts?
Yeah, it's like, how did you know?
How did you, and then you start looking through your Amazon. It's like, am I really into all this weird shit? And you kind of have a moment. That's happened a couple of times. But it's like, why is this trampoline with an orange? I don't remember ordering these things. I don't remember thinking these thoughts, but hey, they got a lot of information on us. So glad that both of you could join with me and have a little conversation. Love the tattoo. What is it?
It's a lot.
Oh wow! How exciting!
Yeah, it's like goes all the way to my shoulder blades. And
That's sick. Why the right arm? Why not the left one? I would have been.
this is the arm I used to create.
Oh, ooh, I like. Okay, I need to hear the rest of that. All right, let's break some backs. That's what he meant by that.
Break some backs.
All right, thank you. Do this. Who's next? Next victim. To you. Okay. Let's get them over there. Jason.
Hello.
Good. Nice to meet you,
Same
John.
here. John and Mary Lisa.
Lisa.
Mary Lisa.
Mary Lisa. Mary Lisa.
I guess I'm sitting.
You are.
Okay.
Just gonna be standing here. Oh, ready? And I want a picture of the Celsius rolls. Can I get both of them next? All right. Yeah. All right. Cool.
All right.
How convenient that we're right next to you, by the way. That's convenient. All right, ladies. So nice to have both of you join me today. Are you sisters?
No, we're friends.
We're friends?
No, we're twisted sisters.
Twist. Oh, I love it. Okay, here we go. Twisted Sisters. Now, why do they give you guys a nickname? There's got to be a good reason.
Oh, she just made it up. Or a little twisted.
All right, so names first so that we can give you cool footage and you get a little post-production prize. Go ahead.
Perfect. I am Mary Lisa Lawless.
Love it. And yourself?
I'm Leah Loney.
Love it. So we started with Twisted Sisters. I'm not letting go of that one. So what would be a characteristic of each of you that maybe the average individual would consider a little twisted? Good place to start. Huh?
Yeah. Yeah, I guess I am a bit twisted being in recovery for 35 years.
Recovery from what?
Everything.
Everything.
Yeah.
I love me some amphetamines, so that was my thing.
Well, I like that too. Yeah. I like any. Yeah.
So when we're fun, we're next level fun. We're started
yeah.
ascending. We start floating.
Yeah. So I got a little untwisted at that point.
Oh, well, so does
But
that
that's
kind of
how
like
it
lead
led
the
into what I
podcast?
did. Yeah.
Okay, so let's dive into that. So tell us about it. How's the journey been?
So I started as a family therapist. I, after a lot of my own therapy, my own recovery, then I got into working with trauma, working with people in recovery and all of that, watching the pharmaceutical industry and their insanity with put everybody on medication. I got on my share. So I'm not on that anymore. I got into CBD and crystals. I'm also a meditation. I also got into mindfulness meditation, do retreats. I've done everything. I'm a Reiki master, I'm a hypnotherapist. I mean, I've been doing this over 30 years.
Why are there so many stories that go exactly like that?
Yeah.
Individual. So in my case, I'll give you a quick version of it. Never touched a drug in my life. I was prescribed Adderall as an adult. Didn't know what euphoria felt. So the first time I took Adderall, I was like, wow, I have been depressed every day of my life. Holy shit.
Yep.
And so then that led
Absolutely.
me to a path where one pill turned into 5 pills turned into 20, 20 turned into 40. And now I got 6 different pharmacies, a guy that I'm buying it down the street, and I'm getting my own prescription. And that's literally how it
Absolutely.
goes. And
Yeah.
then what did I do? Then I found a holistic way, cannabis, THC, crystals. I got me my Tiger Eye. And it's funny how all the paths lead to the same place.
And
huh?
it is, because we get back to the earth, and for me, it was important to not go the THC route. So I educated myself on cannabis and learned what the difference was between marijuana and hemp. And so the CBD being a natural anti-inflammatory, natural anti-anxiety, that's the one that was like, oh, I can hang my hat on that one.
Right,
Because I didn't want to go back to getting high.
Right.
It just was like, yeah, no. However, the CBD has been amazing we experimented on my dog first, then my child who's on the autism spectrum. She was like, Mom, this is cool. But just as a shout out to her, Queen of the Ganja is her moniker. She's an influencer. So she went that route. But no, the CBD has made an amazing difference. So people's lives.
Microdosing psilocybin.
Yeah,
really
it's still not legal in Florida, so we're not doing it outside of that. But it's not
for,
legal.
for entertainment purposes only. For entertainment purposes only.
Absolutely.
And I feel like you've been a little bit neglected. So tell us a little bit about you and your journey, because I'm sure you've had an interesting one as well.
Personally, professionally, all of the above.
Like, where do you start?
Where do I start?
What's your twist?
My
my
Twisted Sister.
Wow.
There you go.
I called myself Metal Mom.
Metal Mom.
Years ago when I had my twins.
All right, but now I got to ask you the question. Are we more Ozzy, Metallica, Pink Floyd? Like, where are we on the spectrum?
Where are we on the spectrum?
Uh,
we are Kiss. We are
Like Razzle Dazzle. The Razzle, the pageantry. Yep.
Paul Stanley, Gene Simmons.
Yes.
Those are my roots. No, so those are my roots.
Are they really going to retire?
No.
Never.
Greatest showman on earth.
They keep saying they're retiring and then they plan another tour. Right. Yeah. So okay. Sorry for interrupting. So what's your journey been?
That's like one of my favorite subjects ever.
Okay. Well, there you go.
So no, I'm a Chicago-born girl, but I'm a South Florida girl.
Oh.
Those are my roots. I've lived in South Florida for over 50 years.
Same here.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Hard to find Florida and Miami natives. Like people that have lived in South Florida their whole lives. Very rare.
My whole life.
Got two right here.
And I was a travel agent, so I love exploring. So I met my husband, my Israeli husband, and we traveled a lot. And I became a teacher after we had our 3 kids. I was a teacher, and then when they went to college, when they graduated from high school, I graduated teaching pre-K, and I became a realtor in our family business. So I'm Leone, South Florida Real Estate, at our family-owned G&E Realty Group, a boutique brokerage.
So then, what brought you two together? I just feel like you're so different.
So
We are.
No, we're really not.
We're friends.
You're friends.
Yeah, there's four women. We all came up together.
Yeah.
amazing.
The only one with an actual podcast, though.
Okay.
And they're all working on it. They're all working
Next
on
week, are you going to be a guest on her podcast?
Absolutely.
If you want to see these two together again, where can you watch them? Just so we can make sure to plug it.
Hemp del Soul, SOUL, because it's all about the soul. So it's crystals, it's CBD, it's meditation, it's all these natural alternatives to healing. The world needs healing.
And
Absolutely.
and don't make the mistake that we made trying to figure out all the answers on our own. You have people that have been through that journey. They know exactly step by step, A to Z, what that experience is like. Avoid problems beyond the challenges we made by listening to these two.
Just ask questions.
Just ask
We're here.
questions.
Yep.
Just ask questions.
I love to talk to people. So
Hey, there we go. Well, then let me get on your podcast sometime. I love it.
I would love it.
Yeah, because
Thank you.
trust me, I've been on that
If
journey.
you want a house in South Florida,
Hey, there we go.
hit me up. My podcast is Real Life, REAL, Real Life with Lee.
Love it. Yes, I think we're all just waiting for the interest rates to drop just a tiny bit more. You heard it here first. It's happening from an expert. All right. Well, it's a pleasure, ladies.
Thank you very much.
Great to meet you.
Love it. Thank you. Appreciate it. Love the work you're doing. Oh,
I do too.
it's been a path. It's been a journey. Thank you.
Awesome. Tell me your name again.
John.
J-O-A or J-O-H-N?
J-O-A. Jason, I'm going to run to the bathroom right here.
I'm filling in. I like to be on the left or the right. That's what I like to do. So yes, welcome to the Owwll podcast. I'm their host. I'm EA. I'm on app. Call me on the app. I'm one of the highest called persons on the app. You know what I'm saying? Come on, Jason. Hey, this is award-winning moment right here.
I haven't hosted all day. I'm hosting.
I'm telling you what's going on. So before we start, what's your name? Talk directly to the mic. Who are you?
Marquita Curtis Haynes. I'm the CEO and founder of the lifestyle brand Ageless Glamour Girls, which help celebrate women 50 plus. Woo!
50 plus. Woo! Let's make a big deal out of that.
Tagline is bold, beautiful. The tagline is bold, beautiful, brilliant. 'Cause once you
Ooh.
get 50, hey, you're brilliant.
I'm telling
You're
you.
bold, you're certainly
Hey,
beautiful.
if you this now, you'll be beautiful the rest of your life.
Thank you. I hope pray so. There we go.
Grab it,
There we go.
and
There we
hold
go.
it.
That's
Yes.
right. That's
So
right.
Tell us a little bit more about the organization itself. What is it?
Well, I initially started because I was getting older and the hot flashes had begun for menopause, and I could not find a mascara brand that stood on there. Through
Not a mascara brand.
I'm still on that search. I'm still searching for that.
Okay.
And then as I got older, I started, there were other things going on. And I'm like, hey, we need a platform for that. And so I started that, and I love it, and I love the women. And a publisher came to us early last year and said, "Hey, I love your brand. I want you guys to be. Do you want to do an anthology?" I said, "Sure." So we started the anthology. I have 12 co-authors. I'm the 13th author.
Okay.
And 2 days after we were released on Amazon, we made the bestseller list.
Congratulations.
So we're
I know
excited
that's
about
a big
that.
deal. That's a huge deal.
We got a best-selling book author
Bestseller.
in the house, EA.
Man, I'm a bestseller too. This mine is on
Sweet.
exclusively on Amazon.
I love it.
Talk about recovery, but this is about you.
That's right.
You're on Owwll. You new to Owwll?
I'm sorry?
Are you on Owwll? Did you download the app, Owwll?
Yes.
Okay, so you're new to the app, right?
Yes.
I want everybody under the sound of my voice watching this right now. Make sure you call her and give her a warm welcome. Okay?
Thank
She
you.
got a lot to talk about. She says she's over 50. She's helping people over 50. So my advice to you, don't wait for people to call you. Get on that app, start swimming, start looking for people that look like
I
you.
am, because we're here, the ageless women, we're here. We're not going anywhere.
Hey,
we're
ain't
still
nothing but a number.
relevant. We're going to fight ageism, all that.
Come on.
All of
Make
that.
sure y'all call her. It's so important. This is how we thrive on the app. It's by calls. Us calling each other. Make sure you call me as well.
Okay, I will.
Call
I
him
will.
too. He's
I will.
expensive, but call him.
Yeah, he must be a big deal. I saw him on the picture. On the picture.
This app is his.
But you know something? If you read my profile, it says if you make a deposit at $99 and call me, I will provide you a refund.
I read
What's
that.
better than that?
Oh yeah, I'm calling him.
I'm impressed.
Five people called me last month, and I gave them their money back.
I'm calling
Uh-oh.
you.
Uh-oh.
I called you once before.
Yeah, but
I've
you got
done
to
that.
put a deposit in. You can't use those earnings.
Oh,
yeah, you got to.
No, but you still gave me
that credit
yes,
card.
but you did give me my money back though. But I do. Jason is
For
the
you,
biggest deal.
for you, EA, I will do that.
Right. We got to interview. We got to interview you.
Look, we got your host back. Get over here, John.
Let's get it. Okay, so we ain't done with her yet.
Oh,
We got about 5 minutes. Then you use mic back.
All right.
So yes, I got another beautiful co-host coming.
Female
Miss
power.
Ori.
Woo!
I met
Female
this woman
power.
on Owwll. Make sure you guys get connected. We got to make sure you
Yes,
say that.
for sure.
She
Yes.
is dope. She's dope too, right? She's new to Owwll. Make sure you guys connect. Okay.
Anytime we bring somebody up here, they're dope.
Dope. The good
Because
dope,
they
not that
get
you need a
it,
counselor
because they
for.
get the connection, right?
I love it.
Yes.
Yes.
So tell us a little bit more about your organization.
So I have
How long
a.
you been around and all that good stuff.
I would say about 5 or 6 years, and you.
Yes. Come support her. Support her and watch her. Give her energy.
Oh my
By
God.
watching her, might see how she's smiling. Gonna make her smile more.
Don't
right?
you love it when people come up and say, I
Love
know
it.
you?
I love it.
Do so. Tell us
I
about
feel
your
like a
organization.
celebrity.
You got a podcast?
You are.
Yes. Ageless
So
Glamour
you're
Girls.
15 minutes of saying right now.
You know, as you get older, especially women, you know, people tend to like, but we're still here.
Yes.
There are fierce women everywhere over 50. You hear me?
I hear you.
And we're starting new careers.
Definitely, I'm married to a beautiful one that's she's 48. She's nearing, but she's going through everything you're talking about.
Yeah.
I need her to meet you. So you on Owwll? Make sure I call you.
And I have also
Yes.
have a private group on Facebook called the Ageless Cafe.
Oh my God.
It's for women only, and that's when we get down to the nitty gritty.
Women only.
Yeah, you know, because if you haven't gone through menopause or can't relate to any of that stuff, then you know, hey,
you can't relate.
right?
Can't relate.
You know,
We
you know,
can.
I'm gonna
that's
dress
right,
up like Tyler Perry and
I'm
come in the group.
56. They're
Dress up like Tyler Perry and come in the group anyway.
And what I love too about my brand is we encourage women. You know, if you're thinking about second acts, even third acts, we have you on the show talking about that.
This is
where do you find your groove? What made you, decide to spring, to pivot, to do all of that?
But how big is your community right now?
Well, I only have nearly 4,000 on Instagram.
Oh my God.
Really?
Oh,
that's
really?
Oh my God. Oh my
Everybody
God.
under
Are
the
you
sound of my voice, let me
serious?
clap right now. Okay, that's huge.
Wait, and
Oh my God.
I think that's right. I hope and pray.
Beautiful.
But I'm giving it more of my all. Everybody keeps saying you have to be consistent.
Right.
And so that's what I began to do, be more and more consistent and be intentional
Yes.
with
Ooh,
everything.
I love those words.
And so I'm just going to keep reaching out to women because we roar over 50.
Yes.
I love women 60 years old, 70. In my book, the ages range from 53 to 87.
Okay.
And the 87-year-old, her chapter is the spiciest, let me tell you. But all of the chapters are great. They inspire, they motivate. So yeah, get a copy. Amazon. It's on Amazon.
Amazon today.
Of course, it's
How
on
can people follow you on social media? Because we in a social media world.
Yes.
You know what I mean? You
Book-
gotta
that's
follow a
right.
person.
That's right. Please. The book is called Ageless Glamour Girls: Reflections on Aging, and it's on Amazon. And Ageless Glamour Girls, bold, beautiful, brilliant. Woo! That's what we are. are, baby.
Welcome to Al again and again. I want to welcome you to Al. Everybody, make sure you guys get to Celsius Beverage and make sure you got Al. Download Al today. It's
I love
on
it.
all platforms, both Google Store and in the that one Android. I don't do Android, but the iPhone and the Android, right? You can get them on both. And make sure when you do, leave a review because reviews is how we thrive. Okay. Thank you for being
Come
here.
on now. Thank you. I had a blast.
Yes.
Thank you guys so
Make
much.
sure before you go, stop at this desk to you.
Okay.
I want to make sure we get that, please.
Okay. Look at this. Look at this. This is great.
Right.
For us women
Yes.
of a certain age.
Yeah, I'm not a woman, but I definitely take my hat off to you.
All right. All right. I love it. Love it.
Until next
All
time,
right.
I'm
Thank
out. I'm
you.
being
Bye.
Thank you. We're able to get our co-hosting.
We got like a
together.
half a host. I'll be back.
Co-host.
Okay. I will be right back.
Co-host.
That was fun. Thank you so much, guys. Oh my gosh. I'm like, where's my phone? Over there.
It's
like,
there.
duh.
Yeah.
Now, what's the name? Orlean. Okay, let me take a picture. Oh, I gotta go. I'm gonna pass. Oh, you can be Oh my God.
Hello.
Oh man. Okay.
I have a co-host that I don't know.
Oh, my phone is over there.
All
right. Sorry. Oh, my phone is over there. I
Okay.
have to follow you. I mean, on social.
Welcome to the.
Sorry.
What is your name? Gotcha. My name is Orly Amor.
All right.
That's true too. It's true too. Hi.
Hey, darling, how are you?
I am fabulous.
What's
just
your
like
name?
you, Orly Amor.
Orly,
And
where are
yours?
you from?
I am from here,
Florida?
Florida.
Ah, so you didn't travel much.
Well, just about an hour and 15 minutes.
Welcome, beautiful lady.
What the hell am I doing?
Welcome. I know. I feel like, why am I left out? I'm left out of the club. I don't like this.
No, you have pink on your
I got, hey, pop it up.
There you go.
Pop
There
it
you
up.
go.
And
She's
see-
purpling it up. What's your name? Tell
What's
us
your
your
name, darling?
Yeah.
Aria Lighty.
Put your microphone like this, as low as possible for you. Yeah, there you go.
I just hold that?
There you go.
There you go.
There you go.
What am I
what's your name?
doing?
You didn't tell us your name.
Oh, my name is Paula, host
Paula.
of Talk Shit with Peace. So we are bringing the Oh,
And your name.
Aria Lighty with Show the Fuck Up Media.
Oh,
the shit talkers are here.
Some badass. Oh, did I say that out loud? Yes, you did. Okay, here we are.
Yep.
Tell us about you and what you do.
I am the founder and HBIC of Show the Fuck Up Media, and it's really about amplifying women of color and queers and underrepresented voices, getting them on bigger
Amazing.
stages,
Shout out to that.
getting
Yeah.
them in their rooms, making sure that they don't feel like they have to code switch before getting into the rooms
Nice.
or change who they are. So yeah, we're really excited.
Out
to
of
be here.
curiosity, how the hell did you come up with that name? Like, why would you be like, I'm going to call it
Show the fuck up.
Yes. Show the fuck up. I'm here for it. I'm here for it.
Amazing. I can't believe I fell into this group here.
I mean,
Good.
look
We're
at
gonna
this.
talk about
We are
it.
fucking showing up at out. That's all about it, right?
I was like, what the fuck is this? Okay, let's do it.
There we go. So, what made you come up with a name? Like, what did you? Weren't you scared about the fucking there? Like,
No, absolutely not.
fuck them, right?
Yeah, fuck them. I mean,
I even know
attracts
that the
right
word
people.
fuck is actually a legal term.
Oh,
It's a legal term. I'm a lawyer. So let me tell you, the word fuck is actually a word.
See how shocked I am right now because I'm gonna be abusing the hell out of fuck.
What is this episode? I might have to, I was overhearing this, and I might have to step in over here.
You know, Jason is all about the perverted shit, so that's why he walked up in here. You did not dare me this year.
Does this say pervert on here again, like last year?
Last year, he made me walk around.
Oh, I made you. I think you enjoyed it. You
So
enjoyed it.
he came up to me and was like, I fucking dare you. And I was like, don't motherfucking dare me.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good
But look what happened. She got the first edition of the Owwll
Y'all
Sneaks.
seeing this shit?
Right there.
my daughter would know what those are.
Oh, wow.
Owl. Look, it says Owl.
I should
She's
be like this.
She's brand ambassador for life.
I should be like this.
for
That's
sure.
how I'm gonna talk over here.
amazing.
Like, talk to my shoes.
Where's the show going again? On the road, on the road.
The shoes, the motherfucker. And by the way, Owwll is not cheap, y'all, because this is the Nikes, like one of a kind.
Yes,
we
of
don't
course.
play over here.
No, we don't play.
We don't play over here.
Oh, look at this. We got Jonathan Palmer. Everyone's getting in on this episode.
Jonathan.
I attract people. Hey,
Palmer in the
Anson.
house.
Hey, how you doing? Those are some nice kicks right there.
Yeah, but she has Owwll on there. She's the only one who has the Owwll shoes.
Okay, what I want to know is how did you get those into the dryer and take them from a size 13 to like what, a size 4?
Oh my God, what the
Is
fuck?
that what you did?
That's what I did.
It's because somebody stole my Owwll shoes.
Oh, that's what I did. That's how you gonna play? That's how you gonna play? Now you gotta take them off my shoes, my legs.
They look better on you. Truth be
They do,
told.
right?
Truth be told, they look better on you.
I should just sit like this over here. Like, yo, we got some Owwll one of a kind.
Wow.
It's all yours.
Get one of those.
Back to your
Alright.
desk. Back
How
to
do
your
I
desk.
get one of those, Jason? Come on. Hook us up.
You gotta be
I'll
me.
pay for it.
You gotta be me. You gotta be Paula, and you can't be Paula.
I can pay for it.
Nobody can be Paula.
EA is in the house.
So it's funny because I never win any shit on those Instagram competitions.
Yes.
So when they did the competition, I was like, why not, right?
Why not?
And then when he literally tagged me and he said I was the winner because Jason played a lot with me, like for real, I was like, fuck out of here, you're joking. And I was like, no, I won. I motherfucking won the Nikes.
You stay winning.
I stay winning.
No, so first we asked her the question, how did you come up with that?
Oh yeah, we never.
Oh, did it turn into the Paula show all of a sudden?
No, we have to make
surprise.
Your show.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Show the fuck up. I mean, I used to have a program called Show Up to Go Up, and really I just needed to get way more aggressive with it because it's like we need these voices that are not being heard. We need the more, underserved, underutilized, underrepresented voices to show the fuck up. We need you.
Sure.
So
Sure.
I had to,
Absolutely.
it's like a bitch slap across the face, like show the fuck up, bitch, and let's get this. Let's change this world. Let's lead the revolution and, make some real change. Just
And
drop
what's the
these
next step
systems.
for you right now? Like, what is the thing that we and our audience can help you right now with?
Ooh, yes. I'm actually just launched the plug, which is your plug into
into it.
The plug.
The plug. There you go.
The plug.
And it's your plug into the best networking events, speaking gigs, media interviews.
And anybody can join us?
Yes. Yeah. You
And
just
where's
gotta-
that plug and how do we reach you? How do we connect with you?
Yeah. You go to arialady.com/theplug.
Aria?
Yes.
Lady?
Lighting.
Yes. Okay, well, I'm part of your.
I mean, at this point, she needs to download Owwll. Let people find on Owwll.
Yeah, but
you gotta download the app.
You have Owwll, right?
Do we know?
We connect with exactly.
And do you know what our slogan is at Owwll? You can pick my mind after you pick your payment method. Yes. Pick your motherfucking payment method, then you can pick my mind.
My brain.
My brain.
Yes. You can pick my brain after you pick your method of payment.
Yeah, charge.
There we go. You can pick my brain after you pick your payment method.
Woo woo.
We all are making money over here.
What is my phone doing? Am I live on Instagram or something right now?
Yeah, well, actually, yes. You're taking pictures and video. We're videotaping you. So right after this, you're gonna go over here, and they're gonna actually take down your email and what they need. Send the record of all this.
Oh my God.
Leisure.
We are fancy like that over here, y'all. We are fancy.
Shit out.
No way. No way. They gotta know what they're getting into. They're gonna be.
I love it. I love it. Awesome. Very cool. I love it. And we got the Owwll shoes.
We got the Owwll shoes.
I've been on so many of these, but never saw the shoes, man.
One of a kind.
So are you.
I
Definitely
damn
one of a kind.
I damn it.
The world couldn't handle another Paula.
I don't broke them all, honey.
It took me 45 minutes. I missed an event yesterday because it took 45 fucking minutes to get from the hotel bar to the event because she was getting stopped or stopping every 2 seconds, hugging people.
That's funny. That is really funny.
I was like,
I'm the mayor of Podfest.
And they shut the door and they were like, we're full. And I was like,
I felt so bad. I've never felt bad
Yeah, she
at
was
posting
begging.
anything. Like literally, I was willing to sneak her in any ways I could. I tried. I'm from Tanzania, East Africa, baby.
In the house.
East Africa in the house.
Amazing, amazing.
Represent. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, 1 minute.
Give everybody your information again, please.
Me?
Yes.
All right. arialighty.com/theplug. Your plug into best networking events, into media opportunities, speaking gigs, everything. I'm doing a huge giveaway right now. If you join between 2-2, which will get you into Haven Conference, Alt Summit, Achieve Conference, and my live conference called Show the Fuck Up Live. And also an annual membership to Cubicle to CEO, their new membership called C-Suite. So
All about there's a giveaway. So don't waste your time. There's a giveaway.
So good. $3,100 getting you in the best fucking rooms of 2024. I
can't wait.
Okay?
I need to get with you, baby.
Do it.
Can't wait.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put it in here. I can't spill. Okay, she's leaving. Okay. Take my phone and put all the information for me in there. Please, love. Please, love.
That's
You're
your
my big
phone?
friend.
Yeah. You're gonna
Yeah,
send
he's
that
gonna give you
video?
your phone. Yeah.
Yes.
Share it, baby.
Share it. Hello.
Thank you. What do you want me to do? Okay, host. Okay. I'm hosting.
It's your personality. I'm here for it. Have you met my personality?
Hello.
What's your name?
My name is Jerry Franklin Poe.
Jerry.
Jerry
Needs to
Franklin
speak
Poe.
into the microphone. Jerry is in the house.
I know what's going on. What's going on?
I'm all about personality. So tell us about that shot.
Oh, yeah, I'm all about personality as well because it's your personality.
You feel it?
Yeah.
You feel me?
Yeah, I feel it.
Come on.
Personality is key to everything. Your ability to relate to people will take a lot further than your resume.
Exactly.
Oh, that's
I fucks with that.
You like that?
I fucks with that. So what?
I tell people when it comes to social awareness and self-awareness. They're just emotional intelligence. So your ability to connect, your ability to relate, your ability to be able to speak someone else's language and frame your message in their words the way they need to hear it is critical to success, not only in relationships in your personal life, but in your business life as well.
So where's your background from to do that?
My background? Well, I got introduced to DISC in 1998. Okay. I was 21
I'm a trained
years
trainer
old.
in disc, so we're buddies.
21 years old when I first saw it. I was from a sales organization. I got fascinated by that, but I also got fascinated by why people self-sabotage.
Yes.
Oh, yes. Wait, did you self-sabotage a lot?
I did. I fell out of college.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, I
My
know.
purpose. Were you partying too much?
I was studying the nocturnal African American youth.
Oh, damn.
You know what that means?
No.
Parties.
Oh, fuck yeah. And no one that dropped out.
Did you get
Makes
nocturnal
sense.
She didn't get that. She didn't get that. She didn't get it. Yeah, so I studied stuff they don't give you a degree for. Yeah, that's what I was studying.
But that's important. Those are the things that they actually don't teach you what you need
I
to
know,
know.
I know.
That It's
yeah.
key to the personality.
It is key. It is key. I learned a lot outside the classroom.
And what are you?
Like at Podfest, you learn a lot on the hallways.
Let her host. I'm gonna just let her host.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Because I don't know even what to say.
You don't know what you're about to say?
No, I do know. I'm sorry. Well, I want you to share with us, so who is your avatar client or who's your avatar person? And it's not because they're going through something. It's because they live in realms, if you will.
Yeah, so from a speaking background, because I'm a professional speaker.
Awesome.
So I work with government organizations on state and the federal level. I also do small businesses, companies. I work with NBC Universal, Dow Chemicals.
Nice.
But on an individual level, people, I coach them on leadership and their emotional intelligence because they might be struggling in their career and not knowing why they're not connecting with people and want to go to the next level.
But some people don't know that they have the issue.
Right.
Or don't know that they have the problem. How do we make them aware of that?
That's a great question. One of the ways I do it, I get referrals from inside organizations.
Right.
When I come in and do a talk at a school or a corporation, they might have someone that they want me to specifically focus on.
Right.
And I'll get executive coaching referrals that way.
Awesome. That's awesome. Up to you now.
Oh, I got the mic now. We gonna talk some
caller?
shit.
Back to you.
So what's your personality?
What's my personality? So speaking of owls, I actually do the personalities based on birds.
Oh, good.
There's an eagle, there's a parrot, there's a dove, and an owl. So I'm a combination of an owl, eagle personality.
So you belong here.
I do belong here.
We're all over here.
He belongs here for sure.
Any other questions, Paula?
So you have a podcast?
I do have a podcast.
Tell us about that.
So the podcast that I'm a part of is called Technology Tuesday.
Oh.
My friend Greg Russell, he's over there in one of those other rooms. He was my back office tech person. When the pandemic happened, I was not traveling as much, not speaking because you couldn't go out.
Shit.
So Greg, I knew he wanted to create this podcast. I told him, hey, I'll be home on Tuesdays, so let's go ahead and do it.
That's awesome.
So we started together because it struggles for some people when they want to talk, but they're like talking to themselves. So I said, you just talk to me. I'll be there. You talk to me. I'll throw in some jokes every now and then. That was 4 years ago. So we help authors, speakers, and coaches know what tech they need in order to audit their business.
That is amazing. So I am a DI on the DISC profiling system. What bird am I?
So you're a DI. That means you would be a eagle parrot.
Ooh.
So the eagle parrot combination, those are folks which I call influencers. Not necessarily a social media influencer, but an influence in terms of how they lead.
Yes.
They're charismatic in their approach. They don't mind taking charge, but people like listening to them because they have this thing about their personality, and people don't know why they're being attracted to that person.
That's right. That's very.
And she really is that. Look at that. Right. Influencer. So I have a big question for you.
Big question. What's the question?
This is the question.
Okay. I'm
Do
ready.
you have the Owwll app?
Do I have the Owwll app? I
course,
got the Owwll app downloaded. Yeah, it's good to go.
All right. That was the big question.
Yeah, I'm down.
And right after this, you're gonna go over there still because they're gonna actually send you the recording of this.
Awesome.
So you don't want to miss it. You can repurpose it on social media and everywhere else. And tag us on Owwll.
I will tag you.
That is so awesome.
I don't know. I gotta find you on there. I know.
You can find me for sure.
Oh my God, you know who I am. I love that.
I was on the Zoom call. I was on the Zoom. I already knew I was prepared when I was coming in.
Them to talk shit with the talk shit.
Oh, they're like, you get carried around like a queen or princess. They're like, you just be putting on people's
Let
shoulders.
me ask you something really off the charts here. Okay, off the charts.
Okay.
Have you ever been interviewed on a podcast where the host had their shoes on the table?
No, not right in front of my face. Not right. Not the. Not the. Like right.
This is a one of a kind.
Yeah,
Like
That's what I'm talking about. I'm actually pointing out the one of a kind.
Yes. This
host. The hostess with the mostest. I'm telling you.
I want my personality.
Like, yeah, right.
You're an eye. You're
just
totally
do
an
a
eye.
wrong move. Like get out of my face.
Oh my God.
I gotta be careful.
Let's not have any bodily harm or anything.
I know what to look out for. You know, I know what to look out for. I'm married to a black woman.
Oh my God.
I know what the codes are.
Yeah.
Paula is wild.
Well, thank you so much for stopping by and being on our show.
I don't know why
And remember the owl.
Remember the owl. That's right.
Yeah.
Yes, we good.
Are we good?
We're good. I'm
We
good
good.
over here.
She's chilling. Good. Thank you. Thank you all. Y'all come back now. Here.
I'm here for your entertainment.
It was a pleasure meeting you. You're adorable. Yes. Go ahead. I don't know. I don't see it. Go ahead. Go in.